longest matches you had in your own game, specifically in a ranked game, ever in your history?
Was this one? Well, before I answer that, this was one of our longest games here, right? For IESF Asian Championships, it was one of the longer ones because we were discussing that they end quite fast, you know, nowadays, especially before the 15-minute mark. But I don't know. For me, man, I think it's 40 minutes. But like, I feel like gone are the days with the current state of the game of 40-minute matches. You know, it's not often that you see that anymore. You know, even on the professional level, like going back to the box example, you know, and the boxes just get checked so well to the point where, like, that's why games kind of end rather quick, I guess, nowadays. But you still have those games like this previous one where we had it 20-plus minutes, or we have a couple 20-plus minute games, or we go to the ultra late game. But I would say that now, naturally, we don't see super long games anymore. Yeah,
with the evolving way of kind of the games adjusting on what you're good at and what could you actually do, with the new combinations that we build up throughout the seasons of MLBB. That's why I ask you, if in your rankings, 40 is your longest game.
Yeah.
Me, I had 35 for a normal game.
For not a ranked.
So
okay.
I was calling it like, okay, I need a warm-up game before the ranked game. I took on a normal game.
Have you've tried playing here, right?
I did.
No, I haven't had the opportunity yet, but I know you did mention that you've played now here in Saudi Arabia. How was it?
A different meta, I say.
Yeah. That's one of the nice things, though. Like, when you go different places, like, there's different...
You discover a lot of things.
Metas.
You discover a lot of ways of, like, what's their jungle hero, what's their prio pick.
If they have one.
If they have one or if they have not. So amazing, diverse way of doing the meta in different regions. So right now, we're both of us in Saudi Arabia. We might get to have a chance to even have a battle with these pro players if they have this scrimmages that going. It has been going throughout the night, so we might have a chance to play with them. I hope so.
We should stay tonight. A little longer.
Stay a little longer.
So we can work on our Saudi Arabia rankings.
Yeah, completely. Because
you know?
We might. I've seen like, well, Angela here has been on a second or third pick, and at some point Zilong or Yuzong showing up in their own way, but it works in a way that they did not expect. So
I feel like you gotta put a disclaimer. Playing at Legend right now.
Yeah,
because after the reset, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get surprised. Like you get to have this a way of difficulty. Yeah. When you're from Epic, you're from Legend, and suddenly you discover this amount of metas just showing up in the server of Saudi Arabia, which is amazing. Hoping you and I later could get a catch up on how to rank up here quickly.
Well, I mean, if we could obviously extend our trip here, right? It's been amazing so far. Again, we can only reminisce so much as we wait for the players to get set up here. And it's been, I feel like, a surprise for both of us, but it's been relatively pleasant, you know, just kind of meeting everybody, experiencing as much of the culture as we can. And I feel like a lot of people, I speak for myself and maybe you too, I know you experience a lot of the culture that you go around through the food, right? Culinary.
Yeah. You wanted me to start off at a buffet? Okay. Day number 1. I love the shawarma with the hummus. It's amazing.
Shout out to our dear friends.
Shout out to our dear friends.
QB.
Al QB and
XLR.
XLR, who's in the Arabic stream right now.
Yeah.
And that we have tasted, we have tasted hummus back in our country, but this authenticity and the genuine taste right here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, is just so amazing. To even like, I went back like 3 times.
Yeah.
Just to finish that amazing feeling of tasting good hummus and even beef here in our buffet. So maybe it's there when we get back. How about you?
It is. No, so far I've just loved everything I've had. You know, all my experiences here so far. It's been a short time. I think we've probably been here for like a week now, almost nearly a week.
Yeah.
And right away we started, you know, kind of immersing ourselves there. We haven't had as much time to like explore. I would say like, you know, the city and everything, but hopefully we get the opportunity before we end up flying back. Yeah.
I hope so, Naisu.
Yeah.
You've seen how the waiting screen gives us a glimpse on how beautiful the city is. You have the Kingdom Tower.
Yeah.
The Kingdom Tower looks amazing. The Riyadh Boulevard is amazing. I hope we get a chance to even check it out later after the grand finals.
Well, we gotta get to the grand finals, you know? Well, it's still a journey, but we gotta get through this game 3 first. And if we do get to go to the Boulevard, I think they're celebrating esports over there. You know, I think that's a big thing. So, okay, we are actually jumping right into the game here. So it is same picks, same everything. It's just a fresh start here, OSX, right? So back to it. Game number 3. It's a 1-1 for Mongolia and Cambodia. We're going to get a glimpse once again at the emblem breakdown here. Anything specific that speaks to you, OSX?
Well, I see more of the Impure Age both present in the Eve and in the VAR. Same thing that happened in game number 3. This is now the rematch that we're seeing. So we have the Brave Smites present as well. So more likely, this is the first game that we're about to do one more time on how they would want to have this good amount of step up in early game, because we've mentioned that in some part of the game, this 2 compositions we're seeing from Mongolia and Cambodia has a great power spike from late game. We haven't been into the ultra late game, but that is how the scaling of these compositions can be deadly by just looking at it.
Yeah, again, too, that's the thing I'm wondering, right, is D7 able to put pressure where he has to in the early game? Because, you know, back when what they had to deal with basically was he had to go through a little bit of a rough start, and then he started popping off later on. So if the pressure is put here early on, that's best case scenario for him. Chama as well on this Bane jungle pick that really, you know, has kind of struggled. Oh, and right now, there's the level 4. The Shadow Kill going to come through. D7 in trouble. 1 hit away. Can't get away from it. ZXara able to grab a kill. Now going to be dealing with a couple. Fury flickers in offensively. Still trying to get a couple shots off. Who's going to be able to get the kill? He goes down.
Safe.
ZXara escapes.
Well,
wow.
Meanwhile, Bebex on a pursuit, trying to take down Seacat. Will still make it? Yes, it will. One more hit, and there you go. Falling down the hands of Bebex. 3-0 straight away for Mongolia.
Whew, that's looking rough for Cambodia already. Meanwhile, you know, all this happening before the next turtle. Forbid has to flicker out too. ATM. There's just so much action happening here. Bebex going to be in trouble now. 2 versus 1. Can't escape it. Will fall. So now Cambodia on the board here, leading into that turtle, as it is fighting for positioning here to work around with ATM and Aizen once again. This is going to be a flashy matchup for them in the XP lane. Both teams getting situated. Orange buffs being secured as well alongside the purple as they get in position.
Positioning wise, they have more vision if you're Mongolia. You have the Navarre in your side. A lot of plays right now on where Cambodia players are could actually be revealed with a usage of that Astral Recall and also the Astral Echo. So with this, the advantage of the early game, they kind of respect it in a way. But ADM is right on the middle of 4.
Yeah, ATM going to go in. Whew. Okay. Well, we were about to witness how exactly that would go. ATM was trying to buy some time there, of course. This is the first neutral objective that they have to go through. So, you know, hopefully we get things smoothed out, settled out here, because we, of course, you know, we don't want to have to, you know, go through this. But, you know, as far as this early game, if hopefully we just have this one quick break and then they're able to resume there, because ATM was caught in like an area where he most likely would not be able to live that. He did get the Cult Altar out, though, if I remember.
Popped it out, yeah.
Yeah, he did get that out. So this could allow them to be in a position, once again, where they might be able to win that fight. You know, they might be able to grab that first objective, because a start already at 3, you know, 3 kills down for Mongolia, that's already a great start for them. Yeah,
speaking of start also, you have the Elegant Gem present for Forbid, and most of the time he lands that Astral Echo in such a perfect angle that reveals so much of the places on where the members of Cambodia is. But by just looking at that moment of engagement, well, a lot of things has been used. Resources, ultimates.
Yeah.
Well, that's how we get to the part that if the action returns, you know, going back.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure, you know, the players themselves, they want to be able to just go through this, you know, without the basically these moments, right? Because it's hard when you're going into a team fight and you have, especially around early objectives, like this could eventually be a Lord, and that's kind of what we saw earlier, right? So you're in this position where once you come back, you got to be right on your toes, you know? And in this case, ATM is looking to pretty much replicate, like what I mentioned in the previous games, you know, where he got his hands on the Arlot. You know he's pretty flashy on it. You know he's going to be landing those final slashes on point. And this is, like I said, this is what he was doing with this first turtle. Trying trying to get those resources or those ultimates out, because really that's kind of what you have to do, especially going against this Faramis. And, you know, in terms of like itemization and everything right now, it's still relatively early. So as far as things kind of falling into place, it's mostly, yeah, you have 2 early kills on Bebex. Like, that's probably one of the biggest components here is the 2 early kills. He's going to be able to scale up really well on that. Like we saw, even the aggression early on where we saw that kind of split with ZXara pushing in for D7. So this would all set things up relatively well, I would say, for both teams if whoever can grab this turtle.
Yeah, a lot of pokes, though. We can tell so much about what could happen in that moment that we stopped from seeing that Lord or the turtle take. So a lot of things can be observed, but as we go on with the progress of the game, that's where we kind of like gonna enjoy how will they progress through second time around. Because with the laning and how composition is concerned, a lot of things can happen mid-game to late game. So we'll just leave it up on when will the moment return. So going back to our discussion on how beautiful this country is.
Yeah.
Now, what is
again? We can't really break down. You know,
well, a lot of
2
things.
minutes.
We could break down a lot of stuff, guys. But that is just completely observation and possibilities. But going back on our experience, since this is the last day and the grand finals is coming up slowly and shortly. So
wait, let me ask you this.
Oh, go ahead.
Because you know we got to see the players answer this question.
Okay.
Right, and I know I asked you something similar earlier, but exactly what is esports to you? Since we're here at IESF. And we're really focused on esports and growing, and even what you heard, the experience for the players. What's esports to you?
For me, esports is one of the things that we left undiscovered 4 years back. It was a growing opportunity for players, such as the dreams of that you're seeing right on our screens right now. The dreams of from having a childhood playing your favorite game right on to having a future with it. I think esports is just an amazing avenue on how would your way of like getting your future out by just playing games.
Yeah.
Esports is a broad in a way, but it's an avenue or an industry where people can actually have a future with.
Okay, but what did esports do for your life?
Oh.
Yeah, there's a deep one.
Really? In casting?
Yeah, so on casting.
In casting, it got me to Riyadh with you here.
That's a great answer.
Yeah. And it's one thing that we have or being grateful for. Actually, it's an honor to even be here to just do this again. The opportunity to cast for these amazing pro players, actually having a dream to even represent themselves in Romania. So having with the esports, tapping everybody professionally with the players globally, a lot of opportunities are actually showing up, not just in Saudi Arabia. It's happening all around the globe, and there's a lot of tournaments happening even just by now in different game titles.
Yeah. And that's what we're celebrating here. Later on we have more games that will be battling it out basically for their finals, and then moving forward, as we wrap up today, Dave number 4 here for MLBB, more games will be played once we get, settled up here. And then we, again, have Romania to look forward to, and I think that's I honestly don't remember how many countries. I know it's 20, probably 20 plus that will be participating in the World Championships. At least, even for MLBB, I think it's somewhere along the lines of, like here it was 8, right, just for the Asian Championships. And we know that, other parts of the regions have already secured, like they've qualified their spots. And I think I want to say it's like 16 teams.
16.
I think it's something like that. It's somewhere along those lines. So imagine like what we've seen here in with 8 teams. And multiply that by 2. Quick math.
Wow. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher.
Oh, but seriously, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's why it would be so much. I look forward to it. When we finally get to that stage in Romania for the World Championships, because I feel like we've already kind of had this treat of watching these other countries get to play and how they kind of settled in, and even talking about stuff like what is esports to them around the world, because you don't really get to know all about that. You know what I mean? Like hearing these players and them speak about what exactly or how did esports change their lives, and we obviously know what we went through.
Yeah.
But, nowadays, especially with the younger population, having the opportunity basically to go into esports is big.
Yeah. It's a great time to be alive, especially now that we are going back in the game.
It's a great time to be alive as we jump back in to game number 3 here. Real world manipulation going to be set up defensively. All right, let's catch up.
Wow.
We saw that earlier too, by the way. CCAT didn't survive last time. So he's hopefully learned his lesson. Wants to get out of here, get back to base. It's 5-1, 4.5 minutes in.
Okay, now 5 points or 5 kills. Now majority falls in the hands of Aizen and Bebex. With a great start with this Leslie, a lot of this keep on happening all over and over again. Back under the focus on ATM and Aizen. Ahead by 1 level, but this is just a showdown that keeps on happening. You cut lanes, EXP's job. Now going back in this
D7.
D7.
Gonna be in trouble here. Can't escape that. ZX Aura picking up a kill. And relatively, I gotta say, this is something that we saw before, right? D7 struggling a little bit, especially in the early game on this Natalia, being spot out and then followed up on. And that's why he tries to shine later on. Fury, though, defensively should be fine. But look at the pressure being put on here from ZX Aura.
Yeah, forced out the flicker onto Fury. That's the recall. Connecting once again from Forbid. Now with a setup here, a lot of space is being created by just the pressure of Ethan is doing. Look at that. A lot of snipers just falling in line and into place. Aizen
gonna jump in here. Already flickered in too. Got the stun. Still gonna be going for D7. Backs off though. Knows that he can't commit to the kill. So Turtle for the taking should be secured. It is by ZX. ATM with the final slash towards Ethan. Going to be in a bad position himself, but will still survive. ATM quite low as well, and they back off.
Aizen with a good pressure and a good zone out right on to Cambodia. And also the flicker out by just how they managed to put Fury out few seconds before they wanted to take that objective was just a massive move to push them back few meters ahead. Oh, this is just one way of like dealing how they wanted to start this early game strong.
That's going to be frustrating, you know, if you're the Natalia player and you're playing into a Novaria, the fact that you're trying to get into position and you just get spotted out, right, with the way that she works here. So definitely going to be a struggle for D7 like we saw previously. He's going to have to work around that. CCAT too, having a little bit of rougher time this time. He does just pick up one of his first items. ZX Aura, though, again going to be able to spot out D7. He's going to get dragged by the Stampede. Under the turret he goes. ZX Aura picking up another kill. Chama and Fury left to defend alongside CCAT here. And also the rest of the crew making their way. Stampede going to come through again. CCAT quite low, has to be careful to get the Cult Altar out. ATM will miss the final slash. He's going to flicker in, gets the stun though, finds Ethan. So at least find something out of that whole skirmish.
They might, that was a close one. That was close by just missing a few hits. ATM though.
Yeah. He might be able to escape this one, might not. As the turret goes down here, ATM still, D7 going to take a shot. Wants to just buy as much time as he can, but he's going to get willed down. Another shadow kill comes through, and ATM will survive that. Still Mongolia looking for plays. Wow,
Forbid with the Astral recalls, man.
Oh, no.
On point. Bebek secures the kill, ATM falls down.
There's just way too much to dodge here. Aizen once again, Fury going to be in trouble. ZX Aura goes in. It's an onslaught in the mid lane. And Chama just waddling away here. Has to heal up. There's too much to dodge.
Too much to dodge. Yes, that is the right sentence to even show how Cambodia needs to address that defense. Yes, Mongolia is getting a lot of kills, but one thing that we're seeing here, there's some few turrets has been destroyed against Cambodia. So they might be eyeing for a push here, entering mid-game. So what they might want to do is having or gaining control of that waves as they approach with the base of Cambodia.
Okay, so as we find ourselves, it's now 4K ahead for Mongolia. They clearly have quite the momentum in this match, game number 3. And they're going to have to continue to maintain it, push the pedal to the metal here, because Cambodia really trying to just bunch up, you know, and try to find something for their favor. But even now, you can see some of the damage is coming through from Fury, but still, can they actually fight? ATM going to final slash. Aizen just takes it completely fine. ZX Aura under the turret goes with the shadow kill. They're pressing the situation. They're in trouble. Fury will fall. CCAT to follow. It's 3 down for Cambodia. Mongolia they mean business here.
See Sara starting the right moment to press that Uji shadow kill right in the tightest placement that Cambodia has in that turret. And they're still not stopping on a concealed play. D7 might be poked here or might be pulled in, but that's just one way of like seizing the moment for Hayabusa right in to the defense of Cambodia.
Yeah, this feels like D7 just got completely disabled here. I mean, he does not have any room to maneuver around. He's not able to scout around the way you would want to on a Natalia, and it's apparent, right, that he's struggling because of into the Novari as well. That just it covers so much landscape. I mean, look at that, right? Just a couple shots here and there, and you're whittled down to the half health mark. So Chama will be able to get his purple buff, but again, the disparity here. D7 now going to be in trouble once again with the shadow kill. The ZX aura is massive, 6-0-5.
Well, look at that, level 13. Now with this no deaths running wild across the landscape of Cambodia, pushing everybody into a tight corner for even wave clears. Now Mongolia has more opportunities to take this Eve Lord to just completely push all the way through Cambodia's space.
Lord secured. Just like that, we see Mongolia prepping in. I mean, we have seen games before end on the first Lord, right? Especially around this time. When you have this kind of lead, we're talking about almost 8K gold ahead. You've got quite the massive power advantage over Cambodia here, and you're looking to push into the base at this point. Even though it's only the first Lord here, D7, if he gets spotted out, he's going to have a bad time, right? I mean, there's really nothing that he can do at this point. So that's why he's such in enemy territory. He's just trying to provide some vision, try to get an eye on things. But really, it's up to Cambodia to kind of defend into their base here. They do have great clear alongside the Deadliest Catch, alongside the real-world manipulation and the final slash. But it could just fall apart because of how far behind they are. D7 still kind of scouting around, it looks like. Might be looking for that same entry point from the backside. Final slash going to come through. They find the right target. CX aura will fall. Lord going to be taken care of too. D7 might still get the call to go. The real world manipulation going to come down. They get the cult Doltor to follow. Ethan going to be in trouble. Do they have the follow-up come through? Eisen going to jump in a massive play. Double kill with that Bravest Fighter Flicker combo. And that is tough to deal with if you're Cambodia. D7 going to find his target. Did he get the kill? Gets the flicker. Will find Forbid. Now on the run here, Chama trying to help him out with the Deadliest Catch. Not going to be enough, though, as he falls under the turret. Man, what an exchange.
This is the defense that needs to be checked from the side of Cambodia. So we're looking back on the items being present. We have the Molten Essence, we have the Brute Force Plate, we have the Dominus Ice. This is the problem now from a snowball lineup that Mongolia created from minute 1 that is now being a headache right into 13, almost 13 minutes into this game. No resources available and being swept out most of the time that Cambodia is doing. With 3 turrets left to defend, they might need to have to sacrifice one in those kinds of team fights that Mongolia keeps on doing. And man, if they can't afford to lose one in having that isolation play, I said this is the mindset they're going through. How will they make a play from this with all of the damage Mongolia has?
That's a huge question, right? It's a huge kind of obstacle ahead of them that they have to deal with because, you know, time and time again, it's multiple members from Mongolia that are making these plays. And realistically, you're just trying to buy time. That's always where we are at this point of the game. 13, to 15-minute mark. You're down thousands of gold at this point. 8K here once again. Leading into this next Lord, you're just looking for anything that you can grab, and that's why you see the focus here on these turrets, getting space around the map to work with. They got the information that they needed, which is the green light signal for Mongolia to go ahead and start the Lord here. Meanwhile, Eisen trying to help them out, keep them at bay from getting more turrets. Still, no Lord going to be committed. They might just look for a sandwich play here. They know, actually, there it is. They had the idea. They called it off. Let's go do the Lord instead.
They need to be careful with moments like this. Yes, they have the presence of having a good wave clear with the presence of with Fury, the Beatrix, and as well as D7. So if they keep on going down deep like that, they also need to be careful. But now they need to strike through.
They're so late. They were trying to get Forbid, but he's fine. line now. Shadow Kill going to be committed. ZX Aura is out of there. They did secure the Lord. He goes back. He's going to get caught. He will go down by D7. And now Ethan and Bebex here together. But it's a retreat from Cambodia. They do have to still deal with this Lord push.
Okay, now they have a way to defend this. They still have all the tools right now. Going back on the items that we're trying to check out. Yes, defense is here. We have the Hash Claw Spread. We have the Hunter Strike, also the BOD. All the penetration that the Beatrix needs, and as well as the Natalia. Blade of Heptas is well present, but Shima here still holding on to this purple, though. Will it still be worth it?
Yeah, Shama's quite tanky, right? He's got that brute force. He's got the Athena shield.
Look at the positioning of D7, though.
Yeah, D7 doing what he does best.
He's trying to wrap around.
They're going to have to deal with this Lord here as they do. Forbid going to get taken out just like that, though. CCAT, nice setup with the RWM. Now Chama going. D7 going to get spotted out.
He's
looking for Bebex, but can't find him. Has to retreat. ZX Aura now making his way to the fight. Going to insert in, looking for D7 as he finds him. Goes back in with Shadow Kill and out. And now Eisen and the rest backing off here. Still the trade between both. But still Ice set on the mid lane looking for these inhibitor turrets.
Okay, that was the vision, trying to take by D7 for his team. But the problem from that moment, Zizora was coming right off the base.
Yeah.
And he has 4 core items just even waiting to be used most of the time. That's why the OG Shadow Kill works so perfectly well. In this kind of light, they're just so soft, even to just even deflect. So with that kind of threat present, either they go in as a team or just have a way of a defense quadrant that CCAT can do, because the RWM most of the points were like state or press in a defensive way.
Yeah,
just even bounce back.
It's great defense. Like, it's a great defense. That's why Eve is so picked so many times, right? She's prioritized because it's great utility. It's great just kind of setting up in objectives, and even defensively. You know, it's amazing what you can do, even down behind as behind as they were earlier. Right now, they're slowly kind of inching back into this game the best they can here, but still, technically Mongolia can kind of controls a lot of the territory. So it's up to Cambodia to try to find these wins where they are or where they can, and that's kind of what they've been doing, right? We're also getting to a point now where D7, despite having a rather rough early game, he's doing relatively better now, right? And a lot of this is just kind of the patience game for him. Where is he going to set up from? And also, it's up to Mongolia to try to find him, right? Because if they take D7 out, that's a huge worry that they have to not worry about anymore.
Yeah, if D7 is the concern, look at that. Being pierced by the damage.
He's gone.
No, he's too
deep.
Gone.
As we said, all into this next Lord.
We were just talking about it because right now, Aizen or Zizora has the immortality present that they can just dive over and over again. Look at that. He could even zone out. They don't want Cambodia near the premises.
It's better they defend.
Yeah, and there's a push right down bottom. 2 problems being presented right for Cambodia.
Yeah, Lord secured here. Another one for Mongolia. Now they're going to go ahead and prep up, get ready for this push. This will definitely turn into turrets going down to the base of Cambodia, right? They are trying their best to hold on here. But like I said, if D7 goes down, you're already at a numbers advantage. You still have great clear, right? Deadliest Catch, RWM, you got a final slash. You could force a situation, but relatively you need to be able to defend this as much as you can. If you could get to the point where none of these turrets go down and somehow you find a pickoff before it and clear this Lord out, then great. But as we get closer to this 18-minute mark, it's going to get increasingly more difficult. So you can see that even Ethan trying to spot some things out here, but it's ultimately going to come down to this defense in the top side.
Okay. And we're going back once again for a pause. And by just looking at the siege, 18-7, Mongolia is ready to march through the base of Cambodia.
Okay.
Will they have the defense, though, that we're talking about? Because if we were going to have an item check right now into our screens right now,
ADM flashbacks.
Yeah.
The Lord is marching down the other side of the lane.
Other side of the lane is like
as we take a brief
defending, yeah. If you could just narrate further on what just might happen. Let's check on the defense. ADM has Dominance Ice, has a Thunderbelt. Shima has the Brute Force, Athena Shield, and most of them, we have the Magic and purely damage. So they can rely on 2 members. But will that be enough? I'm just catching my breath here. Will that be enough, though? using the deadly catch for a knock-up, yes, but that could be just they're just gonna wait for Team Mongolia to just make the first move.
It's more, yeah.
With that kind of burst.
Way, yeah. Like that's the thing. Like they could make the first move, but I would say that Cambodia, despite them getting prepped up for this defense, having to defend against this Lord marching into their top lane, they still actually have the capability to win this fight. And that's all on the lines of if ATM decides to go ahead and utilize the flicker, utilize the final slash, displace the team, from Mongolia, displace them, putting them in their base or something, something along the lines of that. It's all a possibility, right? And the same thing can be said for D7. If D7, we saw this, last time where he tried to come through the back end, the angle here, right? He tried to go through the back angle into the team when they were trying to defend, and unfortunately it didn't work out. He got deleted, right? So that's exactly what I was talking about, the final slash.
Wow.
Gonna find Bebex.
Good
That's
catch.
right on target from ATM. And this should be a successful defense. A Winter Truncheon popped as well from CCAT to stop that shadow kill. And there you go. That's a rather successful defense from Cambodia. Yes, they lost the top turret, but they did not end the game there.
Yeah, they still have wave clear power. All items locked in for Fury. You can handle it so well. So this is like the win that they're trying to build. Buying more time, getting more resources out, might end up getting this Lord for themselves to gain a push, because only 2 first-tier turrets has been taken inside of Mongolia. That's the top and that's the bottom. So if they want to have this problem solved, might as well take on with the push problem. Look at that, just poking through. So we're now in the late game. This is where the Navaria shines. This is where Forbid can actually keep on poking everybody out on the side of Cambodia with the perfect landing of all those Astral recalls and Astral, synergy to work you through Mongolia. They might just keep on forcing Cambodia out of the base, but the good thing is they have good wave clear, they have the discipline still, and we're coming back for a pause.
All right. All right. We can, again, this 19.5-minute mark, right? You saw, and when we got a chance to pretty much talk about this previously, right, they initiated the way we thought. ATM went in with the final slash, he got Bebex. And they automatically got that numbers advantage to work through. So at this point in the game, when you're just kind of like waiting for the next Lord to come up, do you think, let me just ask you this. Let me just ask you a
2
question.
minutes.
Let me just
for
trivia you.
Okay.
Do you go ahead and decide that it's better to stay in base because we have great defense, with the deadliest catch, with the RWM? Or are we in a position, if you're Cambodia, to go and actually contest the Lord and not give it up?
I say contest. He had a catch onto that Leslie, man. Completely getting him off guard. Imagine in a state that you have the Eve, you have control. You have control over the slow with RWM. As we say over and over again, this is a complete way of having a quicksand right into the enemy territory. And with just how the Arlot moves around the map, breaking momentum, breaking those kinds of team fights, I say they have more edge with that. I say go for it. And just live through and just climb back up in the game.
Well, we're going to find out as we jump back into the game. Again, 19.5 minutes. We still got 40 seconds or so for the Lord to come up, right? That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And as they work through this, Immortality is also coming online here for both teams to work through. Okay, they're going to spot out D7, ATM, final slash, defensively, trying to stay into the game here. He is quite tanky, but is he tanky enough?
Oh, no.
D7 going to get taken out from Forbid. And now ATM will fall too. Aizen going to flicker in, get the stun. Chama has to use the deadliest cast. Shadow kill going to come through. He does have the immortality. Not going to be enough, though, as he's focused down even further. One hit away. Winter Truncheon to buy some time, but will get taken down by Bebex. And now it's only 2, Fury and CCAT, left to defend. Mongolia left to the choice. Do we take the Lord or just march in the base? They got to clear out the mid, though.
We were just talking about that few seconds ago on how Cambodia would actually bounce back if the Lord will now be present. They were out of the base, and how Mongolia rotated was just too deadly. CCAT out, though.
Well, here it is. CCAT's already down. This is looking dire. And in that, it's Mongolia that will take the victory again and head on to the grand finals versus the Philippines.
A match that we've been waiting for. The match in the grand finals. Mongolia was pushed to the lower bracket. Now they just climb back up to meet the Philippines once again and settle this in the best of 5.
Deja vu, right? They're going back to the grand finals. Welcome back to the grand finals, Mongolia. You know,
take 2.
But no, jokes aside here, again, we appreciate everybody being patient with us, and as we get things sorted out, getting ready for the grand finals here, it's definitely going to be a great match, right? Hopefully, they all get to go through that best of 5 as smooth as possible. And the thing is you're seeing it, right? Even with some of these, you know, the breaks that are needed and whatnot. Again, Mongolia has been playing since 12. Today, well, here, again, if you guys are watching around the world, 12 in Saudi Arabia, right? So that is, yeah, it's been a while. They've been going at it for a while, so now they've got to, once again, mentally get prepared.
Perseverance. Yeah, that's our last name right there. Mongolia presenting themselves, yes, we can still make it, and we are alive, and we're ready to take it back one more time against Philippines.
Well, why not? Like I said, in that performance that they had just now, everything seemed like it all fell into place. It seems like, you know, even with everything that's gone on today, like they're still ready to go. You know, they're still playing at a high level, and hopefully they can carry that on through the grand finals because, in essence, this is, you know, one of their biggest challenges ahead of them. And, you know, as people were saying back in, even since day one, Mongolia was the dark horse, you know, here at the Asian Championships. So they've proven that, at least up to this point. They did take a game off the Philippines earlier. Yep. And, you know, who knows what will end up happening in the grand finals. I think part of it, too, you see the development as well for the team, Mongolia, in their lanes, right? Aizen, even if he doesn't get his hands on the Trizla, he's just as good on Lapu Lapu.
Name all the XP heroes you can, Isu.
Benedetta, that didn't work out very well.
But he got his hands full in 2 mastered heroes.
Yeah, he's mastered them, yeah.
Yeah. The one edge like he has, just in case he got banned in the draft. So maybe this is just purely the prowess, or even his own way of showing that I can go if either one is being taken out of me. Because going back in our replay in this rematch, yeah, that is D7 being taken out, being the first blood of Mongolia, and just keeps what happened. It was the early aggression they're trying to do in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, this, again, I'm just going to say, like, D7 did not have a good time, early game, and as the game progressed, he was really trying to make things happen, man. Like, he tried his hardest. I got to give him that. But unfortunately, you know, that's one of the downsides when you're playing into Novaria. And, you know, it's just not a fun time. And you see that. Like, even when you're trying to roam around or even you get spotted out, you're just going to get dragged, right? Dealing with pretty much the Faramis and everything else. And the other things that were on point here is just the shots, right? The shots from Forbid. He was able to find CCAT so many times, pump out a ton of damage. And I believe, too, if the breakdown of the emblems, right, he likes to play with a little more aggressive emblem set for his Novaria. And even in situations like this where you're under the tier, nearly the tier 2 turret, man, and you get dove on. Like, that is just too much to handle here for Cambodia.
Yeah. Going back 11 minutes in, we had a pause there, had to wait to secure. So that is the usage of the RWM most of the times that it can be used defensively to have a slow up against Mongolia's heroes. You have disability, you have immobilization prowess here. So D7 has been a great way of giving a lot of information out from Cambodia, and this is just one way of seeing that it is completely a threat. The Natalia being present on the draft is completely a great way to have an eye on if you have an early game start. So that's the minds of Mongolia coming from minute 1. Delay how D7 is rotating and just completely get through Cambodia's way of delaying their own momentum to bounce back in late game. This is just how we were seeing that they could actually bounce back if they take the load. This was our question. Will they contest this? Will they even have a chance against Mongolia? Yes, they would have, but they were that deep trying to get more information even for push. So Mongolia completely used it against them.
Yeah, they did. And as we take a look at the stats here, 23-8. 20 minutes, nearly 21 minutes here a very strong showing for Mongolia. And like I said, it's amazing. Props to them because they're so on point still, even after hours of these matches. Again, they had to go from against the Philippines earlier today to then Cambodia. They go 3 games in both series, nearly 4, and then they end up going to the grand finals. Who knows if they're going to end up playing 5 games against the Philippines? But even just looking at the stats, like I said, Eisen was just out of his mind on this Lapu-Lapu, able to set things up quite a bit. And that combination too, the Faramis alongside the Novaria, provides a ton for your team. And half the time, Ethan, all he has to do really is get the Stampede off, apply the focusing mark, and you got the follow-up damage to come through with it, right? Because everybody at this point was on point. Bebex and ZXR as well, having great games.
Yeah, completely. 23-8. All Lords, all Turtles present. Almost half of the damage. They'll even, well, close for the gold though. But this is just purely their own way of maximizing Novaria crossing the bridge of like, hey, you need to do your job from mid to late game. And it went in that situation, like he just completely throwing out those astral recalls, and it's gonna get a lot of headache throughout of Cambodia's way of defending or even getting out resources, but just bouncing back. So again, Mongolia and Philippines once again in the grand finals.
I think it's gonna be electric. When we have the grand finals start up, and it's between those two teams, because now I would say in terms of the Philippines, they've been watching this. They've been watching it unfold. They've already got a ton of information on Mongolia, and they're prepared for it, as we saw, in the previous series today with them. And, again, I do... the respect is there, right, between Philippines and Mongolia, because even they were surprised. And I always say, like, when we came here on day one, that's what I said. I was like, man, you're going to learn a lot about these teams playing that you necessarily, a lot of us, especially, for example, the English stream viewers, right, around the world, they don't know that much about other teams from around the world, just because not everywhere is, has an English broadcast. So it's great that we finally have that, for example, here for the Asian Championships, and how things have changed from online qualifiers, of course, to where we are now, as the game has changed as well. So even more so when we see Philippines go up against Mongolia here for the grand finals.
A lot of data now has been discovered on how Mongolia, or what is the team of Mongolia can do in most of their challenges throughout the IESF. So a lot of things that we can actually learn from it and actually be part of how are they going to be a great of a challenge for this grand finals. I'm excited, man. Electric, as you say.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Well,
final match for today. Few moments happening, and we might witness another great game.
I'm having deja vu, man.
Same. I believe I just drank the same drink all over again.
Yeah, it's a good thing, it's a good thing we had great sleep last night. We're ready to go, because I got to say, like, watching these matches too are very exciting just to cast them, because again, it's the back and forths for me. For a lot of times too, the one game, like couple games might be one-sided, but then they flip-flop, and it's the other thing around. So I don't know what's we can expect for a best of 5, just also because we've all had up to this point best of 3s,
Yeah.
And things can change, especially in a 5-game stretch.
Of course, and I miss those straight games, even a best of 7, right back in the pro scene, right? We miss those moments in a way that gives a lot of way to test these teams on what they actually made and capable for. So the title of you getting in to represent your country in IASI or even in Romania is one big deal just by winning this and also representing it from there few days from now. So exciting times ahead, Naisu. Exciting times ahead.
I don't wanna put you on the spot here, but who do you think is gonna take at least just game
wow,
one?
You're gonna do it here?
No, I'm gonna leave it up for game one. I'm not gonna say the whole thing.
Wow.
Game 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Game 1, Ghost Team.
It's
you
who?
Sure?
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
heard something. Sorry?
Yeah. Game 1. Who do you think?
Game 1.
Yeah.
You're going to do this here right now?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you too.
Okay.
Okay. Game 1 goes to Philippines.
Okay.
Okay, how about you?
Well, just to keep things, here in the right area, I'm going to say it. Game 1 goes to Mongolia.
Okay. Whoever wins this is going to get me a snack right in the buffet. Man.
All right. Well, we have to, again, I think they're settling things up, because I think we would be eventually going straight to the grand finals. Like, we have been waiting.
You just did that, right?
No, I didn't say the whole thing, man. I didn't say the whole
game 1.
series.
Just
yeah,
game 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, you know, I can't wait for it, and I know you can too. It's going to be electric. But we are going to have the walkouts here for the grand final. We can't wait. Let's go ahead and welcome out the players.
اهلا وسهلا حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان ورجعنا لكم مره اخرى معكم اخوكم وجيه واخوي وزميلي ايضا براء في التقديم. اعزائي المشاهدين ما تبقى معنا الا دقائق معدوده على انطلاقه النهائي الكبير وانطلاقه ايضا الرحله الى الوصول الى الكاس، فبنشوف مع بعض مين اللي بيكون بطلا في هذه البطوله، بطوله جيمر زيت الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الالكترونيه الاسيويه في لعبه موبايل ليجندز، وكلنا صراحه مستعدين ان نشوف العقول الإبداعية والملهمين في هذا المجال في لعبة موبايل ليجندز.
يعطيك العافية يا وجيه على الحماس والإبداع. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The finals for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But before we go on, are you ready? وجيه الجمهور العربي عندك، يلا سمعهم.
أعزائي المشاهدين جاهزين للنهائيات؟ براء كلهم جاهزين، لازم ندخل على النهائي الكبير.
بالضبط. It's the grand finals here taking place at Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. So ladies and gentlemen, happening right now for the grand finals. Let's hear it for the Philippines.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين. أعزائي المشاهدين منتخب فلبين جاهز بكامل الاستعدادات للنهائي الكبير، ولكن ما ننسى حتى فريق خصمهم مستعدين لهذا النهائي الكبير، فخلونا نتعرف عليهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the second team happening here at the grand finals. Let's hear it for Mongolia.
مباراة مصيرية تجمع منتخب فلبين ضد منغوليا، وأكيد كلهم مستعدين بكامل الاستعدادات. فأعزائي المشاهدين ما نستغني عن تصويتكم، كلنا جاهزين أخوي براء والمشاهدين والحضور أيضا جاهزين، فخلونا نتوجه للمعلقين ونبتدي فيها المباراة النهائية.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. Well, ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, it is happening now for the grand finals with Mongolia versus the Philippines. Who's gonna make it? We'll see that right away. And now we're gonna pass it on to our legendary and phenomenal casters. Take it away.
Good evening, Saudi Arabia. It's finally the grand finals of IESF. It's Philippines versus Mongolia once again. And this is the best part of the day. It's a best of 5. You're back at the caster's desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu to give you the action of the grand finals. Amazing things happening today with just a few moments from the rematch now. This is the real deal. This is how they wanted to climb the grand finals. Mongolia now back in the game, and they want to have this revenge back in the Philippines.
They did it, right? They went from that first series of the day, and mind you, they did take a win off the Philippines, a game off the Philippines, the first one, a first team to be able to do that. So I feel like, again, they kind of went through the ringer, right, to find themselves in the grand finals here. It's been a minute, but we're here now, right? And then we have a best of 5 ahead of us. And if there's any, I feel like a hint on today, we could possibly see 5 games here, OSX.
Ooh, spicy, Mr. Jay-Z. Because this is what the game and the hype was building for from 12 p.m. today, we've seen teams now wait and actually battle their way throughout their match from the semifinals, going down to the lower bracket, and now the grand finals. This will be a complete test on how they want this draft could be. Now, we've talked about similarities that could actually come up from Mongolia and the Philippines. Comfort picks might be tested, might be contested. This is one you've seen like perseverance test, yeah, and the hero pool test might be, again, be on the table. Let's check out the roster of Team Philippines, Team C-Ball, right on to our screens. We have Cannon, Saison, Archangel, Unigo, and Recutiano for the lineup of Philippines. Same thing, going in for this grand finals.
Same thing, you know, and I guess if you're Mongolia, the biggest thing you want to take care of is Recutiano, right? You don't want him to just split push, man. That is, yes, that is something that you have to watch out for.
And mind you guys, two teams who went down in the lower bracket was split pushed.
Yeah.
Okay?
They were.
Split pushed by Philippines, Mongolia, and Cambodia. Will they be able to learn the lesson this time around in the grand finals? Because this is the strong lineup of Philippines. Also, we actually had to witness also a great debut from Havas. From the few days that we've witnessed in this tournament, Team C-Ball once again in their own winning and championship lineup right there.
Yeah, shout out to Voss, man. He was integral to their success as well on the way to the grand finals, you know. And it's always nice that you have that option, right? That honestly, the game plan, the play style doesn't change too much. Like if you swap a player out here and there, it's still the same Philippines, you know, for the most part. It might bring a little bit of dynamic in terms of hero pool and whatnot, but essentially the game plan is the same, and they execute it just on point, right? So the same, like I said, for, you know, as we get ready to look at the roster here for Mongolia, the thing about that team is like, you, again, not knowing too much about this team over the course of, or leading into this, right, the Asian Championships, you find out too that they do a lot of their own drafting and then set up there, and they're able to execute their game plan well, if not just as well as some of the strongest teams around the world. You know, that's already speaking volumes for this team from Mongolia, and I think that's why, again, even talking to the Philippine team earlier on, they respect them. So, and for Mongolian's roster, you know, and we're going to get a look here in just a second. You know, we just saw them, right? We're very, I feel like at this point, we're very familiar with them, you know, and everybody watching from around the world. Again, some parts of the world, it's pretty late, man, you know, and they're here to support and watch the teams. And the thing is Mongolia alone has, I feel like, garnered a lot of respect around the world.
Of course, and by just being, again, could be a wild card or a dark horse. It's day number one.
If they're a dark horse here, they're going to be a dark horse in Romania. I feel like, you know, so watch out for them. Let's take a look at the roster.
Hot bars there, Mr. Nice.
We are. Let's look at the roster here for Mongolia. Going to be familiar names, ladies and gentlemen. ZX Aura, Bebex, Ethan, Forbid, and Eisen.
Coming in fresh from the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Few.
As fresh as can be.
Yeah, fresh as can be, freshly squeezed, as we might see or say. Few seconds ago, yeah, they beat Cambodia. Now they're back in with their own lineup. And for the test of their own comfort picks, we might head in and see it for the draft ourselves on how will this adjustment go.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, like when you finally get to watch them play, again, when they were playing the games, you know, through day one, day two, and they weren't necessarily on here, the English live stream and whatnot, a lot of people were even messaging, you know, like, what's up with the Mongolia team? Like, how are they looking and stuff? And now you have this great picture because we've seen them go through the reps, you know what I mean? Like, you're very familiar with them.
It's a mystery team, right?
They were, yeah. I mean, in essence, for the majority of people, they were kind of a mystery. And now I feel like, you know, some of their names are kind of being cemented here. And I'm sure some of their fans around the world are excited for them to be at this point. Again, you're up against Team Philippines, who has a massive history behind them themselves. And you were the first team to take a game from them. You know, can you replicate what you did in that game number 2, earlier on today? So, you know, those are questions to be asked here as we jump into the draft for game number 1. Philippines on the blue. We got Mongolia on the red for game 1.
Good respect there. Right on the bat.
Right away, man.
Terizla, Ling.
Watch the. What about Lapu Lapu?
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started with the XP lane, bro. You have Uranus, you have Lapu Lapu. Well, not the glue. Erase that
You're
one.
not sold on the glue.
No,
I'm
not sold on the glue right now. Uranus, you have the Arlet, but now trimming down the strengths of Mongolia we have the Eve. Well, it gave so much space. Again, the quadrant, either the quadrant of death or the quadrant of safety. The QOD or QOS.
QOS.
Yeah.
Quadrant of safety.
Yeah, because of the square, right?
Why are we doing geometry, man?
Because again,
Why is this algebra?
real world manipulation?
Oh, that's true. Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? Since that's taken out, we already kind of have to assume that Novar. Never mind. There it is.
No.
As soon as I start no, she's gone. Banned out. Good though. It's a good thing because we have a different mid lane.
We were discussing it in the short minute break that this is the match that both of the hero pool of these teams can really be tested. Or where are they strong at? Novaria, in a way, just take it out. What more could this be a possibility for this one for Mongolia to take out against Philippines?
Fanny, please. It has to be. If it's not,
Lancelot.
bad news. It has to be a Fanny.
Again, Angela.
Wait, Angela ban or first pick? Because I don't know, right?
A lot of things can be prioritized to the side of the Philippines right now. Fanny is
There
a
it
good way.
is.
Yes,
Safest.
yeah, you have it.
Safe.
Safest way of respecting the comfort picks of Saison, and now opening up the choices. Either they go for the assassin.
Yeah.
Right ahead.
It's either that or again you could go that, but please, this is not an Angela first pick.
We're hoping for that, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you hoping for it?
We are kind of at a 50-50. It depends, man. It's testing out a lot of stuff right here.
Mongolia was the one that actually had the answer to the Angela, though.
Completely. Yeah.
Yeah, they shut it down.
So either they respect the fact on what their game went previously. You have 9 seconds now to have this the priority pick on Philippines. So this opens up. Okay, good choice though.
Safe.
Fred, a safest one.
Safe.
To go, yeah.
Okay.
But still, then this could either be a flex on how the Philippines went through from day 1 to 3.
Yeah, you can't count them out. You know, the fact that at the time it was few,
Yeah.
right?
Counting out the unique heroes picked.
Yeah, and he decided to go ahead and throw it in the mid lane. Ooh. And it was interesting. And the thing is, even if you take it out of the mid lane, it's like you still have that flex option, XP or obviously jungle. Yeah. I think even roam. Like that, I feel like at one point people were ready to put Fredrin in any role.
Yes.
At one point, maybe not maybe not gold marksman.
Just in case how the second phase goes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Fredrin, but right off this first match of the grand finals, they
Good
get
response.
out Diggy. Good response though. It's been banned out in most of our games. You have the Faramis for that sustain. Well, yes, that's 2 members you need to worry about inside of Mongolia. Now they might answer with a good lethal burst that they have been doing.
This might be Claude if they want to go that route. Recordano again. I don't know how many times he's played Claude up to this point. It's been multiple, and he's also just kind of won games that way too. So it would also be a great answer to the Cult Altar. You kind of deal with that. And most of this too, you're going to kind of want some burst because you really want to go and focus on getting that time journey out as quick as possible.
Force
if you can.
something out, yeah.
Force it out, right? And really you could do that in kind of multiple ways. Lapu Lapu is going to be secured. Good choice. There's the Claude, right? We've learned, like I said, OSX, by day 4, we're here. Like, we know the meta.
Yeah.
At least for IESF.
You're counting out your stats, bro. That's your pivot. With this Claude, Recordano, and as well as Cannon back in the Lapu Lapu. So this is one XP lane heroes that is a team of Philippines is comfortable with. Now with Mongolia here, will they secure their own marksman as well? With this kind of way that they actually might be a steal though. If they might secure their own tank for this.
I'm wondering too if you want to lock
it's
in.
Still the flexibility.
There
Oh
it
no,
is.
the Arlet.
I was gonna say you want to lock in your XP lane because the matchup's already gonna be there too, right? And Philippines took the Lapu Lapu because they've seen what Aizen can do, and they respect it. Like this is respect. And the fact that again you lock in the Claude, this is just one of those options that's like, well, no one's done anything against our Claude yet for Recordano, right?
Clean
Yeah.
stats right onto the Claude. So with this, since there's no tank, as we've been talking about earlier, there's no way if they want that Franco out, either hooking out of Diggy or even Arlott being trapped in that, again, ultimate by a Franco. So also considering the fact that the Leslie was a big of a threat from the lower bracket, taken out on the second phase of the banning.
I'm wondering if they still focus on the roam here. Last bans here for Mongolia. And even if they go for another gold lane option from Philippines, this could also make room for something surprising for us, right? In terms of gold lane options for Mongolia. But right now, yeah, with taking out the Leslie, that's fine. You don't really want to deal with that kind of scaling, that burst damage. And, for Philippines, they've got to be able to secure themselves a solid roam option. Because, yeah, you're going to have to work around, like I said, this Diggy pick. And Grok is also a pick that has popped up multiple times up to this point, has performed relatively well. And so that's a good ban.
With Unigo, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to find the backline. So respecting a lot of things right into Philippines. So you have the roams, you have the jungle, you have the XP. So a big of a factor now that they just want to trim down the power specs of Team of Philippines can do. So last ban here, they still don't have a marksman yet for the side of Mongolia. Either they go the traditional way as you've mentioned, or they either go the route of just by using the Beatrix, or will just Philippines just let it go.
Yeah, again, you still have quite a bit to kind of go through from here. And, as you get a glimpse here of Mongolia, again, it's just massive respect to them. The fact that they do their own drafting, they've got the notebook there. And if I remember right, that is, I believe it's Ethan, right? That's Ethan doing it. And the thing about that is a lot of the teams that you see kind of do their own drafting, or let's say they don't have a coach or an analyst with them, they're not, I feel like they don't do things as cleanly as we've seen from Mongolia. At least off the top of my head. And that's something to be said is, again, how impressive they are as a team and how they've made it up to this grand finals here. So I'm wondering how that'll change as they go to Romania too. But they do pick up the Beatrix, something that you can expect. This is comfort, right? And you kind of talked about this extensively, OSX, that comfort might be the answer for this team, for Mongolia, because that's kind of what we've seen them be where they were most successful in a lot of their matches up to this point.
Okay. Now, they forced out Bebex to use his Beatrix by banning out the Brody. Now, this is the way of Philippines going back to their own comfort. What is the tank here? What is going to be the front line since they've taken out 2 out of Unigo, the Franco? This might be, well, Atlas is so impossible to move around as Diggy right now.
Yeah, you necessarily,
but no.
I mean, you wouldn't want
Here we
to,
go.
Yeah.
Back again. One more time.
There it is.
You have the Joy, a great way to dodge all the things happening that Arl can do, and pair it up with a global way of using that heal right on the do. That is the Florin going
I
back.
was waiting for this to come up again.
Philippines.
Yeah, because we already heard we already heard the sentiments towards it. Especially when we had the interview with Coach Ducky. I think was that day one or so, and they were talking about Florin and how they want to kind of redeem this hero as a whole. Well, there it is. Right now, you get the option here, and we've got ZX Aura once again on the Akai. So I feel like my biggest thing here, knowing how this has been played beforehand, is ZX Aura has to be able to be aggressive on the Akai the way you see him, for example, on the Hayabusa. Right now, it is great that you have heavy spin as a defensive option and everything like that, but looking for the lockdowns when they can around these objectives is going to be crucial. Of course, you have Final Slash as well, but technically, you don't have a ton of, let's say, burst damage, right? You've got Diggy, you've got the alarm bots, you can kind of whittle them down a little bit if you're able to land them, or at least, put them where you want to, and you have a Faramis. But over time, you're really putting a lot of stock in Bebex here to pop off as he has before in the past with Beatrix. So those things kind of need to fall into place with this lineup from Mongolia.
Let's see how they go, though. Execution will still be tested. It's game number 1. It's the first game of our best of 5, and it is the grand finals. Philippines versus Mongolia. Now with this, a lot of adjustments that we're seeing by Cesora and also Saison. So looking back here on the emblems, we've seen a lot earlier of agility. Now this is a different route for them as well.
Yeah, even looking at the emblems in specifically, right? Even with the art lot, like with Aizen, it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. We have seen them go full fighter, right, with the Brave Smite into the Festival of Blood and then Firmness, but this time he's got a little mix there, also the cooldown reduction, and on the even for Saison, right, having that attack speed is going to help him, depending on his build as well throughout the game. But that's what I'm saying, like the fact that you have a couple tenacities too still has to be something you have to cover your bases with if you're Mongolia. So that's why the emblems, you know, they alter a lot of the game here.
Yeah, since there's a region factor of Mongolia right now, you have the Fairness, you have the Digi to Recall. The addition of the Tier 1 Firmness emblem gives extra physical and magic defense. So in a way, once they get in with a skirmish or even a takedown, that's one way to add extra attributes in those kinds of setups, right?
Yeah. Completely
Having a safe way passage. Look at the pokes from Saison receiving by Mongolia. Now spreading it out. Like they might force out something here, but still maintaining all the discipline.
Okay, good job. And as you kind of go through the early game here, that's the best thing you can do. Avoid the first blood as much as possible leading into the turtle. And then you have to kind of go through there, right? So at this point, now for the Philippines, you want to be able to get in the position as they do. And it actually kind of just looks like that, right? Like Mongolia just wants to give that up as they focus down Unigo here.
Okay, getting the first equipment onto the movement. Now he has the cooldown reduction magic shoes. Now on an off-cam kill there. Saison has secured the objective. And also a kill. Look at that. Heavy spin from Cesara. Now Cannon might eye on two members there. Dropping them. That's the region coming through. Cannon might be in trouble. That's the pull. And now taking the kill, Mongolia secures their first point.
Okay, 1 for 1. Turtle going to be secured for Philippines here. So off to a decent start, but still relatively nothing in terms of gold lead for the most part. Bebex has to flicker out.
Okay, with exchange of an ultimate. Half HP on to Recotiano. Now Ethan being present most in and of the lanes is just aiding way that you were thinking about heading into this game. How and when will Bebex will pop off? So that's in the back of the heads of the players right now of Mongolia to get in with the discipline, how to maintain the items flowing through Bebex.
Yeah, it's time, right? Like that's really what it is, and that's why you see a lot of pressure too on just parts of the map. Archangel though.
Okay, Archangel might be in trouble here, being forced to use the beats. Now Cesara has used the heavy spin.
Get the
that
times
could
out.
be the reason. Now the time's journey has been used. Now Saison is eyeing to take on Forbid. Saison and Cannon's here for the combo, and the damage will pull through. Archangel secures the kill.
Little things like this is what matters, right? Even though it's an early game, oh, hold on. They're not going to make a play up here, are they? Unigo getting a position, Saison there as well. They shouldn't be able to. I mean, relatively they shouldn't be able to here. They're just covering Bebex because that was your question, you know? Like how much time or at what point in the game do Mongolia shine? Well, for the most part, Aizen can be flashy. He's more of that setter later on for the most part too. Bebex though is the damage guy, right? And that's kind of what happens with a lot of Beatrixes here. But they need obviously time. At least I would say with Beatrix, like 2 items. 2 items will at least put you in a position where you're actually doing some damage here. But now the fight for this next turtle breaks out.
Forced a flicker out to Ethan. Now Cannon has a way of zoning out members. 3 members now might be pinned down. Heavy spin. Might pin down Archangel now with the use of regen and even Vengeance. Now that will be the safe passage back to the turtle. Now who will secure this objective is going to be Saison. Team Philippines gets the objective. Now 1 more member might be pinned down here. Cesara escapes the wrath. Now Cannon receives the shot from Bebex. Now still Philippines winning that back and forth. Now it's still not stopping. Aizen trying to get to the back lines. Low on mana. Now Cannon eyes on Ethan. Will the time's journey on reverse time be an effective way of regenning out of Philippines now? Cannon trying to eye on
Still
Forbid.
going.
Appraiser's Wrath connecting. Saison would want to secure the kill, but it was too far of a step and damage.
How many times was there like an engage and a disengage and then a re-engage back and forth? again, this is something kind of you expect, right? It's Florin basically versus the Diggy and also the Faramis. Like, you have Cult Altar, you have Time's Journey versus the Blooms, pretty much. And that's kind of what happens here. Neither team really has that much damage just yet. It's too early on, right? But right now, Philippines building a little bit of lead because of the fact that they were able to secure themselves the 2 turtles, and of course, continuing putting pressure around the map. It's just a 1K gold lead, nothing too major. So Mongolia still hanging in there. Again, when it comes to the keys to victory against something like the Philippines, this team is keeping it together in the early game, not letting things kind of slip out of your hands early on. So if they can find it, great.
Now, speaking of finding, Ethan has been spotted down by Archangel and Saison. Yes, securing the kill. Ethan goes down. Archangel takes the score.
Heavy spin.
Now heavy spin, pinning down 2. Will they be able to evade this once again? Forbidden Aizen. Oh, final slash onto the turret of Mongolia, safely evading that devastating burst. Philippines still managing to go out of the wrath, but meanwhile, Bebex up top, Riccardiano using that blazing duet, evades with a BMI, still safe.
That's what I mean, right? Like, you lack the firepower. You had a great final slash into the turret. I mean, there was even an attempt with the heavy spin, but still, even when that happened, like, you don't have much damage, you know, and that's kind of what happens also when you put a Faramis in the mid lane position there. Yeah, you've got 2 Impure Rages you're running with, and you can kind of whittle people down, but you don't have the burst, that follow-up just yet. So now the fight for the turtle here.
Good positioning. Philippines has a good way of taking this. Who secures it? Cesara!
Wow.
Stealing with
Smooth.
a complete calculation of retribution.
Well, that was smooth, right? A great final slash
Butter.
again.
Cannon using the bravest fighter now. Reverse time. Still an annoying way to remove himself out of the possible threat. Oh, heavy spin. He's being brought down right in the Wrath of Force.
What?
Escape still sustaining. How is he alive? Philippines still managed to secure a safe passage back with a recall. Cannon still safe.
Florin stock going up. Oh no, Unigo in trouble.
Oh no. Reverse time.
Still
One
alive.
more HP bar left. Still surviving, still staying alive. Vengeance, Ultra Catiano. BMI out. Archangel buys more time to zone out members of Mongolia. Cesara bounces and dodges out of that wall. Now continuing this fight for Forbid. Might be in trouble. Pace's wrath now being committed. Aizen going low on mana. Now being taunted out. Unigo trying to aid on Archangel. And just keeps on going. Vengeance to final slash. Not even the trade, just continuing pokes. Look at the sustain happening right now in these 2 teams right in the mid.
This is some of the longest team fights we've seen this early on, or just in general, right? I mean, the constant back and forth is insane at this point, and this might be the answer, like I said, against the sustained lineup. Okay, Ethan, just quickly gonna get taken out there.
Okay, being in those state of positions, that is the macro prowess that we're going back again as the identity
Bebex.
of the Philippines. Bebex flickers out, being taunted at Pracer's Wrath. Damage will be enough to take him down. Saison secures the kill. Now heading in for the push. There's still more turrets left to be taken down against Mongolia, but on the other side, you're just cutting through the lanes.
I'm just gonna say it again, right? I've been saying this up to this point. Get a look at the items there. But this is always that 8-minute mark leading into the first Lord, where the Philippines finds a lockdown and turns things around. Archangel
still alive.
Wow.
He's still alive. Forced out of Vengeance, used the beats. Archangel with a safe way of going back to base.
Angel.
And completely safeguarded by an angel. Joy back to the base, and with just as that, Philippines secures the Lord.
As I was saying, impressively, right? This is what the Philippines is known for. They will turn things around and in a matter of minutes have garnered themselves a 4K gold lead here going into the 10th minute of the game, right? Look at the lockdown. Archangel survives this like a madman. Pops the Vengeance, bobs and weaves in, has the beats going, and just walks away.
That was almost 3 ultimates committed. Okay, Cesara now being hunted down by Cannon. Ethan might be here to reinforce. Meanwhile, down bottom, Riccardiano going busy, pushing down. Might be another turret to be taken down inside of Mongolia. Defenders being shorted down. Kind of check it back on the map. Where is Philippines heading right now? Going on with the push from top to bottom.
Right now they got to make work of this Lord. It should be taken care of rather quickly. But you can see it, right? Even Saison just patiently waiting here to cut them off if he can. Xiaoxora has the job to clear the Lord as he does, but they're going to lose the tier 2 here now next. Mongolia suffering for space now as that gold gap gets even further. Still, they go in.
Oh, heavy spin now has been committed. He's trying to pin down one now, using it to go back to base for safety. Aizen trying to use the final slash, but look at that. A Praises Rod connected, but the region coming in through from Philippines now could be a threat from Mongolia. Bebex takes down one, that's Saison. Now Philippines will back away with that kind of position. They have been trapped right into the vengeance and the threat of Aizen's final slash.
Yeah, I think, again, they don't have any ultimates available right now. Well, Aizen now has the final slash, but relatively good, right? They were at least able to get a kill in Saison as he went down into the base, but that was only the first Lord, right? So you really want to be, if you're Mongolia here, you really want to get to a point where you can actually hold your own against these team fights, right? And that's what you see them doing. Even looking at the damage leaderboard, they're there somewhat, and now it looks like they want to go in the mid lane.
Oh, Aizen. There's BMI connecting onto you, plus the Blazing Duet. Will he survive?
Cannon.
Oh, a Slither now survives, but Cannon secures the kill. Zora using the heavy spin to back away. Hurricane will be the one to aid him back to dodge in face of that wall. Now on defensive, the Mongolia, Philippines on the lead. 5K running and counting through. 45 seconds for the Lord to show up.
Cannon's so flashy, man. You know, that's what you kind of expect with Lapu Lapu.
It's been flash ever since.
It's literally, it's either, it doesn't matter if it's Cannon or Aizen. They'll both do those things like that. You know, it always looks great here. So still, again, trying to find space in their own jungle. Mongolia has to kind of work around this because in 20 seconds that Lord's going to be up here and they've got to decide, do we actually want to contest it? Do we want to leave it be?
Look
they
at the
are
damage.
getting whittled down. Wow.
Ooh.
ZX Aura just taking shots from WEC23 here.
Look at that peel, almost three-fourths of the
Crazy.
HP bar dropped down right onto Zizara. Now they're on to the way of like cleaning up, getting or gathering out resources available. Now this will be the question. Will they contest this though? Will the defense be enough? Because two flickers are still cooling down from Ethan and Aizen if they want to break out a play. And it's melting really quick here. Philippines taking out the
they're too
Lord.
late, they're too
Zora
late.
using the heavy spin.
Unless
Will
he
he be
gets
able
it.
to steal this? Who's going to steal this? Will it be the Philippines or will it be Mongolia? It's going to be Saison securing the objective. Now Ethan might be trapped in the Brave Spider, connects, stunning him out. Unable for him to even go through that wall. Now winning that objective, it's Philippines against Mongolia, pushing them back for a defense right in their base.
That's tough because the idea there probably was more so for ZX Aura to just try to get it, right? Like he probably didn't want too much commitment from the team. Let me just try to get in there and see if I can go ahead and retreat away. And unfortunately, that didn't happen, and Ethan was part of collateral damage, right? So now here you are, Lord going down the bottom side, and you're up to defend. Clear-wise, they still have good clear, right? They still have decent defense, but at the expense of what? And how they deal with this Lord is up to them here as it crashes into the tower. They should make quick work of it, but they're going to lose their tower here. Saison jumps in, though.
That's the push from the Lord. Now HP bars dropping down. They might eye to take on the last turrets from top to mid from Mongolia, but still they're waiting for their waves to push through here. Look at the final slash being used against Saison here, still sustaining that spam right out of Aizen. Look at that cannon just dropping down, trying to set up the pace for Team Philippines. Archangel as well might do with the beast here, but the turret's being now melted down.
One hit
by the minions. Now Unique has and Tikiras, possible way of sustaining the damage of Beatrix right now. Bebex right on point. Zara being stunned, might be pulled in by Team Philippines. Now back in the game. Saison still not letting Aizen go. This is XP lane that was being slashed through right into the base. Now regenning right the way through the... Oh! Bebex is finally the kill down, and now Cannon trying to hold on for the defense of Team Philippines. Now going back, there's not enough minions to push through here. Pushing them and peeling them back off. Mongolia still defending.
Still defending. 14 minutes in, able to defend once again. That's two Lords now that they've dealt with. Now they've lost all their turrets, but they're still fighting them, you know, and that's something you're seeing. But again, one thing you constantly have to worry about is that Requitiano, right? This is what he's done in the previous games when he hasn't, even if he hasn't won from the split push or whatever, he builds time up he builds his items up in time to the point where then it just transitions to now he's the problem, right? And he can kind of whittle people down. You look at the items that he's got already. He's pretty much locked in. You know, he's got DHS, he's got the Corrosive Scythe, Golden Staff. He even has Malefic Roar and the Wind of Nature to help him out here. So he's full on ready to go.
Stats.
And it's tough to deal with if you're Mongolia because the whole time you really haven't had to worry about him too much. But, you know, now he's a huge threat in two kind of angles. It's either he's blazing duet into your team and he has massive damage, or he's pushing and putting pressure on a side lane, right? So now, as Lord comes up in about 5 seconds here, they're going to go ahead and take the resources from Mongolia. There's already, like I said, a massive gold lead here for Philippines. So Mongolia might just be better off not even fighting, you know? Find what we can. That's what you see them doing in the top lane.
Yeah, pushing through. Meanwhile, Philippines has the edge and taking this Lord. Archangel using the beast out in the middle
Bebek's
of
in
4.
trouble.
Bebek's going to be in trouble now. On to safety. Here comes the reinforcement of Mongolia. Now Ethan falls down in the hands of Archangel. Slowly but surely targeting the members of Mongolia. Slowly being popped out. Oh, Immortality has been used by Cesara. Ultimate will not connect to Philippines. Arrecadiano secures the kill. The waves are coming in top, middle, and bottom. Now this will be a tight defense for Mongolia to have against Philippines.
Okay, right now, still down all these turrets in their base, 2 members as well. It's up to these 3. Can they hold it together against the full force of Philippines as they don't even wait for the Lord?
Archangel, half HP. Bebek still trying to clear the waves now onto the base. Philippines knocking through. Will the final slash be the answer of Mongolia to defend? No, it won't. Game number 1 goes to Philippines.
Good game. Game 1 there. You were right earlier. Yeah, you know, I asked you. And a strong showing, too. You can see how happy they're feeling confident. Cannon there. Of course, the fans there from the Philippines as well. Shout out to them. They're enjoying the match, of course, because, hey, man, the Philippines is deadly. They are, I'm always going to say this. I'm always going to say that for some reason there's just a switch at like the 8-minute and 30-second mark for the Philippines. And a lot of the teams over there do this, right? Like there is just a moment in time when they're like, all right, let's find something, and whether that's a kill, whether that's multiple, and then turn things in our favor hard, like just right now, and we get the Lord and we march in. And that's kind of the case of this. You do have to say that Mongolia did relatively well in the early game, like I was mentioning. You know, they were able to keep things relatively even for the most part, but always it's always trying to get over that like 8.5-minute hump, basically.
There's like an activation switch on how Philippines would respond. Again, they're up against a Diggy. In most cases, going back in their history in the Pro League, majority of their way of doing the draft is banning out a Diggy.
Yeah, they didn't like it.
But now they come prepared to face this. And they were expecting the fact that, oh, it might show up, because at most of our days in IESF, Diggy was just completely banned.
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. We're not sure about the non-stream games, but this is just looking at the fact that this is one of the weak points being treated as a way of having a formula. Philippines, again, going up against Diggy, completely a way of controlling the game from mid to late. So that is just one thing of securing that. That's at the activation switch that you're talking about.
Yeah, I kind of liked the composition, you know, from Mongolia. Like, I liked the Diggy and how you had the Times Journey, and I liked that you had Faramis with a Cult Elder there. It really led to these, like, really long early fights, you know, and as we take a look here at the replay, you'll see what I mean. I liked that they had that because it allowed you to have, I feel like, a better chance against the sustain from the Florin that you were dealing with, and this possibly could have been a great answer. The problem with this, a lot of the times, even when they found these CC openings and setups here, again, you just don't have enough damage, you know? Like, Beatrix is not going to be there this early on. And for the most part, your Beatrix, your gold laner, is going to just farm and farm and farm. And so how do you win these team fights? You know, how do you, even if you can get just one kill, if you will. For the most part, Faramis isn't that. You know, unless earlier where we saw you get that early kill, like double kill, you build in. Your emblems is also built in for that in your build as well. But it just didn't happen here, you know, and that was kind of one of the weak points of the composition that Mongolia had. Again, they covered the bases really well in terms of like trying to survive some of the sustain, some of that CC, but it was just, you know, the damage just wasn't there soon enough.
Yeah, And most of the part that we were expecting on how Cannon would actually go into the back lines, it was also Archangel commending, or again, having a complete way of having a great synergy and breaking the back line of Mongolia. The threat of the Arlet was mostly present at times that they might need to have a reinforcement. So with this kind of threat of what they're doing is, most of the part they're on the defense, it always has an opening. They always see the opening. Back in the replay here, it's just completely their way of managing what was, well, experience and getting their first loss against Mongolia early on in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I think here, so you're going to have to expect them to somehow, how do they fix this, right? Because now that we've seen that, and of course we're going to see the stats here too in a little bit, but you already kind of got to forward think this, because if the Philippines takes game 2, like just how they perform in game when they're momentum based, it's the same thing when it's series, like series to series, right? If they're able to get that 2-0 already and get into a match point situation, they're most likely the high chance of them, you know, capping that out. So let's look at the scoreboard here, the end game stats for this one. Again, we break it down because Mongolia, for the most part, I know it says 11-3, it was 16.5 minutes, but relatively well early game. They held it together, and I gotta say, good job for that. But how do you solve it going into the next game? Because just looking at this, right, across the board, man, it was tough to deal with. Whether you were dealing with Cannon jumping around, finding the stuns or the kills with the bravest fighter here, or even being whittled down with Archangel on the Joy, right? A hero who a lot of times slips through the cracks and goes through. It's either not picked or it's not banned, but it actually relatively provides a lot here for the team. And then, of course, you have Florin, right? There hasn't been an answer yet, to 100% wise anyway, to deal with the Florin. So something definitely that has to be worked and kind of calibrated here. It would also just look a lot better for Mongolia to have more of a, I guess, more damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, and to think that Flora now works so well with Team Philippines,
It's crazy.
Completely a better version of like an Angela.
It's called growth.
Yeah, being with you, the growth. Yeah,
Yeah, personal
you got
growth.
it. Yeah, personal growth, right into the Joy, and also the
No,
Flora.
it's not just, I was just saying the Florin, you know, like that's there, but you know, I don't know if we actually again see the Angela, but this is the scary thing, and I talked about this before when the Florin popped up here, OSX, back in like day 1 was, you know, now this leaves the kind of question or in the open air is these sustained heroes, and we've already seen it now. Like the only one we haven't seen, and I mentioned this before, is Healing for Everyone. You know, Rafaela. Yeah. So like,
You're expecting it to show? Well, it's possible though. You're countering a healing hero right off the bat of the Philippines. So
yeah.
Did he use the Estes earlier in the semifinals?
Yeah, as has Florin Angela now.
Estes, Flora, and Angela. Okay.
And
One more.
What
if they go that route?
Yeah, like technically sustain wise, like who else is on the who else is there? There's Rafaela. Unless I'm missing someone. Does Minotaur count? Like he's
he's just raging.
He kind of heals.
Yeah, kind of heals in a way. He has his own fury.
Yeah. Well, no, like that's the thing is like I feel like we have seen, and Mongolia was the one that dealt with the Angela, but that is like if there was this list of these healing heroes, like how do you deal with them? I don't know if the answer is always the same, right? Because obviously you have your items like your Dominance Eyes, you know, you have your blades, you have everything like that, you have your necklace of Durance and whatnot, right? And you even have heroes that have like built-in passives for that. But is it enough? You know, I don't think one of these teams is going to roll out a Baksha anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like
sustain total.
Although we did throw it
jungle.
back. We did throw it back.
We did see a bit of throwback few days in the IESF, so I'm not counting out the possibility that
there's only one team that plays Baksha. There's only a couple teams or a couple players that like to play Baksha. Right?
But who knows? Who knows? Well, let's just keep it on the table, Nisu. Let's just keep it on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, nothing's out of the realm of possibility, basically, is what we're trying to say here as we get prepped up again for game number 2. The thing is that we can brainstorm because really if you're looking at Team Philippines, they do things for the most part just right? I mean, there's not many mistakes that they make. And I feel like if you really want to get down to like the details here, the minute level, it's when they have to deal with, like, they're in an uncomfortable position where the momentum is way out of their favor in the early game. This is, again, what made them lose against Mongolia back in, I was going to say yesterday. It feels like yesterday. It was like earlier today.
It was few
it was earlier
minutes.
today.
Yeah,
it was earlier today, right? Where they played them in the first series and they lost that game, and it was the answer from Mongolia where they kind of figured it out. And I feel like, at the time, you're kind of wondering how do you defeat the Philippines. I feel like that's one of the biggest things that's asked around the world is how do you beat the Philippines? And part of that is just early game control, if not just keeping it, even, which teams have been able to do, and then controlling it to the point where like you don't get just swept away in the mid game.
Well, maybe that is the new problem of Mongolia that might be answered. Because if we are going through your check boxes again,
Yeah.
Mr. Rezabek, Naisu, because one thing that we might see here is if you're saying that the Philippines now has its own activation switch, and that could be the mid to late game, I say they need to have a way to counter the fact that they don't need to have this kind of gap or window that if one member loses its way throughout the mid game from Mongolia, that's where the team Philippines capitalizes on. That you need to secure your gap in a way if you want to survive the late game, because that has been the strength of Team Seaball Philippines has been going throughout the matches, and you need to respect that in a way. So again, this is a test of how your hero pool is going, how's your perseverance going, how is your mental state going throughout of this setups that might happen. So going to the draft in game number 2, Philippines now is on
the red side. Yeah, we got them on the red, and then we have, of course, Mongolia on the blue. I like it. They go ahead and just take out the Angela. Interesting first ban, right? That's something that you would expect right off the bat.
So Angela, we might see the same thing. The respect onto the Ling and the Fanny, and
unless this is like we want Novaria in some form or another.
It's up to Mongolia if they want to give up the fact that the presence of the Fanny might exist in this game. Yes, they might take the Novaria, but are they prepared to handle most problems of what the Fanny can do? But no, you don't take the Novaria.
Yeah, you
just
don't.
Stick it down.
It's banned out, which is fine. Like that's what I'm saying. If you don't take it, you kind of go this banning route because you really want to deal with something in terms of like grabbing one of your comfort picks. Again, we're talking about whether that's the Charisma, whether that is the Hayabusa, right? Where we see ZX Aura being a lot more proactive on that pick. Same thing. Ethan might even want to just go and play the Estes, for example. You know what I mean? Like,
it was
what
working. Yeah, the Ube,
Eve, like a lot of these options here, and that's why I think they just went with the Angela first ban, not only to not cover with it or deal with it, but also so that they get what they want from this draft.
Okay, speaking of getting what they want, so still the same thing, respecting out Saison's pool. You have the Fanny, so with the Philippines now, they might ban out the Charizla as well. How it happened in game number 1, in their own way of like dealing those kinds of problems in rotation, since that's what they're good at. So in a macro, scaling, that's you would want to slow down for a bit. So Fredrin, well, it's a possibility that Mongolia could either take it firsthand, and it's no surprise that they don't want that in their hands.
Okay, well, this is already a smart move, right? Take out the Fanny. This is good. Okay. Take out the Joy. So this leaves a lot open here, OSX. Like that's the game plan, because you're forcing also the Philippines to ban out certain heroes, like they had to with the Novaria, like they had to with the Fred. If they don't take out, for example, the Eve right now, then you can expect that to be picked up from Mongolia.
Ooh.
One of the great options, at least.
Yeah, a lot of being opened here in game number 2. Just buying the draft alone, they're gonna get their hands back on their comfort picks.
Okay, good ban, good read, right? So what does this mean? What is the first pick here?
Okay, with this,
like Charizla would be great. There's Hayabusa, but not sure if that warrants the first pick.
Is opening up Charizla.
Oh.
No, Uranus.
Okay.
They want more of that.
Okay.
What's like, Uranus has rising stats.
Yeah,
they want more of that. They want more of that. And now it's open for even Philippines to take the Arlot for themselves. Because they banned out the Joy, right?
Yeah.
So it was in the hands of Archangel. Again, commending another addition to his unique hero picks, this IESF.
Guy is a
Oh, there you go.
A deep hero pool.
Ban out the first game. Saison takes in the second game. You have the Ling and also the Faramis on their side. Most likely, this is their own way of dealing with the XP lane being present. A lot of things might be stolen, starting from the marksman. Now Mongolia, Bebex, I'm gonna get one of those. I wanna get a Claude for myself.
For Bebex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in essence, man, it's still a viable option. Like I said, you know, if you want to go ahead and if you can't shine in the early game, you can still shine in the late game or at least mid game. And that's what we're talking about with specifically against the Philippines is how do you get to that point? And Claude is one of those heroes that can do that, because if you have to fall back on the fact that you just need to push, then, you know, so be it, because it works great. And not only that, but dude, there you go. Wow. It's the Hayabusa for ZX Aura, and this is what I was talking about. He needs to play his game.
He's not fit to just use Akai with a heavy spin. He wants this kind of heroes. He wants like I want to dash through walls.
Deep down he is a ninja.
I want to be a ninja.
Yeah, he's not deep down he's a ninja. He's not a panda.
Correct. He wants.
There's nothing wrong with that though.
He wants more buttons to press.
Yeah, because you know,
which fits for him.
The most success that they've had is when he gets to play this Hayabusa. That's what I've noticed. You know? I don't know if you're in the same wavelength as I am.
Oh yeah, I am. Because if you're up against a double, like 2 assassins going back again, it's no surprise. Like, hey, we need to have a toe-to-toe here with the Ling and with the Hayabusa. Yeah, great coverage on the map. Well, with this kind of setup, they might get a chance rather, to even be in line on how Hayabusa might be going early game. Because with this kind of setup, we've seen Saison perform on Ling. Amazing performance.
Yeah.
He's a beast with his Ling. So with the presence of Mongolia and looking at their playstyle in the previous matches, they know how to get a squeeze out of teams who's hungry and dependent for objectives.
Going back to the squeeze here, yeah. I'm wondering too if Mongolia wants to go ahead and just ban out for example, the Esmeralda, just because, you know, they don't want to deal with counterplaying into this Uranus, right? We could just see the Eternal Battle pop up here once again. But they do decide, Philippines decides to ban out the Lunox. They don't want that to be parked in that mid lane. Because honestly, in terms of mid lane options, right, with Eve being taken out, you still have Navarre is taken out. So the kind of changes that we've seen in the mid lane up to this point in the 4th day is you have some outliers, I would say, right? And one of them is, yes, you have... well, Faramis is already drafted here. Lilia has popped up actually so far too.
Yeah, but
who else has popped up in the mid lane?
Mid lane, let me check. Going back.
I mean, there has been some variety. Lunox is also one of them, but she's banned out, right? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before when we got to day 1, I was like, OSX. One thing I'm hoping for, if I had a wish list for the Asian Championship, it's that mid lane changes. It wasn't that Gord pops up. It was just that at least the mid lane has some variety to it.
We've seen Sicilian though.
Oh, there you go. That is right.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday. That was actually yesterday.
Yeah, and also Julian
came through, I think.
Julian came through. We were talking about the Valentina not being...
yeah, well, Valentina can't be picked, right? So, Sicilian actually worked out really good for the most part, especially scaling compositions, you know?
So, just looking back on how the lineup goes back in the day. So yeah, Grok is probably the great option for Philippines to even take out of Mongolia, and as well as the Lapu-Lapu. I say they have a good way of having a great counter on their own lineup, because you have the Faramis. They don't want the force out. They don't want that wild charge back in and then pin down in most of the places that they might be forced out to use that called altar. So maybe maintaining more of the region, since they have the Faramis. What could be a better way to pair this up? So they still don't have an XP lane. The Yuzong still open. Well, one more thing though that can be open here is Esmeralda.
Yeah, that's what I think they're going for. You know, like just go for that matchup. Kind of throw it back here. Esmeralda probably just one of the best options. Here you go. This is a hero we talked about.
You said it.
Yeah, I did.
just said it earlier.
I did.
You said like Minotaur? You just said hello, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I have, you know, my IQ has raised.
Amazing, you're amazing.
I'm basically an analyst now, predicting.
I'm giving this point to you now.
This fits the bill, though. The way that the trend has been for Philippines, like, they like these sustain heroes, right? For some reason. Whether it's Florin, whether it's Angela, and that was first banned out. The Estes, they now bring out the Minotaur, and I'm just waiting for Rafaela, man. I don't know. If we get to the next game and they use Rafaela, we'll see. But response, though, from Mongolia happens to be the Franco plus the Diggy.
Okay, mid lane Diggy. And as well as getting his hands back under Franco. Wow, man, you're seeing so much in the future of every draft right now in the grand final. A lot of possibilities. You really are the son of Gord, in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you have the Minotaur now. They need to have a good XP lane hero.
It's just Esmeralda, man.
It's Esmeralda.
And I don't know what other
Dyroth,
hero they
no?
would put there. Maybe Dyroth. Yeah, okay. Good call.
Okay.
Let's see. I got Esme, you got Dyroth. It could be.
No.
It's neither.
I'm happy that I'm wrong. Yes, they've taken out the risk in their own way.
Which is funny because, again, you know, I actually expected Aizen to pick up the Terizla like first pick. Like, there was a part of me that was like, we live in a world now where Aizen is just like, all right, Terizla first pick. But he went with Uranus. And now he gives up that, you know, I would actually say this is rather like a signature pick for Aizen.
Yeah.
But it's now in the hands of, you know,
Cannon.
Philippines. Yeah, Cannon takes it.
It's like looking at the mirror in game number 2.
But it's different also because of the fact that, again, if you compare just hero to hero in the XP lane,
Yeah.
like who does more? You know, for the most part. Like Uranus is, a lot of people just think Uranus is boring, but he actually does quite a bit.
Yeah, well, cut lanes, clear,
Like
poke.
most XP laners cut
A lot
lanes,
of things. Even I haven't perfected Uranus back in my own game. So now it's game number 2. It's Philippines having the first point. And now we're checking out the emblems for this match. Mongolia, on the other side, we're seeing more of the agility being present. And this gives another way of rotating faster with the threat of the Ling and as well as the Faramis. Early game could have a great rotation. So agility is much more be present for extra movement speed. But meanwhile, no disturbance from the side of Saison, completing and getting his first purple out of this game. We went to the pokes, running the gold lane, Recutiano and Bebex, just having it with a toe. And as well as for the mid lane, more likely gaining control in a way. Philippines just starting it slow.
Starting it slow. Again, a lot of this game plan here for Mongolia is obviously to land hooks from Ethan, try to follow up through that, right? And the same thing, it's the part of it too is a lot of this is on ZX Aura, and that's what I said every time he does play or he gets his hands on this Hayabusa. The fact that he has to be able to match the speed set from Saison is kind of the challenge, right? You can already see Saison is level 4, right? So if they were even to meet right now, they would have kind of a hard time. But all this leading into eventually that first turtle. If no one goes down, great, right? Better yet for Mongolia. That's kind of really what they have to do here as they get situated. Because right now, I mean, rotation-wise too, you can already see actually the play being up here. Not going to be able to find the shurikens, but goes in with a shadow kill. Goes with the minions as well, calls it back. So there was an attempt there from ZX Aura. That would have been a great setup if they could have gotten it, you know, to lead into that first turtle of the game.
And with that, they forced out a flicker from Recutiano. 2 minutes for the first turtle to show up. Now Ethan might be in trouble here. Forced out the flicker as well. Okay, trade out resources now.
Yeah, not going to land the iron hook though. So they get the flicker out from Ethan. He's going to have to be even more careful here. There he goes, the flicker in from Cannon. Also a response flicker. They're going to force ZX Aura back here. Still going to be fighting for the Aizen. Left alone. He will fall. Turtle will be taken by Saison. It's unfortunate. ZX Aura not able to get in position.
Yeah, getting control of the EXP, that's one way of holding or just getting a hook out of an Aizen. Cannon is doing a great job on zoning out members right onto the first turtle there. That's one thing they need to worry about. Yes, they have the Diggy back again in game number 2, but will you keep on using that ultimate over and over again with all the skirmishes that might happen, because at most of the times you might be forced out to use those in a state of the early way of like taking you out of the skirmish fight. So with that, you need to have more way of like holding on when to use the times journey and even reverse time properly. Look at the cannon
That's
dropping
just
down.
Yeah.
Penalty zone.
That's just some threat there right now. Shadow Kill going to come through, going to force them back quite a bit. Cannon and Sason should be able to get out just fine. Forbid, though, might reverse time him back there. Still going to be worked on, too. Cannon quite low, about to hit away. A couple shots more to go. He's quite tanky, but Aizen will finally get the kill. And meanwhile, in the river, here towards the top, they still go. Ethan going to be in trouble. Trying to get away, won't be able to. Gets jumped on by Unigo. So a lot of trades here across the map.
Yeah, Minoa and Fury just right on the bat here, draining out away for Mongolia just to escape. Meanwhile, fight continues to happen. Forbid falling down. Saison secures the kill. Gratiano in trouble. Almost a close call, but Unigo now with activating that regen back in to that Beatrix. Now Bebex here just going in too deep right in Philippines.
Bebex might be fine here if he's able to escape. ZX Aura able to get a kill. Recutiano was quite low, staying there. So they had the information, and they get a kill out of it. So right now, I would say Mongolia holding their own for the most part against Philippines, despite a minor gold lead building here. They want to be able to get in position for that turtle, though.
Okay, trying to contest this purple out of this Ling. Still managing to secure that. Aizen was hoping to disturb one way or another this Ling out of getting that purple. So still maintaining the placement. But meanwhile, on the turtle here, great positioning though, as they want to take on Mongolia for this point. A reset just happened right in the pit.
Aizen knows what Cannon wants to do, right? So he's going to go in and force him back here. You got to keep an eye on him too, because he's always got that flicker penalty zone available. They might just give it up here to them. Iron Hook going to land on Archangel. Saison kind of dropping around. Can he get the turtle? He can't. ZX Aura secures it. Tempest of Blade's going to follow. They might just retreat here. Still looking for a kill. There's the penalty zone coming through. No follow-up just yet, though. No one falling. Unigo going to be in trouble. There's the Cult Ulter coming through for them. Still extending the fight. The Iron Hook lands. Unigo will fall. Meanwhile, waiting patiently is Recutiano. Can he get the pickup kill? Still going to be looking for more. ZX Aura cannot escape with this. As much as he tries, he will fall.
That is a good trade that you're looking for. Yes, they missed out the chance of getting that turtle, but they go out with a bang and taking those members out. That was 3 from Mongolia. They had a good sustain, yes, but the problem there, they just went in and had a full force of having retribution for themselves by utilizing that Cold Altar right into the threat of the Hayabusa. Just diving in the back lines was a grave threat for Philippines to even sustain, but a good call for just holding the line, and just Mongolia just went there. They were just staying most of the time, despite that they had the chance to go back.
Yeah, it's tough, At that point, when things like that kind of unfold, this is all leading into that switch territory that I was talking about earlier, OSX. Right, we're nearing the 8-minute mark, right? We're just a couple minutes away from that, and this is already starting to build up in favor for Philippines. BOD being locked in here by Recutiano as well, helping with that power spike. Another big item pickup for Saison. So Mongolia has to answer to this. Best way to do that, land these hooks, follow up through, but who do you hook here, right? Anyone that you grab, aside from Recutiano, is going to be tough to kill. You can see them, Philippines, putting the pressure up here on the top side, looking to get that down before this next objective comes through.
Okay. Still maintaining the control here. 8 seconds for another objective to show. Another possible way of stealing and contesting this against Mongolia, but now getting the coverage and control over the river. Philippines has more scope of the territory here. So with this, they might have a good angle. Yeah, it's melting down quickly.
Yeah, I think they're just going to take this. Yeah, there's no contention there. Sason grabs it. That's the second turtle of the game. So still furthering the little lead that they had. A little bit more. Turrets will be taken down, though. So for them, at least, there was a push, right? ZX Aura tried to do his best, just getting what he could, because they knew that they couldn't really contest that turtle. But at this point, like I said, they have some time, right? They have some time to lead in and prepare themselves for the Lord here. And the best thing they can do is find these hooks if they can and look for these moments. ZXORA, like I said too, if he can grab these somehow, some way, find a kill for him before that Lord comes up, that'd be great. He's got to scale into this Hayabusa, into that mid-game, late game.
Yeah, speaking of mid to late game, either way, Unigo has a lot control over the river that might be, in a way, being nested by Forbid with his own way of, like, getting vision. If you might want to be in a problem, look at that, almost half HP onto Forbid, but just talking about him, he's really struggling to have that vision for the side of Mongolia.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, I would have loved to see Mongolia pick, you know, more of a damage-based mid-lane option, but, you know, they obviously have a plan here with this Diggy, and you can feel it, though. They're kind of lacking in decision-making here. Saysun, though, already going to get the Times Journey out. Tempest of Blades to follow through. Forbid will fall. Unigo going to jump in, forcing Bebex back. He's cut off from the team here. Still going to be going. ZXORA able to grab a kill against Unigo, but the shots are going to continue. Bebex is in trouble. Hook going to land, but it's too late. Cannon cleans up the kill.
Still a good way of Philippines winning that team fight. And it keeps on happening right in. Oh, look at that chase. I was about to expect something there from, or even against Saysun. Now going with the progress that they have, they're going in for the push with the clears here. Now gaining control. This is the mid-game spike that you're telling about.
This is the switch.
It's the switch of Philippines that we're looking forward to happen. Now with this, Mongolia needs to have eyes on who is going to be the target inside the Philippines. Who is going to hook? Will it be Recatiano or will it be Cannon or will it be Saysun? Now, who's going to get this Lord?
Okay, ZXORA has got to make his way up here. He's going to be way too late, though. Lord just given up in the hands of Philippines. So Mongolia now on the defensive once again, still trying to hold on to that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Malif Garor also being picked up here. He could possibly look for a pick. Knows he's going to be working on that purple buff. Unigo, though, going to spot him out in just a second here as he gets the knock up through. They still might chase them. They still might force this situation. Going to take quite a bit. Aizen trying to buy as much time as possible. They did park Bebex up as the top lane as well to deal with the Lord here. The push through. Still in the mid lane, gonna go for penalty zone. Nice hook, iron hook from down under. Saysun will follow up, though. The Colt Ultra is there too. Turret gonna fall. There's the Tempest of Blades. He's in trouble. He will fall.
Bebex.
Ethan is out. Double kill for Rectiano. Still gonna be looking for more. Lines up the shot, forcing them back here. Here comes the shadow kill, and Archangel will be taken out, but it's a triple for Rectiano.
On a streak and on a push. Minions pushing in with the Lord up top. Philippines winning that Outlast battle right on to the setup that Ethan started, even for Aizen sustaining the fact Saysun versus Cesara. Now the base being opened up for the Philippines. A hook right into their own turret. Cannon survives onto the regen, but Saysun takes another turret down bottom. A lot of things happening. This is truly the switch.
Yeah, the switch was flipped, you know, where now it's 10K, nearly 10K. That Philippines is up. And pace and momentum obviously in their favor. Mongolia just kind of trying to find what they can, really. And it gets increasingly harder to find the moments you're looking for. Let's take a look at the items here, exactly how it's breaking down. Again, this is 10K gold lead for Philippines, giving them a big favor in terms of these items.
Yeah, so looking back on how will they defend most of the lethal damage and bursts right on to Philippines, we see Dominance Ice, we see Oracle present for the Uranus for Aizen to even hold most of the soaked up or what damage that he can have for his team. But to think that the Roamer also might have 2 Dominance Ices present from the Uranus and as well as, well, for the Diggy, mostly it's on the burst side, right? So they can rely on only for 2 members to be in the front line. So either they slide through the Philippines backline defense or even have a good set. So it's dependent on how the hook can land perfectly by Ethan. And he says he has been doing it perfectly, but as of this moment, they need to want that tear. They need to want to have that tear down. You need to want that good hook out. Oh, he was trying.
ZX got it, I believe. Like he went in there with the Oogie Shadow and he was able to grab it, but Bebex in trouble.
He's too far.
Yeah, gonna get cut off. This is the downside, right? A lot of times you're just trying to scrap and get what you can for the most part. Trying to keep yourself in this game from it getting even worse, basically going from bad to worse. Now 12.5 minutes in, next Lord is up here. You're probably going to see ZXORA try to park himself here, you know, trying to be in position, but this is definitely going to be checked here by Archangel and the rest. Requitiano knew it as well. The thumbs up comes out. The clash here comes in. He goes back, though, able to dodge that penalty zone. Meanwhile, Lord's still going to be worked on. Sayson will grab it, secure it, as ZXORA falls eventually. So Philippines still just dominating around the map.
6-1-1 onto this Beatrix. Cesara once again attempted to steal that Lord, possibly for a defense, but now it's just pressure pushing through Mongolia, letting them out of the base, baited them out to use. Look at that, Sniper would not want to connect. Knows the damage.
They're going to push through. Under the turret they go. They get the Time's Journey out. Time's the Blades as well. Turret will fall, though. Not sure if we see Philippines go back in. They're happy with the objective as they get prepped up. Still Lord coming through the top lane.
Just one turret taken out from Philippines. Now the score is just nearly even. A high start from here. 13 kills, 13 points. Now how will they defend this? Who will they target? A hook of Ethan right now is just needed. And it's so crucial for him to make the play and serve it up the base. Unigo, on the other hand, starts the Fury.
The Fury's going to go off here, still forcing ZX back. Lord going to be worked on, though. That's exactly where they want it. Should still be able to hold on a little bit longer. Aizen be in the front, the bulwark of the team. And just like that, Philippines, they're not going to be able to get that middle turret just yet unless they can push in with this wave. It's got to be cleared out. Ethan hooking the minions, both waves pushing in and bottom and top. Now the mid turret will fall here. Philippines fully exposing the base.
Minions doing the work. Top to bottom, now they need that kind of security up against Philippines. Now we've seen moments that Cesaro might keep on diving the back line. With this threat being present, we've seen Immortality now present in Cannon, and for even Requitiano, we have the Wind Chant present, so he has physical damage immunity just in case he might be the first one to go, or be the first one to be targeted by this Hayabusa. In a way, they have the insurance secured. Meanwhile, there's the jump.
Okay, Aizen going to get pulled here. Should be fine, has the consecration available to him too. Should regen most of it up. Rest of the team kind of patiently waiting. Again, looking for any win they can around the map. It's going to be space, right? They want that tier 1. But they got to be careful. Looks like the Philippines going to find a Forbid, gets a shot, and just like that, wow! The lineup, goodbye Forbid. He is gone here. A couple shots more, double kill for Requitiano. That is tough. You knew that Philippines was around that corner, and they decided to stay.
Yeah, talking about denying the way of getting yourself back in your base. Aizen, in a way, trying to clean and clear more waves here, but the Philippines rise on the base of Mongolia right now.
Waiting for the waves here. Top and mid. Down 2 members for now. The flicker comes through with the penalty zone. They're looking to end the game here to get to match point. Still trying to hold on, though. Mongolia holds on for a little bit longer, but the crystal's going to be worked on. The Bloody Hunt comes down, but it's not enough. Philippines takes it to match point.
2 points in this best of 5. And that is just completely Cannon right onto our cameras, rejoicing their win. 2nd point against Mongolia.
Decisive. And it was the switch, once again, that we've talked about. I would say rather, you know, same thing. Like, Mongolia did rather well in the early game. But then, the switch was flipped. And I don't know what team is going to figure that out, you know. That Mongolia has done it at least once, but definitely having a hard time here kind of adjusting in the series. And we don't know, again, if it could be just, these guys have been playing game after game, man.
Yeah.
You know, Mongolia has been playing for a while now. It's been a minute.
They're being tested.
It is a true test.
Again, they've been playing from 12 o'clock in the Saudi Arabia time.
Yeah.
And until now, they're still fighting through. We have Coach V right onto our screens. And this is just completely a way of like testing their capabilities right off the bat here. Like 2, there you go. 2, slowly.
Giving the sign.
Giving signs right away. We have big shout out to our Filipino fans as well, supporting our teams right onto the venue. Team C-Ball. We also see the fans of Mongolia as well.
Yeah.
Just game number 2. There you go.
And I would say like, still, given the whole situation, how these games have gone, it's I don't know, like draft-wise, still, I would love. I don't know why this keeps happening, but Forbid, like he's had such a big impact, you know, for the team, for themselves. But I feel like the heroes now that he's had to pick for the previous games, that's not Forbid, you know what I mean? Like he hasn't been able to do like what is Diggy going to do for you other than Time's Journey Around, you know what I mean?
That's the thing. The vision was completely denied. The threat from the Minoan Fury, the Minotaur.
Yeah.
That we did not expect to even show. We were expecting a Rafaela, but this is a different way of like saying that a new page is being opened up by the books here to counter this. How would you counter this kind of lineup? The first problem from the beginning of the IESF was just the complete stain of the heroes. Now you have to answer, how would you hold the finger of Team Philippines to not flip the switch in the mid-game?
Yeah, like what is the essence of that, right? Like holding the finger so the switch
it's
doesn't
like
flip.
preventing Thanos from snapping the gauntlet, right?
Yeah, so like, they got to figure that out, right? And like I said, earlier parts of the game, it wasn't anything too drastic. They were finding some of their own moments here, but overall, they just didn't have enough of the answer. They didn't have enough oomph to really find things. And I feel like even it kind of put ZX Order in a position where like he's like, okay, I got to find these kills, I got to do this, because he's playing Hayabusa. And that's kind of what we've seen him do throughout the course of the game. And this is always it, like the 8:30, like 8:30 into the game, into the 9-minute.
The 8:30?
The 8:30, it starts to build. Wow, it's actually 8:30.
It's 8:30.
What a coincidence, What a quinky-dink. Well, yeah, still, that's unplanned, by the way.
This is your favorite time of the day, right?
Yes. It's about coffee time.
Yeah, I know.
But no, going back to this here, this is what I'm talking about. 8 minutes and 30 seconds is always that time, into
crunch
the 9th
time.
minute. Yeah, where for some reason, Philippines just go ham. And that's exactly what happens. And I just feel like even some of these positions that Mongolia found themselves in was probably a combination of like just trying to find any type of win that they could around the map, and not only that, but probably even the fact that they're probably the fatigue might be settling in. We can't speak for them, but
yeah, we can.
It's just part of it. You've been playing for constantly here, nonstop. But this one, tough, right? I mean, the Philippines. This is. Yeah. Okay. This is not the. This is not the previous. This is like the previous.
Yeah, the previous game.
Yeah, but the score's off and whatnot. But
to break down a bit on what happened in that point in the game, we were expecting how the Hayabusa would really be a great option for Team Mongolia.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen him perform. We have seen Cesar perform in his hero. He's amazing with it, but he was trying to have this way of like, how will I penetrate through the backline of a Team Philippines? There's so much way of like, once you go in, you get blocked by the hammer of the Minoan Fury, you get knocked up in. Yes, you are Hayabusa, but there's a lot of...
Was that the debut, by the way?
Catch.
That was. For the live stream, right?
For the...
Minnow.
Yeah, of course. You were counting out the Rafaela as possible.
Right,
yes,
yeah.
and now you have the Minotaur
so I'm ready
on
for
the
Rafaela.
list. Okay, one more. One more.
I'm ready for it.
Rafaela to show up in game number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Count out all the support heroes that you have, man.
No, but in essence too, Minotaur worked great. And I feel like, if you've been watching some of the other tournaments going around, even before we got to this point, even after the emblem, the emblem changes happened and everything, for the most part, like Minotaur Roam kind of worked for some teams, and some teams it didn't.
Yes.
In a way that Novaria Roam worked for some teams, and sometimes it doesn't. It pairs really well, for example, with Eve, right? But I feel like still Minotaur now sits in a relatively a good position, and not only serves as like this tanky kind of front line, but the way that it works with Minoan Fury, and you have kind of that knock-up as well, and you provide a lot here, right? So something that kind of I expect would be to see more Minnow, not necessarily maybe in the next series, unless we see kind of adaptation from Mongolia, but it's kind of hard because if you're thinking about it, when they're going through the draft and everything, and they were first pick, before, and they decided to go with what? Uranus, and I'm not sure if that was probably the best scenario for them.
You could be right by just Mongolia just taking up the Terizla themselves, just to pair up with the Hayabusa. The thing that you need to address against Philippines is they have a way of having a health regen one more time. They forced out a lot of ultimates in the side of Philippines. And the one way to answer was the region of the Faramis and also with the knockup of the Vinuan Fury. In a way, they can hold on or they can hold off those kinds of damage burst from a Hayabusa, but the follow-up there was missing. Yes, the press of the Franco was a big of a threat in any way that they're being hooked in enemy territory, but it's the way of like, yeah, we just need to outlast and outplay the sustain. And by that, even for the damage, it wasn't even like enough to be in par once they get a setup, once they get a poke out of the Philippines, right?
Yeah, and so like if you're trying to, kind of consider what could change here for game number 3 as the players get ready. It's good to see, by the way, Mongolia still smiling, of course, after everything they've been through today. Being in high spirits is very important for them, and they should still be proud. Like I said, the dark horse of this tournament, and now in the grand final. Made it all the way here, right? Of course, and relatively putting up their best against the Philippines. Now, they did take a game from them before. They should be in a position where they can do it again if they can replicate that. And I think a lot of this, again, always comes down to the draft. That's why we talk about it and harp on it so much, is just because it really is that chess game, right? And now with Philippines on the blue side, they're going to have that first pick. So if you're Mongolia, your idea is, okay, we got to be willing to give one of those priorities up, and this could change their bans a little bit here. But essentially, what you want to do is have two solid options. Two solid options for you to trade for. Now, they're not going to get their hands on the Terizla, which is fine.
Yeah, take it away.
Yeah,
Completely.
take it away.
Yeah. They're on first pick though, so we might, well, depending, 50-50. We might see the Angela if Mongolia won't ban it right away. Opening up the Heroes of Seism is quite a bit of a gambit, don't you think? The Ling, the Fanny, and then they ban out, on the other game, Uranus. Well, they need to take it up for themselves, or either they steal it against Philippines. So with the priority here of Peach that we saw in most of the games, it has been Angela. Or even Fredrin. Well, depends on how this ban goes. If it's still the same thing, it might. Or maybe Mongolia would want to ban that out for some reason. So let's see how this goes. Novarius out as well. Maybe okay.
Going through the standard checklist here for Mongolia. Got to take out that Fanny. I'm just wondering too, in terms of how they kind of draft and they do this a lot by themselves is, in their idea, like, how do they deal with this? Like, for me, it's also mid lane. Like, you need to have a better option in the mid lane for you. The fact that Philippines is taking out the even Novaria really does kind of narrow things down for them. And I think that's what we're seeing, right? I would actually just like to see them pick up a Farsa if they could.
Oh yeah, we kind of forgot about that fact that Fardita was not even in the options of these two teams can get. They're still going with the Uranus. They were forced, might even to use that for the XP lane. Again, we've seen good games for the Uranus. And Faramis, how are you seeing this, Mr. JC?
I am seeing it. I don't know if I agree with it though. You know what I mean? Like, Uranus I get just because in a sense it's like one of the safest places you can go because he is just so tanky, you know what I mean? Like, even if you're having a hard time kind of finding your footing in the game, you can at least go 1 versus 3 as Uranus and buy time for your team, hopefully the setups and whatnot. But, Fairness in general, the Cold Tilter, again, you're probably going to get a response here. Claude's might just go in the hands of Recutiano again to deal with this. You already have the Appraiser's Wrath, which actually eats through the Cold Tilter as well, so you necessarily don't even need the Claude, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's not what's locked in here. Again, trading things, Lapu is going to be locked in. Solid choice. And they go with the Grok, so they don't pick up their marksman just yet. They've got the roam covered, they've got the jungle, they've got the XP, right? And I feel like, I don't know, there's something about this first phase from Philippines that makes me think there's some surprise coming.
Speaking of surprise, we've seen comfort picks back in the hands of Unigo and as well as Canon. Amazing game 1 with his Lapu and as well as, again, we're happy not to see again the Angela again, the notes now back in the Philippines prioritizing this Fredder is much more a way of like flexing in a way, since they have more ways of having it used by either Archangel or even, again, their own, well, junglers, I saw it. So just looking back on the options here, there's so many flexibilities that Philippines has right now.
Yeah.
And they go in with their marksman first, knowing the threat of a Grok is already present. Getting the carry out for this one, well, still a good way to answer, but that could be in the later stage of the game. They might need a good way of rotating quicker up against Philippines this time.
Do you like the carry?
I'm kind of like in a 70 or 50-50 in a way. I don't know, man. It needs more time. It needs more like an aiding way of babysitting the gold lane just to not be ganked as much as possible. Because if I am just breaking my words correctly, this is just a problem like for the carry games as we saw.
Yeah.
We can just admit right on the fact. It's hard to pull off a carry completely, not unless you have that great stronghold in the game, completely eating him through, guiding him through. You know what you mean. So with the Claude being present, they take it out.
Yeah, they take it out. I think it's best that they did, right? Because I was kind of expecting him to pop up in the first phase. Honestly, from the Philippines, they didn't go that route, which means that again they're comfortable putting something else in the gold lane, which is completely fine. You still have a couple options as well. You know that you're going to be facing against a carry. We actually saw even great performance from Melissa earlier today, you know, so that actually ended up working out really well. But taking out the Claude really isn't too detrimental to what probably the Philippines wants to do with this lineup. Biggest thing for Mongolia is, like you said, you know, carry takes definitely some time to get there. You know, so does most marksmen, but carry specifically. And then again, you're kind of working against a little bit of a short range on your attacks and kind of working through that. And with this initiation factor already from the first 3 picks of the Philippines, that would worry me. You know, the fact that you can get like jumped on, whether that's through the Wild Charge, the Bravest Fighter, you've got to have the CC coming out from the Fredrin, like that is not fun to deal with as a carry.
Yeah, they actually even expected that this Fredrin might end up in, or they're forcing this Fredrin right onto the jungle because we've talked about the Fardita by just not being in this game. They take out the Kadita. The Farsa is still present though, but the members of Philippines right now has more flexibility in using Fredrin. Where could he be placed? But with this kind of Bandy Akai, they're forcing out Mongolia. They're forcing out Cesar to just go with the assassin picks.
Yeah.
The one that he likes and what he does best.
Yeah. This is I don't know, like, are they forcing him into the Hayabusa again? Like, is that what they want him to do? Or at least one of the other options in terms of utility junglers? Because they take out the Franco. Which technically wasn't even that, you know, wasn't that deadly to deal with anyway. So I just feel like in terms of jungle picks here, we got to see if Mongolia, what they have in the tank, you know, for ZX Aura. The fact that now you're not going to see him on the Akai, yes, the Hayabusa is open, but does he really want to go that route with this already lineup that they have? Because we saw how hard it was for him to actually find entry points, right? Like you mentioned. So it might be better off if he just goes for a utility jungler, which, you know, I don't know if that's for him, if that's going to be the Martis, right, off the top of my head. And I think that's something that you really have to consider because objectively is where, there it is.
Wow.
Man, I am. It's
good.
It's kind of like I've eaten very well today.
Really? You do?
Yes.
I'm happy for you.
I'm living off desserts, man. And amazing food.
We met a caster.
Shout out to Nawaf for the espresso.
Yeah, thank you for the espresso, Nawaf, and also our caster in a different game.
Yeah.
Who's also given advice on take the desserts first.
Yes.
Well, it's kicking in very well.
I know they're out there waiting too, you know, enjoying the food. But as we get ready for this final part of the picks, you can already see that the Martiz was locked in, like I said. So that leaves up to the question here. Exactly what do they want? Is this Faramis mid lane, or is it like a roam Faramis? Like that is still there.
It's so hard to tell. But with a lineup of Philippines, we know that this is a gold lane Lunox. We've seen also Regadiano use the Brody most of the matches, so they're sticking with their own strengths and comparts right here onto the draft. So with this, we will know the final role of this Martis. So will this be a roam? Will this be a jungle? For me, it's more viable being in the jungle.
Yeah.
You think? So we don't want to see like kind of like a Bane kind of, well, being used in the jungle in a way.
Yeah.
So this might be a great way. So yeah, that answers the question, Mr. Nicio. There's no way that this March is gonna go to the roam, and Cesara is opening another hero here on this draft. So Lolita back with Ethan, and I said this is also a great way of like having or gaining control to give the bridge through the carry to be their late game or their walking winning condition.
Man, I feel like I'm time traveling a little bit. Like, isn't this how they won that initial game versus the Philippines? I'm trying to remember right. Did they have the Lolita, and that's when they got the nice 3-man Newman on Blast, and then it essentially led into having double kill for this Faramis in the mid lane, and that's really when things kind of popped off early. So they might be just looking to replicate that.
Oh.
If they can.
Okay.
But, you know, obviously the Philippines also is going to learn from that, and we'll see.
Will 2 times be a charm for Mongolia? Or will this just Philippines making it through their own signature? Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point for Philippines in this game number 3. Will this be the last match of Mongolia to be on par with Philippines, or will this be the final game that Philippines wants to take in for the championship title in IESF Asian Championships?
They're going to have to take us to a game 5. It's only proper, right? But right now, as we take a look at the emblems just real quick, nothing too crazy out of the ordinary or anything like that. Like I said, a lot of this might be on Forbid to actually provide a lot of the damage. He is running the Impure Rage. He's got some tenacity too. Look at the aggression though already actually early on here.
Early visit from Aizen as well as Forbid and Ethan.
Archangel.
Trying to eye on Archangel right in the mid in a way that Aizen is trying to divert attention to the Philippines, trying to get with the slowdown process early game. They know how they want to give the window for Bebex here.
Okay. Well, going back to it, right, the thing about this, too, is I like there's a little bit of change here, even with the Fredrin parked in the jungle for Saesun. He is running with the Quantum Charge. We've even seen this in terms of having the Concussive Blast, right? But this time, they feel like their bases are covered for the most part, too, right? You also have Unigo here having that Concussive Blast on the Grok. And so far, from what we've seen, at least through, you know, up to this point in day number 4, is a lot of success with Grok in the roam position here. So still, both teams kind of just poking at each other, trying to lead into that, always that first objective is a turtle, right? If they can get that numbers advantage, great. But one of the big things is Ethan needs to hit that level 4 and hopefully, like we said, replicate that setup that he's going for, because we know that Philippines is going to try and get this one if they can, right? You can already see them transitioning down. Ethan's going to get spotted out, though, so that's not going to happen this time.
Wall right in with Philippines. Now, who's going to get the first object onto this game? Cannon has eyes on Cesaro. Who is going to get the first hit, but now Retribution will be used. Saesun secures the first objective. Now it's fight all over. Newman on Blast.
Flicker.
Would not connect. Archangel secures another kill. Cesaro falls down. Another off-cam kill. Ricadiano falls down as well. 1-1. Now fight continues to break. Unigo as well. Aizen secures the kill. Now Cannon and Saesun going for the reinforcement. Archangel falls. Forbid. Appraiser's Rod will connect damage onto Ethan. Now Forbid is going to go away and try to resist the damage, but one member left behind Aizen. Saesun versus Cannon.
Oh, he missed.
He missed. Still on a safe passage back. Giving it a thumbs up for Saesun and Cannon.
That would have been great, right? Aizen able to survive that. He should have gone down, honestly, there, but still survived, so great job there for him. But still, you know, 2-3, a lot of action there in the last minute. Still relatively even across the board economy-wise. So, but yeah, turtle win in the hands of the Philippines, right? Mongolia, though, just hold it together. Solo kill, though, for Bebex is huge on this carry, able to take that in throughout the game, and it might also just make Recutiano hesitate a little bit more. Also picking up the corrosive Scythe this early on is already, like I said, a great start to Bebex as they continue to put pressure in the mid lane.
That's the shield being deflected against Philippines. Now Numinum Blast, will it connect? No, it won't. Resource has been used. Ethan trying to get a handful of members out of the Philippines. Meanwhile, up top, Saison as well eyeing on Bebex, but he felt something out of the bush was moving from there.
Yeah, he got the information he needed, right? So we're now to the point, 30 seconds away for that next turtle. They're going to get in position. ZX Aura this time too, you know, the fact that he died early on, wants to be in a better position himself, which is going to have to rely on his team. You can even see still pressure on Bebex. They don't want him to get out of control. Like I said, he had that early kill. And so at this point, Bebex's job is just to farm up. Hold on.
Okay, now being caught up in 3. Flicker forced out of Unigo, half HP, able to regen. Second turtle is up. Eyes in, eyes on position, eyes on placement. What is the border control here? Cannon trying to hold on to Ethan, not getting into vision who's going to be taken down in Philippines. Meanwhile, Cesara would have eyes on this turtle. Who's going to get this? Oh, retribution right away. Cesara secures the turtle. Now Eisen has eyes on Unigo with a block with the wall. Saison secures secure down, and Unigo with exchange 1-to-1. Eisen off-cam kill once again. Bebex down up top. Now Eisen brilliance out for Archangel. Saison trying to get in with a reinforcement. Ethan doesn't have the ultimate to counter this, but look at that damage pulling through, being pulled down by the Shadow. Stampede of Forbid. Now one more member here trying to hold on. Look at the sustain coming in from Eisen. Appraiser's Wrath won't be enough. Still exchanging all with the skills and pokes right there. Nice.
Tough to deal with, right? The idea was correct there. Cannon, though, still doing quite a bit on this Lapu Lapu pick, right? But what they're having a hard time doing is getting through Eisen, and that's exactly why, you know, Uranus can shine here in certain aspects of the game. Now, as it goes on, obviously you're going to be able to build against that, some of that sustain and everything else, have more of the damage available to you. Again, even in the top side, it was great that a solo kill happened. Now they're still going here.
Inigo with the attempt of backline entry, spotted down by Mongolia, used the conceal to even retreat back.
Okay. Like I was saying, great that Recutiano was able to get the kill up on top against Bebex. So they've kind of evened things out a little bit, right? Also, Brilliance being popped here to survive. Look at this. This was the off-cam kill. A nice solo kill there, right? Torn apart memory to clean it up. Take some damage himself, but ultimately going to be finished fine. How can they transition here?
Speaking of transitioning, mid lane would be the target here of Mongolia. Look at that, spreading out the damage from the ultimate of Recutiano, holding on to the seconds as the second turtle might show up here, still holding through even the lane. No turret being taken out of the Philippines. One from Mongolia up top. Aizen trying to get away of zoning up members of Philippines. Just how he has been doing for the past games with his Uranus. Oh, that's enough. That's a wild charge. Will he be able to sustain this? No, he won't. Recutiano signs the deal and take it down. One member out of Mongolia. Ooh. Meanwhile, Cannon trying to forbid him out of that space while the turtles being set up by the Philippines to be taken. Ethan, on the other hand, has an ultimate. Will he be able to get a setup here? Wall being let go by Unigo, but Cesar in the way won't, and now he gets the turtle out of the Philippines. Now one way or another, Ethan takes on Archangel, but look at the damage coming in from Recutiano. Will he be taken down? The Battle of Mongolia, no, they'll be falling down. That's a double! Taken down by Philippines. Now flicker through. That is just completely damage from Philippines, not letting one escape.
Triple kill for Recutiano. This is scary now, right? 5-1 at that 7-minute mark. Gold's still relatively okay for the most part, but waiting to get to that switch here. Eisen now, and he can crash down on 3 members. Should be able to get away just fine, but they had an idea. They had him in his sights, but he is okay. Hold on, they might still go for this. They find the stun with a wild charge. He goes through the wall. Torn apart memory was already committed, but still could be ZXR in trouble. Now he goes through, trying to grab something. Can't do it, though. Still, his team wants to back him up. Appraiser's Wrath going to fall down, too. Bebe X might be in trouble. Trying to get away. One bolt comes through. Archangel finds it.
4 members.
And they still hold on.
Completely present Ethan as well as Eisen as well as Forbid. Can they hold this mid-lane turret? Just sustaining a wall being served up. Taunt right into Saison. Archangel looking for an eye to burst down one. Still an even. Going to escape this one, splitting up the defense up top and mid.
Okay, as we find ourselves almost at 8:30, right? It's almost there. It's almost the
Best
switch
time of the day.
And you can see already that gold lead starting to build, right? This is usually the time, it's 2-3K ahead maybe, and they're looking to put pressure on the map, get the space they need, and they're doing it here again in the mid. Ethan gonna be in trouble, Colt Ultra gonna be committed, forcing Forbid back, Ethan falls, Bebe X just has to watch.
Sora. Sora, we've seen him try to even infiltrate or ambush Brody from behind. And it was even, there was some sort of hesitation coming through right now of Mongolia. There was a perfect way of catching with the Mortal Coil and the Ashura Aura, but that was 1 millisecond missed for a great comeback ambush.
Now this is the prime option here, prime time to take this Lord first one in the game. This is exactly what Philippines like to do. It doesn't look like Mongolia wants to really contest this unless ZX Aura can make something happen like before.
First one to go, it's Aizen. Ricadiano scores the kill. That's a godlike onto this marksman from Philippines. Now, who is going to get this Lord? Will it be Mongolia? Will it be Philippines? Yes, it's Saison secures the way of getting that objective. Now, another pin down. Ethan might not escape this one, but Archangel making it a double right away for Philippines. And now that's an objective, and that's 3 members down out from Mongolia.
There we have it, 10 minutes in. Gold lead up to 5K. Lord gonna be marching down the top side. Tough for Mongolia, they have to be able to defend this. Their defense isn't amazing in terms of composition. They're gonna have to really hold on here as their tier 2s are taken down, left with the base wild charge.
And now connecting onto 2, Bebex now escapes the possible wrath of escape. Now Sora another way, 4 members. Oh, you're right, nice. How will they defend this? How will they force everything out? Whew. Oh, almost HP gone out of Aizen. Now Lord pushing through up top.
Makes its way there. This is defense once again. ZX Aura has to be careful. He's half health here. Ethan goes through, trying to block much of the damage and does it successfully. Still holding on. They've got to hold on to these base turrets. It's still too early in the game. It's match point for them as they fight. Quite low here, the initiation comes through.
And now Cannon looking up for the back line of MGL, now being stunned right in front. Ricadiano secures another kill, leaving him more way of farming through members of Mongolia, now being stunned. That was 2. This might be the counter that Mongolia is looking for. Ethan on the other hand, deflecting, trying to hold on to damage. That is the Ashura Aura, not connecting to anyone, but Ricadiano secures 1 more kill out. 2 members. Man, 10, 1, and 3, having a massive lead on this snowball for this Brody.
That is just, it's not what you expect from a Brody this early on. 11 minutes in, he's got 10 kills, right? It's well, how did that even happen? That's what Mongolia is wondering. And they have to deal with the damage being put out here. And even if it's just a couple marks, the torn apart memory hurts so much, and he just picked up the DHS. Let's take a look at the items here in just a second on how this is happening. I mean, 11 minutes in, there we go. You can already see it. He is where exactly he wants to be, right? He's got the Blade, he's got the Malefic Roar, BOD, DHS. He is online and ready to go. He's probably going to build 1 more offensive item just because he can, unless he decides to go for a little bit of defense. Conceal play going to be committed. Eyes in the target.
Oh, now eyes on the target and eyes on the prize. He might be trapped here. 4 members present here from Philippines. Will he be able to escape and sustain this one? Saison is trying to even block him out and even escape this one. That is 4. Ricadiano gets the kill 1 more time. 11 kills onto this Brody. Aizen trying to hold and take down that turret, but it's not going to be much of an effect right now. 12 minutes. Defense is a problem. How would you even get in the protection of Philippines has right now? In a way, they're trying to clean up waves. Now completely melting it down.
Melted.
In few seconds, Archangel secures another Lord.
Nearly 10K at nearly the 13th minute of the game. Philippines now looking to cap this one in and get their sweep to the Asian Championship here. It's only a matter of time. Mongolia is going to have to defend this one and leave it all on the line here. Trying to find any advantage they can poke alongside with it. They're already down that inhibitor turret on the top side. They're looking for the initiation coming through. Turret at the bottom is going to go down here. Can they
question of Mongolia? How will they target now? Zora falls down in the hands of Unico with that charge. Now it's going to be mayhem all over Mongolia. How will they defend? How will they have this opportunity with the Lord pushing up top from Philippines now? Getting more closer and closer to the championship title. Philippines now eyeing to take down the base, but now peeling members off Ethan one by one. Wall charge.
That's it.
Everything now. Lakat patatag. Team Sibol. Philippines is your IESF Asian Champions.
You can hear the crowd from our soundproof box. They are cheering along with them in a sweep in a precise fashion against the dark horse of the tournament, Mongolia. Philippines once again just showing how strong of a team they are. And Mongolia, you still, hats off to them, respect for what they were able to accomplish in this Asian Championship, make a name for themselves and proving to a lot of people what they have made out of them. Not only that, but also the fact that they have been playing all day. They should hold their heads high. It was amazing to watch this team from Mongolia rise as we see the teams shake it out. It's been a long day, a long tournament for them, but you know definitely they had fun, and it's a GGWP.
An amazing moment to witness sportsmanship still. Philippines respecting the dark horse of IESF as we landed here in Riyadh. The first team who got a scratch out of Philippines' winning streak. As of this point, they would need to bow down. And Philippines once again having the edge on all of the teams here in IESF.
It's crazy, right? I mean, again, just to see how things go in terms of this series, from game 1 to game 3, how strong of a just understanding, you know, how everything works. Again, we really highlight Philippines' macro play, and that's kind of what it comes down to, right? Even when you talk about draft and everything else, they have curveballs in their draft, and they still make it work the same way. And again, that's what they were working for right there.
Right on our screen.
That trophy, that beautiful trophy here. For Gamers 8 World Esports IESF Asian Championship, as you mentioned, OSX, and it's, again, it's been amazing to watch this whole MLBB tournament kind of unfold. You know, from day 1 to where we are now, day 4. It's been a lot of games, and, you know, we have had a blast, I would say.
An amazing time, an amazing even moments, even with the chance of giving life and action to the teams that we've witnessed and met even today is just amazing to be part of. An honor here in ISF to even witness. Amazing.
Yeah. And again, you know, for everybody watching at home, whatever time it is around the world, you know, because we have a lot of people tuning in. Like, of course, there's also a lot of Filipino fans watching from the Philippines, and it's probably about 2 a.m. over there right now, and they get to, you know, witness this whole series and everything. But of course, it's not over yet for any of these teams that made it to the playoffs. Of course, you know, like I said, we have 5 teams from this 8 that will be moving on forward to Romania, and so that, you know, that leaves us the Philippines, Mongolia, Cambodia, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia. Right, so they're all going to be heading over there, and I think again it's about 16 teams that will be playing the World Championship. So you know, we take what 16. We had here, where it was like 8, and you know, you learn so much about these other countries and the passion for esports, the passion for MLBB, and then now you bring it up to like 16 plus. You know, when we get to Romania, so like when that happens, of course, that's going to be even more of a treat for everyone that is involved in that, because. When you get to see this, you know, in its truest form, it's obviously great to see, and that's why I think it's great when you get to see those videos that are made too. You know, shout out to the production team and everything else that kind of put those together and ask the real questions. You know, like what is esports to you and everything else.
Yeah, what are you even willing to give to take your steps into a few more ways of having the glory in IASI and even in Romania. So with this being said, with all of the teams who lost today in a way in the playoffs, we'll learn so much, as you said.
Oh, definitely.
Times, and even how will they adapt to these kinds of challenges, heading through another way of getting their own way of, again, having a retribution for themselves in the IASI. A lot of ways could happen. All ways to be, again, being learned from. So this is the thing that we look forward to, Naisu.
Yeah, and you know, I know we're gonna be celebrating with the team over here. This is the replay, though, that we get to take a look at on how this kind of Game 3 unfolded. And like I said, it started strong. You know, for the most part, it started really strong for both teams in the early game. They did have good back and forths, but as soon as we got to that 8-minute mark or the 9-minute mark, things kind of just turned around. There was even that early kill, you know, from Bebe X, where he was able to get the solo kill against Recutiano. But, you know, things unfortunately, and also even ZX Aura, even though he was playing a utility jungler, right, in the Smartiz, he was still able to actually grab 2 turtles from the hands of Saison. So, you know, there's a lot here that they can kind of digest and learn from as they get, you know, prepped and ready. And again, I'm still wondering here, OSX, like, how will this change for this Dark Horse team from Mongolia? Because again, they were doing their own drafting and kind of preparation. So how does that change for them going forward, you know, going ahead? I think that's going to be something that's really interesting, how that unfolds. And, you know, people watching are I'm surely impressed by that, you know.
Yeah, you get in line, and how would you even have a chance to beat the Philippines? They got to score out of that.
Yeah.
So that's one of, like, in a way, boosting their morale.
Yeah.
Throughout this tournament that they have the way to participate in. So this is one way of, like, treating this away in an exercise of, like, how will you even go up against one of the best of the best?
Yeah.
And we settled here in the playoffs looking for 5, well, we have the 5 countries now who will represent themselves in Romania. So one way or another, this could be a learning stage on how they go through in the next step of challenges.
Yeah, definitely a learning stage. I mean, not only that, but also just for everybody watching competitive MLBB, right? Seeing how things have kind of shifted over the course of the last, like, month or so since the new update, and you can really see it. You can really see it actually show in a lot of these games where there has been more variety in terms of heroes being picked up, in terms of flexible heroes being prioritized, and in terms of new emblems, right? New emblem combinations. Again, I hope down the road we get the statistic of how many unique emblem combinations have popped up in the Asian Championship, because there is just so much here that we can actually learn from this and how it applies here, you know, on the highest level, basically. So, you know, that's something. I don't know if even people, I'm sure people at home that do watch these games and kind of learn from these high caliber players is like, what emblems are they using? I think it's great too that, you know, now in the game they have this thing where it's like suggested by either content creators or like pro players,
yeah, pro players, or even a coach.
Exactly.
So a lot of mixtures could even happen by just being or watching this kind of game. A lot of things can actually be used in your own way, right? You have the games, you have the emblems, limitless possibilities on how would you even use these unique heroes. And as they continue to rise with all of the meta, who knows what hero might show up next.
Well, let's take a look at the scoreboard for this matchup here. Again, the last match between the Philippines and Mongolia. 3-0, right? And this one was pretty decisive. Again, relatively back and forth early game. But right as we hit that transition to mid to late, this is where we saw it again under the 14-minute mark. They kind of had this trend, you know, I don't know what the average time for the Philippines was, but it was probably around the 13-minute mark, because that was kind of how they played around it. And you could see, man, Recutiano, massive game. 11-1-4. This guy did not have to play the Claude, right? He didn't have to play the Claude. By the way, he got 1v1. He died early on, and then he's like, okay, that's it.
That was the one death.
That was the one death. He's like, that's it. Now I'm here.
No.
And then he just somehow, like, got, 11 kills, right? So he
Straight
got
off the bat.
he got the payback, actually. He got the payback for the one-on-one, and then he ended up getting 10 kills later on, right? And not only that, but just overall, what can you say about their team composition and these players, other than obviously their synergy, their communication is on point. They know each other really well. The shot calling is great, for Team Philippines. And I think that's why they are, every game, if you look at the course of like these past few days, someone different has always shined. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that happens to them quite often. And where you have like some of these major teams, especially, shining in different roles. Even earlier, right? Having ATM, for example, really shining for Cambodia. Here you have Aizen. Aizen has been a big standout for Mongolia, and I feel like even a lot of people have been rooting for certain members, here and there online. Mongolia alone, every single member I've seen, someone online like cheering for them or cheering for their name. And I think that's, amazing that you have something like this, like a platform, a tournament, that you get to show what you have to the world. Because technically, there's fans of MLBB everywhere, and now they get to see some of these players, specifically like Aizen Forbid, ZX Aura, and the rest of them, and just how they perform. It's nice to see.
Yeah, knowing that we have a growing community in MLBB and looking how they helped us throughout the way of like, hey, there's more facts in this kind of place that we're looking to discover as the game went through from day 1 to 3. And for us, again, we're still considering this team as a dark horse, so completely can learn.
I can't wait to see him in Romania, basically.
Yeah, man, because with that scope or even, a gap of a month or so, could actually be a way of having a chance to redeem themselves back then. You've mentioned a lot of teams there in MLBB are coming there to go for the glory. So what would be a better way to show themselves or to prove themselves once again by rising up to the challenge in IASI?
Well, they'll have to rise to the challenge indeed, because they've got plenty of time to prepare for that, I would say, for the most part. And like I was saying earlier too, OSX, the game will probably change even more, from a month from now. So, that basically wraps it up for us guys. It's been a long day, but it's been a fruitful day, and we have had a blast. I know I speak for me and OSX, and how we've also just enjoyed our stay here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. It's been amazing. The food is amazing. Everybody's amazing. The teams, congratulations to all of them who competed and qualified for Romania. And that is it for us. Any last words, OSX?
Riyadh has been amazing. Hoping to be back once again. And this has been one of the amazing journeys that we had in our esports career. So big shout outs to having us here, and hoping once again we will bring life to our games and action here in the Gamerset in ISF.
Yeah, and again, it's been even eye-opening for me, and I know you feel the same way in terms of just the setup here, the culture here, and everything else, and seeing these teams. So again, thank you so much. We are going to be passing it over to the main stage now to hear from our winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, wow. Whoa, man. I swear to God, but you know what? Why should I say that when we had the audience right here who are gonna make some noise? So come on everybody, make some noise!
كبير، وشفنا حماس الجمهور برضو. شوف كيف الحماس، شوف كيف داخلين بأجواء نهائيات برضو. فأكيد لازم نستفتح في ستيج نشوف الثلاث مراكز. ولكن قبل لا نبدأ في الثلاث مراكز في هذه البطولة، خلونا نرحب وفليتفضل معنا الأستاذ يزيد المنصور، رئيس قسم تطوير الرياضات الإلكترونية لدى الاتحاد السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية.
As we're starting the crowning ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor right now to have on stage with us here, sharing this beautiful moment, Mr. Yazid Al-Mansour, the head of esports community and the development at Saudi Esports Federation. Such a proud moment for everybody here as we see this happening, international stuff taking place right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So ladies and gentlemen, let's see it one more time for Mr. Yazid Al-Mansour. So, وجيه الموضوع عندك third place.
أكيد يا براء، كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين، وحماس الجمهور أيضا، واللي خلف الشاشات كلنا مستعدين نشوف الثلاث مراكز اللي حصلوا عليها في هذه البطولة. فأعزائي المشاهدين، المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثالث منتخب كافح من بداية البطولة، وتأهل أيضا من دوري المجموعات إلى النهائيات، وقدر يحصل على المركز الثالث. تحية قوية لمنتخب كمبوديا.
Taking place for the third position. Let's hear it for Cambodia! Viewers and gamers around the world, everybody, let's see you texting, let's see you commenting, and make some noise! Beautiful things happen here. وشاكر وجيه في هذه الأوقات الجميلة
فعلا لحظات اكيد ما راح تنسى، سواء المتواجدين هنا في الستيج او ايضا اللي خلف الشاشات. لحظات جدا مهمه وما راح تنسى اكيد في هذه البطوله، بالذات في بطوله موبايل ليجندز، بعد ما رحبنا في المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثالث.
بالضبط. They were fighting back and forth and they never gave up, and they gave us such an amazing showcase of talent, skill and sheer adrenaline. All that taking place. Third place, Cambodia. Unbelievable.
لحظات لا تصدق، وزي ما احنا شايفين تتويج ابطال والحاصلين على المركز الثالث منتخب كمبوديا يتوجون بالميداليات البرونزيه بعد ما كافحوا وقدروا يحصلون على المركز الثالث. ولكن اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، الى الان ما انتهينا.
I love it. The energy over here is over 9,000. I can only imagine what's happening right now on the stream. Well, Mr. Yazid, beautiful smile, beautiful energy. And now for the second place. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, crowning the second place right here for the Mobile Legends competition at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. Put your hands together and make some noise for Mongolia!
أعزائي المشاهدين، تحية قوية للمنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثاني وكافح إلى ما وصل لنهائيات بخسارة واحدة فقط وقدر يحصل على المركز الثاني. تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا.
I'm just happy to be here today with all this energy, positivity, unity under the umbrella of the ISF, under the umbrella of esports.
أكيد إذا إحنا أنا وياك فرحانين أخوي براء، فما بالك بالجمهور. كل شخص جالس يشجع فريقه المفضل ومنتخبه المفضل أيضا، وكيف أيضا بفرحة اللاعبين مثل ما شفنا منتخب كمبوديا حصل على المركز الثالث، والآن بمنتخب منغوليا حصل على المركز الثاني، فما بقى لنا إلا المركز الأول والآن نعلن عنه.
But they gave a really tough challenge, right? I mean, since the beginning, they were like on with it, back and forth, and they made it to the finals.
أكيد بعد عناء وبعد مكافحة قدروا أنهم يوصلون في هذه المراكز، والآن باقي لنا أن نعلن عن المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الأول. تحية قوية للمركز اللي حصل على المركز الأول في بطولة جيمرز 8 من الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية في سنة 2023. تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين.
And ladies and gentlemen, your champions, your warriors, happening right here in Saudi Arabia, winning the first place here in Saudi Arabia for the ISF Asian Championship. Let's hear it for the Philippines! Beautiful things happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Standing right here, representing the Philippines. One more time, congratulations, let's go!
أعزائي المشاهدين، تحية مرة أخرى لمنتخب فلبين، وزي ما احنا شايفين فرحتهم وحصولهم جدا لا توصف، كاحنا كمتفرجين فما بالكم باللاعبين بعد حصولهم على المركز الأول وتأهلهم أيضا إلى بطولة العالم في رومانيا.
As they embarked this journey, they gave us a breathless performance. Congratulations again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of the Philippines.
أما الآن أعزائي المشاهدين بنسمع النشيد الوطني لمنتخب فلبين.
Such a proud moment. وجيه وصلنا حق اللحظة الجميلة.
أكيد وصلنا للحظة الجميلة واللحظة المنتظرة أعزائي المشاهدين. أما الآن نبي نسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب فلبين بعد ما يحصلون على جائزتهم والكاس بعد حصولهم على المركز الأول.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this moment of glory, we're going to ask right now Team Philippines to go and claim their trophy. Congratulations sa Pilipinas!
ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلبين.
Dedication, determination, all that with Team Philippines. Happiness, positivity, beautiful moments that we will never forget right here in Saudi Arabia at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship for the Mobile Legends competition. One more time, let's hear it for the Philippines. And of course, Waji, as we'd like to give a big shout out as well to our casters. Let's hear it for Naisu OSX.
أكيد برضو ما ننسى فضل وشكر خاص للمعلقين معانا أيضا نايسو و OSX وما ننسى أيضا المعلقين العرب معانا الكيوبي وXLR.
QB and XLR, our Arabic beautiful casters and our international casters, Naisu and OSX, and every team member that made this happen. And big shout out goes to you, beautiful audience. Beautiful things happening here. And of course, big shout out goes to you, Waji, for the amazing presentation here today.
أنا صراحة أخوي براء أنا توترت مو منتخب فلبين أنا اللي توترت بعد حصولهم في المركز الأول صراحة فعلا. ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلبين وهارد لك لباقي المنتخبات. بس صراحة فعلا كانت بطولة جدا ممتعة وشفنا الأداء الأسطوري اللي شفناه من المنتخبات. ولكن حابين نشكر أيضا ما خلف الكاميرا والإعداد. شكرا لهم ومثل ما ذكرنا شكرا لأخواني المعلقين. كنا معاكم هنا دوركم كأخوانكم كمقدمين معاكم أخوكم وجيه وأخوي براء ونشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here right now for the Asian Championship, but we're not done yet. More to come. That was only the first competition, but there's more coming up right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8. For now, we're gonna have a break and we'll be back for more with another competition, Dota 2. So stay tuned, we'll be back right here in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Hello, we're back here. We're back here, OSX.
After celebrating a bit of a moment there on stage now, we're with the champions right here in IESF. Team Philippines, Team Seaballs, together with us right here onto the caster's desk. Kamusta naman ang panalo nyo ngayon? Flap and also Havos.
Havos.
Or should I say Cannon?
Okay lang. Masaya.
Masaya.
Sobrang saya kasi para sa akin kahit isang sub lang ako sa kanila, support ako sa kanila, and first time ko ito meron ng international championship.
Wow.
Should I translate?
Go
okay,
ahead.
they're really happy, of course. They've had a great time. And also Havost here is very happy because now he's had experience in an international event and also part of the championship here.
And again, you had a great debut, Havos. Sa lahat ng teams na nakalaban mo, sabi mo this is your first international, again, a tournament. Sino yung feeling mo nga naging challenge na country sa ISF?
I think para sa akin kasi wala eh. I only played against Saudi and we played very smoothly against them and we won without any issues in the team and no problems at all. And I think the strongest team here in Saudi Arabia qualifiers in IESF, I think it's going to be Mongolia because they're a very good team.
Love
they
it.
get a good composition of their draft.
Yeah.
They play like blacklist.
Okay, they have their own Ube strat.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. You
Yeah,
know,
they have their own
Ube
switch as
strat.
well, yeah.
So I got to ask you guys specifically, we saw you get your championship in a sweep and everything. Now, I'm curious, how do you like Riyadh, Saudi Arabia? Have you enjoyed it?
I really enjoyed being here in Saudi because the people are so very nice and the food is good too.
Sarap yung food.
Ano pinaka-favorite mo?
Yung pinaka-favorite ko yung biryani nila. Sobrang sarap.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I agree.
Okay, we have the hummus, we have the
How
biryani.
about the hummus?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yun, solid.
Solid talaga.
Havas. What's your favorite food?
The kebab.
Oh,
The kebab.
of course.
Classic.
Yeah. How anything else that did you guys get a chance to go out? I know it's been, you've had a crazy schedule and
We've
whatnot,
been
but did you go out?
into Riyadh Park
Same as us.
yesterday.
We were just there.
We were just
Yeah.
there too. What do you think? Beautiful, no?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Saudi looks very expensive. It's very clean and people are nice.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think we feel the same way.
Yeah.
We've had a great time here as well.
Yeah.
Is there anything specifically that you guys want to do? Prepare.
We just have to stick on our momentum and double the efforts
For preparation.
for preparations for.
But you have more coming up
Yes.
too, don't you?
We have an ESL tournament
Yeah.
coming up and I think this is a good momentum when we're going to Jakarta.
Wow, tuloy-tuloy. So, behind all of this hectic schedule na meron kayo, Havos and Canon, paano yung nagiging preparation nito? Are you guys, how are you preparing for this? Kasi syempre, tuloy-tuloy eh. So, ano ba yung nagiging secret ni na Coach Duck, ni na Coach Vren, traveling around the world, adjusting to time zones? Paano kayo naka-adapt ng ganun kabilis?
Yeah.
Palagi po kami nare-remind ng mga coach namin na dapat healthy kami palagi, ganun, para iwas sakit. Tapos yun, sinusunod naman po namin and sobrang marami talaga kaming sacrifices para makuha namin yung mga championship. Kaya, ayun.
Let's go ahead and translate that again for our international viewers. Basically, OSX is asking, how do you prepare for all this? Because they have, they just came from a tournament. They're here now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They have another tournament ahead of them, and of course they have Romania even after that. And of course, everything going on in the Philippines as well. And we heard here that the main part is just staying healthy. Really, when you have that much, on your plate and you have that much preparation, part of it is staying healthy, and their coaches help them with that, and the rest of the team keep them, mentally prepared, physically prepared. And part of it really is just management, managing your time, managing your own schedules, and being the best, prepared that you can be.
Yeah, amazing. How heavy is that? Gaano kabigat? 6 kilos.
It's heavy, yeah.
It's heavy.
6 kilos.
So
I tried to lift it actually.
You
It's quite
did?
heavy, yeah.
I thought it's basic for you, I know. You do the
No,
lifting.
he was the one flexing too. I mean, during the matches, right? Spending time in the gym. You want to? He's about to flex here. But yeah, is there any basically last things you guys want to say? You know, to fans or to any
families.
messages out there?
I just want to thank my family for always supporting me, and to all of our fans and to our bosses. Thank you so much for supporting us, and we will do our best to achieve more.
Havast.
Um, Thank you very much to all our supporters, especially to my family and friends, and also to my teammates in Philippines. Thank you so much for yeah, giving me time to play here in Saudi, and I'll be back and we will win more tournaments. And also thank you very much to my teammates here and our coaches and delegates for also trusting me and letting me play. And I think we did good. We did our very best to be able to win the championship. And yeah, my teammates are so strong.
Well, no, it was great to see you also play Havas. You know, I mean, again, a lot of people were wondering exactly how you would fit in the combination, and I think you proved that very well. I personally have, I I personally have been watching you through your journey, to this level, even back before on the amateur scene. So it's great to see you. We have one extra question to ask you here, Havost. What is the secret of the hair? What's the secret?
The secret, there's no secret in because it's natural. Family genes acting up. It's thanks to my granddad. Very nice hair, and it's very unique, and I like it.
It's
natural.
It's the genes.
Yeah, the genes.
Kicking in.
Yeah, it's the genes.
I don't even need to take care.
It's just
Yeah.
like that. It's just that nice.
Yeah.
It's such a signature thing, and it's great to see.
Yeah.
And then another question too that we have for you again, specifically is, are you ready? Do you feel like you guys are ready for Romania, like in your current state? Do you feel like you could go there and possibly win in Romania, or do you need more time?
Next guy. I think we're ready. Looking at our team, we're basically the strongest now.
Yeah.
For me.
There's 16 countries that, well, I
Yep.
guess 15 that will be there.
Yeah.
And also we have the momentum from the qualifiers. And we're just gonna do our best to be able to win the
The
IESF
world.
Championship. Yeah,
Yeah.
the world in Romania. My teammates are strong. They can do it.
And you got the hair,
And you got the hair.
the hair buff.
completely.
Yeah. How
Well-
about you? Do you feel like you feel like you guys are ready, kind of?
For me, I think I'm not yet ready because I don't expect too much. So I'll just do my best whenever I play Mobile Legends. I don't expect.
Yeah.
That's good.
Just do.
But I believe in my teammates. They're very strong.
Okay.
You had one.
Yeah, I have one more question in Tagalog. Since
Then
sabi nga ni-
translate. Let's
yeah.
translate it.
Since sabi ni Havos na ang pinaka challenge sa kanila dito is getting through Mongolia, which is the team who had 1 point na nakuha sa inyo from your, again, winning streak
Yeah.
throughout the IESF. Any few words of advice dahil sila nga yung nakita niyong naging challenge sa IESF? Because for sure, you saw a lot of potential. So ano ma-advise sa kanila moving forward?
Siguro patuloy lang nila ang ginagawa nila na magbatak pa sila, tapos siguro yung sa hero pool din kailangan meron silang ibang i-practice na mga hero kasi nung natalo namin sila, yung nagulat kami kasi ganun yung mga hero.
Yeah.
Tas nung nabasa na namin, alam na namin yung ibaban. Nung trinay namin iban yung mga ginagamit nila, parang di na sila nakakapalag. Kaya yun lang yung mapapayo ko sa kanila, na lawakan pa nila yung hero pool nila.
Well, let's go ahead and translate that again. OSX was asking about how it was facing off against Mongolia, and Mongolia was the only team again to take at least a game from Team Philippines here. And they were also surprised, and we actually heard even back when we asked them earlier too the same thing. They didn't know what to expect, but then found out that wow, Mongolia is strong, and to continue to go forward and keep practicing and get ready. Again, any last words that you guys might have to anyone out there, to everyone involved, even with this production, the Asian Championships? Any last words?
Thank you very much to the productions, and yeah, this whole tournament. Thank you very much. This is a great opportunity for us players, esports players who are competing in for our country. Thank you very much. You guys really did the best because we just gotta play and y'all did the others.
I just want to thank all of the staff here in IESF Riyadh. Thank you for the hospitality you have given us. We're so happy to meet you guys because you are so nice.
Great. Yeah. Thank you guys so much again, and congratulations to both of you and your team. Again, it's me, Naisu, and OSX. We're also thankful for everything to be a part of this and to witness this and cast your guys' games. So that is going to be it for us. And hopefully you all enjoyed watching this tournament unfold. We can't wait to see what's in store for Romania. So that's it for us. OSX?
Well, assalamu alaikum.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
اهلا وسهلا، حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم باليوم الاخير من لعبه دوتا 2، وكلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين ان نشوف اجواء المباراه والحماس، بالذات انها بتكون معانا اخر مباراه وبعدها بنشوف مين اللي بيكون البطل يا اخوي براء.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Dota 2 happening right here at the Gamers Aid IESF Asian Championship. This is gonna be unbelievable. It's gonna be awesome seeing all that taking place right here in Riyadh, ladies and gentlemen. These beautiful, crazy, hyped Arabian nights. But it's gonna go international with Dota 2. So وجيه جاهزين؟
اكيد جاهزين احنا والجمهور ايضا اللي خلف الشاشات، كلنا جاهزين يا اخوي براء.
And نتوكل نقول بسم الله. And now we're gonna call in the first team taking place right now in this match. But before we go that, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So Myanmar played against the Philippines,
Yep.
went to the lower bracket,
Yep.
then played against Mongolia, won, and then went back again.
Yep. That's it.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. So we are right now ready to call in the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise and hear it for Myanmar!
تحية قوية لمنتخب ماينمار. منتخب ماينمار جاهز بكامل التجهيزات في النهائي الكبير، ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين.
And let's go right now to the competitors. Let's hear it for the Philippines. Well, Sadiq Waji, right now as the Philippines getting in, I can just see it in their eyes. Oh, so we meet again, Myanmar.
فعلا سيناريو ما راح يتكرر رغم انهم خسروا، ولكن رجعوا من اللور براكت للابر براكت اخوي براء. ولكن اعزائي المشاهدين، هذه المباراه ما ننسى انها هي الاخيره في هذا اليوم للعبه دوتا 2، وبنشوف مين اللي بيكون بطلا لهذه الليله ويكون الحاصل على المركز الاول.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, right now. And now we're going to pass it on to our phenomenal, unbelievable casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Coming into the grand final here, it's a BO3 between the Philippines and Myanmar. Philippines looking for back-to-back through MLBB and Dota 2. But it's a tough road through Myanmar, who have already beaten them. They're the only team to have beaten them thus far, not only in a game, but they beat them in the series, and now they're looking to do it again here in the finals. Black, what do you think on this one? Because we expected the Philippines to kind of run through it, but at this point, it's anybody's game, right?
Yeah, I mean, they already beat them in the upper bracket 2-0 when they haven't even dropped a single game, as you said before.
Yeah.
And maybe they're just taking like the momentum they had against Mongolia, because those last two games, they were pretty adrenaline-inducing. It could have been anyone's game. After you take these, you know, momentum plays a huge role in these LAN events.
Yeah.
So they might just be riding it all the way to the finish line.
Sometimes you can do that. You can ride that momentum, especially if you get a game one victory. Sometimes you blow them out of the water, and all of a sudden it's a quick 2-0. We've seen that with BO3 finals. It's not like your BO5 where it's an extended kind of own meta kind of thing. But BO3s, we've been seeing a lot of meta picks, and it feels like it might be the same. However, in a lot of these matchups, especially all the top three teams, it's been a bloodbath. Back and forth, 30-minute games with 80-plus kills. It's anybody's game at any time.
Yeah, SEA, the region in general, they love fighting most of the time. We have some passive games here and there, depending on the hero drafts, of course, but they just generally love being aggressive and taking things into their own hands. But just coming back to the score again really quick, I fell victim in my own career oftentimes. You beat them in the upper bracket, then you meet them again in the final, they analyze the mistakes they made against you, and then suddenly they completely blow you out of the water. So the Philippines come off a fresh win as well, and they've had the opportunity to really analyze what went wrong against Myanmar.
Yeah, they had a 2-0 victory in their lower bracket final game, and then they come into this one. So you've got the momentum in terms of coming off a win. You're already warmed up, whereas Myanmar was waiting for the Philippines to come into this grand final. That's sometimes what people say is the non-benefits of going through the upper bracket, right? Oh, easy run. We're in the finals. We wait, but then you sit and you wait too long, and then you have teams develop more of like a strategy coming into this one, and maybe, like you said, the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different types of people. The first one is, yeah, upper bracket is super good because they're going to come in rested. They're going to come in well prepared because they watch the matches. But in reality, even if you watch those matches, you don't really have the most amount of time to really prepare for anything.
Right.
Because you're going to be watching those games, and while you're watching those games, you're trying to analyze them. It's going to be very difficult. But at the same time, there's also other people who say being in the lower bracket and winning is just that momentum that you need. You come in with like from a fresh victory. You're just hyped up. You're warmed up. Whereas the other team, as we said, they're very relaxed. They probably didn't play any Dota for a couple of hours. Might be a problem for them. Maybe not.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll
It's going to
see.
be interesting because in that lower bracket final again with the Philippines, they played Wraith King, which is something we really did not see on the main stage. Not something you're really seeing in this meta in general. They went up against the Jug. I think those are two cores that are like last efforts, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of bans in these drafts be centered around the carry. You 6 straight bans, all carries. What do you pick after that? There's nothing available.
I mean, you got to go back to heroes like Wraith King, especially if they hard counter a hero like Doom, because they picked it into the Doom, of course.
Yeah.
One of the perfect matchups. You never care about getting doomed. You're the front line for your team. You build this Aggron Scepter. That means you can't really blow up any hero in the mid late game anymore without them getting off their spells. It's actually, I think, a pretty forgotten hero. Like, you summon those skeletons. They're there for like 90 seconds. They will just push the tower down if you don't react to it, especially in the current meta.
Yep.
You summon them, you force a fight somewhere else, and suddenly they destroy a tier 1 or tier 2 tower.
And it also feels like it accelerates your farm so much with the expanded map. You know, the patch, obviously, now kind of breaking in for everybody, but the map is 40% bigger off that patch.
Yep.
You have a lot of space to farm if you're that Wraith King with those skeletons. Things get, you know, pretty dangerous if you let a Wraith King do whatever he wants. And that was in an interesting matchup, too, because there was that Doom. There was so much to really put away the spells of the Filipino squad, and they still found a way to pull out the victory.
Yeah, I actually think Wraith King was the perfect answer for that, because it's a high Harris lane. He's just going to skill the life leech. He's going to sustain himself in the lane. We're going to go into fast armlet, so you get that helm for additional sustain. And yeah, like sometimes, as we said, being creative means that it just clinches your victory like that.
Yeah, so let's remind you guys at home what the rosters look like. We're going to take a look at the Filipino roster right now on your screen. And, you know, this is, again, names we know. Division 2 now promoted into Division 1 players. Bach, Boomy, Max, CML, and Akashi. They look solid thus far. Obviously, one misstep against the team they're playing today, which now they're trying to make right by getting revenge.
Yeah, it could just be that the Filipino playstyle is not very suitable against the playstyle of Myanmar. We'll have to see here, because every team obviously has their own playstyles, and Myanmar is super aggressive. The Philippines, they like to sit back a bit more, farm a bit more, get into the middle late game portion of the game. Of course, if you show them any weaknesses in the early game, they will run you over.
Yes.
But more often than not, they will draft for this middle late game portion of the game and really try to, you know, just passively farm away, wait for your mistakes, punish them slowly, build up that advantage, and then ultimately end of the game.
But that's a big issue with a lot of the teams we've been seeing up against them who really love to play that quick, fast-paced early game. And they're picking drafts, whether it be 5 heroes that fight early or that 4-1, where you've got 4 heroes, hit level 6, you're into the fight, and then you're protecting that one carry, say a Naga Siren or a Medusa. You're still seeing a lot of heavy pressure from these teams. And, you know, it's not to say that the Filipino team can't play like that. We've seen Filipino natives, maybe not on this team, like Skem, who play that way, who play very aggressive from even the support role, or even when he was a carry, he played aggressive. So the idea is there, but it's whether or not they want to draft to really engage on that.
Yeah, but on that token, also we have to revisit the game against Mongolia, because Mongolia was actually a team that also played really fast against them. And in the early game, they absolutely destroyed the Philippines.
Yeah.
They came back throughout the mid-late game, as we said. That's where they're really shining. But if there's too much of a gap in the early game, there's nothing you can recover from.
Yeah, that was, you know, that group stage matchup. They were down about 8,000 net worth. So we're going to take a look at the other roster. Myanmar is going to be popping up on your screen. Again, we are trying to make you remember who's playing in this grand final. I know they're, you know, it's only been a 1-day delay, so hopefully you guys are with us in remembering. But you've got KSH, you've got Zarain, Young BH, Skill A, and AT coming in to this final roster.
Yeah, also known as Shoti or Shoti. It's... Yeah, I mean, for us, we didn't have them on the radar initially, and they've absolutely overperformed. Like, I didn't think we would see them in the final, let alone in the top 4, but they've definitely proven me wrong. I like their playstyle. They have a good identity in terms of playstyle and draft. There's nothing to really dislike or criticize much about this team.
Yeah, I think they've been playing really well. They've we called it our dark horse in the beginning of the event, and they have definitely played up to that standard that we were expecting from them, and I'm excited to see this grand final. Truthfully, I think 3 games. But
Possible. Very possible.
But then I think about it again. It's like, I want 3 games, but I also know the mental game. You get that weird hour-long back-and-forth game 1, and then all of a sudden you got to take a breath going to that game 2, and it's hard to recover. That's the style these teams play, where it has felt like throughout this event, 12, 15, 18, 34,000 net worth is not enough to win games.
Yeah, I mean, this meta and patch in general, it is pretty hard to close out the game, which is why I'm quite impressed with Myanmar, because if they have a big lead, they don't seem to really have the problem. They really go for the juggler. They want to go for the kill. They dive your tier 3 towers early on to really shove the advantage into your face. And if you don't want to submit, they will make you.
Yeah, and it's especially the reaction giving them their first loss, right? If Myanmar lose, that'll be their first loss throughout the event.
Yeah.
So how do you react off a loss? Because some people, you have that winning streak, and I love to give the example from the UFC. Ronda Rousey had a massive winning streak. She loses once, loses again, retires. So can you keep it mentally there off a loss when you're having just this streak of wins?
I mean, I think against the series against Mongolia, they did lose 1 map of that, but they also showed good resilience, because in that game 3, they looked fresh.
Right.
You know, it was a 1-hour-long game where they ultimately ended up taking it in a nail-biter of a game. If you haven't watched that, you should definitely check that out.
Yeah, that game 2 was wild.
But in game 3, they just come out swinging, and the game was, until the very end, quite one-sided.
And that was that Meepo game, right?
That was that Meepo game, yeah.
So that's kind of the pick you have to be worried about if you're the side of the Philippines, letting them go to the Meepo, because we have seen that hero dominate games. And Ags is early. Personally, my low MMR, I don't think that Ags is necessary too early, because we don't see it activated until you've got 2 more items. But you have the opportunity at the Mega Meepo, and it feels unbeatable. So we'll have to see if there's going to be targeted bans here for not only the teams or the players, or you're looking for a cheese pick. We've been really praying for a Tinker to come out on the main stage.
I actually, despite people really hating on Tinker, I hate playing against Tinker as well, but watching Tinker is completely different to me. I actually really like watching Tinker. Watching a good Tinker player use the spells and items in quick succession, like his positioning being really good, I feel like it takes a lot of skill, and it's also like a pleasure to watch.
So we'll see these first bans, Timber, Enchantress. And Enchantress has been a 4 pick, meaning 4th. Like, we see the 1, we see the 2, and then the team that picks that first, they go number 4. It's been Enchantress a lot. And Enchantress, we've seen time and time again, become that pseudo core.
Yeah.
Or really not even pseudo. That real core that just shows up 30 minutes into the game, has a Hurricane Pike and a +1 on the items. And the impetus damage coming through is devastating.
Yeah, it's just a very strong hero in general. It secures your lane most of the time, because Enchant is so strong early on together with the impetus.
Right.
You get into your untouchable, so you're not even an easy kill anymore. You really need a lot of magic burst for that. And then, as you said, the minute 30, minute 40 portion of the game, you become oftentimes even the highest damage in those team fights.
Yeah, and then they got that Pugna banned out. So with Pugna being banned out, that kind of potentially stops the Storm Spirit as well as the Medusa coming through, but they go to the Morphling, and that's been a pretty popular first pick. Morphling coming through feels as though now you got to be aware and really certain about your carry matchup. But picking Morphling first, we've talked about it post-game, and we've talked about it in the games, we've talked about it at dinner. We really just don't stop talking Dota. Even when we're lifting weights, it's Dota talk.
Of course.
When you pick your carry this early, you leave yourself wide open, because these 2 bans, I don't think are enough to protect this hero.
There have to be answers coming out now. We have oftentimes seen this first pick Morphling not being answered.
First pick Storm Spirit.
That is also very confident, and Silencer. So there will be a window of opportunity where you can hit the global. If he's fully Agimorph, you jump in on the Storm, get that freebie on him. But once that Manta style's up, you won't really feel too confident.
They were the ones who banned the techies, and we saw the techies in one of those games against Morphling be able to blast off from a distance just outside vision and catch Morphling full agi as well. So they got rid of that, but now they have to kind of change back, right? They have to do a plan B of sorts with that silencer and a +1. And what do you want to see in terms of another support? Do you want to see, say, Skywrath Mage and Earthshaker? So now they've gone morphling Earthshaker, which was much more powerful when you can morph into the Earthshaker back in the day.
Yeah.
The double dunking was insane.
Now I think they're really just picking it. Like, I personally think Shaker is a very hit or miss hero.
Right.
Like, the laning phase isn't very good. You get that initial block off, but after that you can't really fight any +5 in that lane. You need your Blink Dagger to really have impact, or a Shard. And are you going to get a good Echo off or not?
And is this going to be a core Earthshaker?
It could be. We've seen it a couple of times, but that one is so risky as well. If you just end up being behind in the mid game,
you
coming back to the game, you just don't farm fast enough.
Yeah,
you need a fast axe for the cleave. If you don't get that, no way back into the game. But they love their Shaker support just to be able to have like a long range save. Or they initiate on the morph, fissure. But it's not going to be easy this game because there's a global silence that you will have to deal with every time.
Yeah, we saw the last Earthshaker struggle to get, say, the blink into the Echo Slam, or even with that axe, the totem jump through because of a Tidehunter. So maybe that even ends up being your off lane here for Myanmar, because Teamfight is pretty brutal at the moment. Even with just global silence, that's a box checked off. Teamfight, boom. Single target pickoff, you've got Storm, check. A little bit of lockdown with the Vortex, you want a little bit more? Hey, get Tide. Ravage, he also does a boatload of damage, and that's, you know, no joke at the expense of Kunkka. But he also gets Tendrils of the Deep if he gets that Shard, and that's even more lockdown with a Meteor Hammer, which is usually the build for the Tides that we've been seeing. I really love him as an offlane.
Yeah, I mean, Tide has always been a staple offlane hero for a lot of teams throughout history. As you said, it's just this teamfight presence of the hero is very strong. Maybe paired up together with a Skywrath, you have the Gush slow, you have the concussive shot slow, which is like, I think 80% or so.
You don't go anywhere. Yeah. And that's a lane that can kill and dominate.
Yeah, and it's also additional pickoff. However, then you have the problem of course, your two supports being quite squishy, so they could also run a +4 Clockwork. There's lots of options they can have. However, the carry is gonna be, you know, Anti-Mage is left.
Do you want to go Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage against Morphling is one of the better matchups. Morphling really hates playing against AM.
Right.
You have a Drow Ranger, which I talk about all the time, and of course, Meepo.
There's that Meepo ban, which is important.
Yeah.
We talked about that before the draft had started, and really just trying to make sure that they don't get Meepawed. As much as that was an old team name.
Is so scary against Morphling. Like, you just don't deal any AoE damage in the late game. Even then, it's just not enough. Meepo, I think the older this patch gets with Meepo not being nerfed, is going to get picked more and more and earlier. Because I really believe his landing phase is very strong, and there aren't many great counters in the game right now.
So you just have the ability to pick him early, knowing that there's no counters, right? Or not no counters, but minimal.
Yeah.
You can
also land in the middle. You can land in the middle, safe lane, even off lane, we've seen it. And his landing presence, once you reach level 4, is incredibly strong.
Yeah, your farm really turns on at that point.
So they banned Disruptor, so Storm has a free game. They banned 3 silences, basically. They really want to protect the Storm, make sure that he has a good game.
They banned
they're still
Sky
There's
having
lots of heroes still left.
They banned Sky having that next pick, which is interesting to me. But Rubik, I guess with Earthshaker in the game, is never a bad pick. Your Fissure's quicker.
Fissure's quicker.
It's a little bit of that. Anything you can do, I can do better.
It's decent against Morph too. You really get up to the 2,000 health pool. So it's not easy to burst you anymore. It's really silly when he has 0 agi, because he just doesn't attack anymore.
That's why you go full agi and you leave yourself as a Rubik with 300 health.
Yeah, when you get one of that destruct, you're gone.
You're just done. Gosh. So we'll see what the double pick is here. More of
There's Quap
Earthshaker.
left
Yeah.
to dominate Storm.
Do you pick Quap this early though? You already know the matchup, I guess.
I mean, if you want to pick it, you might as well pick it now. I mean, there's Ember Spirit as well. But the problem is Silencer is really strong against all these mobility heroes early on, especially because you're not going to be working with a Dispel for a long time. It's either you get too tanky, so you don't die during the global, or you build a Dispel, in which case you oftentimes have to go for like a much earlier BKB, much earlier Yules, which you don't really want to do either way.
A lot of thought into this one. And again,
Shaker, Enigma is always an option as well for Myanmar, but for the Philippines,
Dark
we
Willow, this
finally
is
see
something
it.
we've seen banned a lot,
There's
and
the
there's
quad.
that Queen of Pain you talked about.
So Dark Willow can be a 5. I much rather have her in the 4 though. Could be Shaker Willow lane as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Quap to dominate the Storm. We have seen this matchup many times so far. It's a very tough lane for the Storm. But honestly, Anti-Mage is looking really good now. Quap hates AM, Morph hates AM, Dark Willow doesn't do much against AM, and Shaker also doesn't do much against AM.
What about an Ursa pick here for Myanmar?
Ursa is always risky into Morphling, unfortunately. There's not so many vibes. Primal Beast, but something that can initiate, something that has some team fight, some good stun. Axe.
Axe, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's somewhat what we're looking for. But
just don't
again,
know.
it's not really a lot of team fight. It's more pick-off-ish.
Yeah. And it now fills your off-lane slot, and you're waiting on a carry, so...
They banned the Monkey King. Okay, Morph is actually considered really good against Monkey King. Interesting ban. I like, currently, they have a decent front line. Drow Storm is a very strong combination. I know I keep talking about the Drow Ranger. I really want her in the game. It's probably not going to happen, but I can make my case. Because Drow Ranger Storm is a very strong combination. You enable Storm a lot. You have the frontline initiation of an Axe.
Smart.
You got the Global Silence to bail you out potentially. And the lane should be pretty simple as well. Because there's going to be a Shaker there, you already know that.
Slark, to me, a ban like that and the Monkey King signal that Philippines want to go for Tide.
Very possible. Tide's a good hero for them.
As long as you can get the global off, which means you need a Lotus builder, and you have Earthshaker, who doesn't really mind
Well,
getting that
Tide is
after
gone.
Blink, but there goes the Tide.
Tide is gone, Legion is gone, AM is looking really good. But they have the last pick anyway, so... I'm telling you, if they pick a hero that's bad against AM, they're going for it.
So,
It's too good to not pick.
I don't really like the pick, but Mars feels like the go-to in an off-lane situation like this.
Yeah, there's not really much left to
I'm
pick.
not huge on that pick, though.
I mean, it shuts down a potential option of Drow. Well, doesn't shut it down, but makes it more complicated to pick the hero. Spirit Breaker.
Okay, I like that more. It also, that shifts potentially into a 4, where Earthshaker becomes your 3. They have options with the lineup based on what they see here last.
I really think you can't lane Shaker and Spirit Breaker together just because like a double melee lane that both need to come really close to even damage or harass you.
You can go Spirit Breaker 5, right? Like, that does exist.
You can. It could be, but I personally like Dark Willow,
There's
Spirit
the
Breaker. It's a
Terrorblade.
very strong lane. Terrorblade into Morph, okay. Okay. So AM Drow still unpicked. Cool. Thanks for the patch, Ice Rock.
AM Drow, your 2 favorite heroes. We're not seeing it. So.
It is, I mean, objectively, really, Terrorblade is way better. You play the map very well. As I said, 40% more farm on the map.
And he pushes really well. The illusions become
Pushes
hard to
really well.
kill. You have to really defend against these illusions, otherwise they're going to take your towers. You don't have the luxury of sitting back and just kind of biding your time.
I really quite like the Philippines draft, to be honest. They have good pick-off, they got decent team fight, they got very strong lanes, more importantly. I feel they could run away with winning all 3 lanes, potentially. And of course, if that happens, then Dota becomes almost impossible to play.
Oh, for sure.
Spirit Breaker off lane. That is the weakness of Silence. So like as a Spirit Breaker and Dark Willow, you don't really care at all about the Silencer. In fact, you might just turn into a feed ball.
You think so?
Yeah, you get charged, you get Bramble Maced, Shadow Realm, you're dead. This Rubik Silencer support, though, we have seen it a couple of times, but it's very squishy. They have Spirit Breaker and Quap and even Morphling to go on them. Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
So we'll see how it goes. Get into this first game of this grand final and see who comes out ahead on this game number 1. But it all starts at the Bounty Runes, at the Horn. We've seen fights before the Horn. We see this region always play aggressive before we get started, and I'm ready to see how it goes. Level 1 potential, I would probably have to go with the Philippines, although, yeah, right, like Battle Hunger, Fateful, is it enough?
It's...
You're not going meta. You're going reflection if you're Terrorblade.
They all have, both teams have pretty mediocre level ones, which makes me think they're just going to be happy to trade runes.
And we see that every now and then, but it's never what we want.
What we hope for, yeah.
You're always hoping for that ultra kill rampage pre-bounce. So blood grenade on there for skill A, and we've seen how important these blood grenades have been. And it really, you think about the lineup. Oop, a little bit of lag coming in. You think about the lineup there. Telekinesis into like a Battle Hunger, Fade Bolt level 2 for Axe and Rubik feels pretty strong.
It does feel very strong, but Morphling is also a hero that doesn't really care about that. As a just the concept of the hero makes it very, very tough for Axe to actually kill him. But what Axe really wants to do in this lane, he wants to get up to a fast Vanguard, as he always does, and start cutting waves. Make sure that you outfarm the opponent. Because like, if you ever fall behind in this lane as an Axe, it's going to become incredibly difficult to do much at all.
Right.
Because Morphling, if you ever had, you just get like, with Morph of course, you get like 7, 8 agi per level. It just becomes harder and harder and harder. You don't have the burst damage to kill him. And that's just why Morph is so popular. His laning is incredibly strong. You get into the early Adaptive Strike, which is like 200 damage every 10 seconds. It's for like, what, 30 mana, I think?
Something super cheap.
It's like, it's kind of a joke.
Yeah.
But, you know, Dota's Dota.
Yeah, Dota is Dota.
Icework is Icework.
I think we need to theory craft this laning stage. Do you said Philippines all 3 lanes, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Now that you look at it a little bit more, you think about it a little bit deeper, you sure about that?
So Quap is almost an auto lock against Storm. You don't need to talk much about that.
Pre-6, you're just getting hit with the Shadow Strike. And
there's not much you can do at all.
Really hit up.
And then the only thing I'm worried about for the Myanmar side is the Silencer. Because if you get charged level 2, you get bashed, then Bramble Maze, then if there's another bash to get up the Shell Ram, it's just so much burst damage coming out. And I don't think you have the HP to really tank through that. Terrorblade should have a good lane, but again, Spirit Breaker is going to be the guy that really starts running around the map. So if he has a good lane as well, that is really what the Philippines need.
Yeah, and his build is what? Early Shadowblade?
Early Shadowblade, we've seen drums. So usually it's Phase Boots, Shadowblade into like Aghanim Scepter, BKB, something like that. And to be honest, like I don't particularly like the matchup of Terrorblade into Morphling. It's okay, but again, you have this first pick Morphling and he hasn't been answered. You know, like you just picked your own generic draft, but you didn't really counter what you saw. And I'm not sure why that happens a lot, because in this tournament it happened like 3 or 4 times already. They first pick this Morph, there's just no hard counter, Morph takes over the game, and you're just wondering, they're scratching your head like, why?
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times throughout the group stage. Like it just continues to happen where you would think the advantages of seeing the carry first pick should be yours if you're countering.
Yeah, I mean, it's also easier said than done. Morphling is just an incredibly strong hero, hard to... There are heroes that hard counter him, but even those can just get killed by Morphling very easily. So maybe it's better to just stick with your own comfort. We shall see. It really will depend, well, as it often does in this meta right now, on the laning phase.
Right.
If somehow the Storm Spirit can win against Quap, we see that sometimes, if you outplay them, he is going to have a phenomenal game. He doesn't really have the greatest answers against him. And yeah, as I said, he has a lot of potential to really just run wild and dominate. If he builds an early Orchid, the supports are never safe. He can kill the Quap very easily. But it's a big if, because Quap is just a stronger hero.
Yeah, we've seen Quaps kind of go off, and it's always a scary time. You see some right clicks being traded, and it's Glaives level 1 for Zalrain.
Right, so Shaker.
So it's the double melee.
And Spirit Breaker, which makes things a lot easier for the Silencer.
Does it make things easier, though, once they hit that level 2? You've got charge into a fissure, totem, right clicks. If you throw a blood grenade, like, the opportunity's there, right?
If Silencer's caught out of position, yeah. But I think just overall, this makes Philippines lanes a little bit weaker. Because they don't have a lot of... It's level 1. Can't really do much level 1. But Morphling Dark Willow, it's not a weak lane, but you're giving the Terrorblade free farm, basically.
Right.
And
that's never something you want to do.
yeah, I'm not sure if you really want to do that. As you said, Morph is sitting at 2 CS. Struggling a little bit.
Pulling these creeps all the way through, or at least trying to.
Yeah, mid lane is going to be the big one.
That was the goal. They've got the fissure. They have the damage. There's the reflection, but they're melee heroes, and they can't get this kill on a Zarain.
That was very close. If that last was a bash, he's dead.
That's all you're really hoping for is just that bash. But now he's sitting low. He does have a blood grenade of his own, but if he shows, he's probably dead, although there is not a lot of mana here on this Earthshaker to throw out controlling fissure.
Oh, mid lane, Quap.
Shouldn't be dying.
Has a bottle as
So
well.
now you're A-okay. 2-0-1, no surprise. Truthfully, if you feel fine in this lane, you don't take Blink, right?
Yeah, not until level 4 at least, and maybe even beyond that. But how is Axe Farm looking?
Metamorphosis, charge coming in, Fissure lands. Zarian's going to be in trouble, but the blood grenade is out.
Oh,
They've got the reflection. First blood for Bach, but instantly traded. And it's actually Zarian who gets the kill, and he's dead, so not exactly that great, right?
He still gets the solo experience at least on a Terror Blade, but that was a very lucky bash, because Silencer should actually not have died there. It was a charge bash into another bash.
So he comes over to refill the bottle of Young PH.
It's such a scum move.
Refilling
Let him play 1v1, yeah. That would be one thing I would love to get rid of.
Bottle refilling?
Bottle refilling, it's so toxic.
You understand
Yeah.
that, right?
And it's also not fun for the supports.
Used to be bottle crowing, right? You send your bottle back in the courier.
That was even worse. But you're a
Refill it that
support,
way.
you die, instead of TPing to your lane and having fun, you TP middle to refill the mid.
And then you gotta walk all the way
Yeah.
back
Is that,
to your
is that
lane.
fun? No, right?
No, I mean, it's not really that great. You know how many times I do it in my pubs and they just have no idea? Like, they don't even have that knowledge down in my MMR. I'm like, pass me the bottle. Why? I bought it. Well, I'll refill it.
But you're not going to give it back.
No, I always give it back. Come on, give me a little credit. So
I don't know if I can trust you with that one.
you always gotta. 23-6 for this Storm. This is not the way this lane should be going.
He is doing very well for himself,
He's
yeah.
dominating. He's up a solid amount of CS. Like, now you've got Boomy. There is no ball lightning, but he ends up on the other side of the fissure.
And Water Rune secured as well.
Yeah,
so
both.
now that's where the pressure comes in.
Yeah.
And it's also very scary to be mid against a Shaker, because if you get blocked off at all, you're gone.
So,
no more mana left.
Akashi, he's low and shifting into that strength, and then it will eventually heal by shifting Agi there.
Yeah, but you're Morphling, you don't really care.
Unless you get hit by a stray Fate Bolt, then you really care.
That would be kind of silly, but can happen. There were 3 shadows right now.
This didn't go the way that I think
He's
Matt
dead.
thought, but now they've got the Fissure, they have the Scream, and with the Shadow Strike on him, they could blink, follow up, and get the kill on a Young PH, and that's exactly what they want pre-level 6, as well as a kill in the top lane. As Skill 8 goes down, and Shochi's going to be in trouble. Akashi can go if he wants, but we'll let him run away and continue to put the hurt in this lane.
They will have one more opportunity to come middle again.
Before he's 6, right?
Yep. If he gets Fissure blocked again.
This is leaving Bach to get solo experience, and now they go for Zarain. Arcane Curse, so you're holding your spells. Maybe you don't want to go with too much. As there's the reflection, gets the bash, there's the kill, meta committed, and Boomy. I don't know if he's too upset if he dies here. You can go refill the bottle and go for another kill onto the Storm, but he'll survive anyway. And Bach's just trying to get a bash. The luck?
Maybe he gets
Not on
3 in a
his
row.
side at the moment.
3 in a row. Let's go. 1.
No. The luck not in his favor, but the charge.
Oh, there's the bash on the creep.
Yeah, not the target. So TP over mid, refill that bottle. You've got Boomy coming in. They're level 6. This is a
blinked
Vortex
into
under the
that.
tower, but he's got the Sonic Wave available to kill off Zarain. They bring in the Dark Will. They've got Skill 8 TPing in, and a Shadow Strike, or Shadow Realm Strike coming in from CML. A lot of Shadow Realm stuff going on. Maybe if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, you're
You know your
into
share.
this.
Yeah, you know your fair share of Shadow Realm if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh watcher.
Yeah.
Especially what is season 2.
And level 6, season 1. Maximilian Pegasus throws his grandfather into the Shadow Realm.
That's right.
Yugi.
Help. My Toon Black Dragon. Blue Dragon, sorry.
There's a lot of shadow going on here. Quick pause. A little bit of an FPS drop there for Mac. We'll disconnect for a second.
Yeah, shouldn't take too long. So, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, what's your favorite monster card?
I had this card called Sword Hunter back in the day. And any monster it killed in defense mode would get added to his life total. It would get added 200 to his life total. So every time you killed 2, 3, 4, you know, you start to get really tanky. Get him out early and you just win. But I'm more of a Magic the Gathering guy these days.
Oh, I bet you are a mono red player.
No, not at all. My brother was back in the 90s.
What are you?
I play blue-green.
Green. Oh.
As well as I also have a red-blue.
Okay, I mean, you know me for a while now.
Is it deck?
What do you think my playstyle was?
Black deck. Mono black.
Close?
No?
Close?
Mono black?
No?
No?
No.
Black blue? Yeah, of course. All right. You know
Black
what?
blue or blue mono? And they just make them mill their own library and you just win by them dying to having no cards.
Not being able to draw.
Yeah, I love that. Like, you know how I play Dota? That's exactly how I play Magic the Gathering.
Toxic. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So going into this, it's 5-1 here for the Philippines. Mid has gone well.
Yeah.
That first Sonic Wave gets a kill. They also get the kill on the Storm earlier.
Yeah.
And it looks like the lanes are doing all right. You're giving soul experience off to the Spirit Breaker with how much Boomy's left the lane. And Terrorblade's not really the hero to pay for it, and they're forcing the Silencer to rotate anyway. So, yes, TB, he's getting himself some solo timings. But at the same time, this is a draft from the Philippines that I believe can fight pretty early. With Charge, when you get that level 6 in the Nether Strike, Dark Willow, Terrorize, Bedlam level 1 on a solo target is, as much as it's been nerfed, quite a bit of damage. I remember it was when it was first released, solo target level 1 Bedlam was 900 damage.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't get nerfed too much damage-wise, but it just takes longer now for the damage to accumulate.
Right.
So he will still be able to find some solo pickups potentially, but I'm just not sold on the draft as a whole until Axe gets his Blink Dagger.
Charge. Fissure lands. Now the Bramble Maze, a little bit of a zip. They still have this charge coming in with Bach level 6.
No,
Is he willing to go in and Nether Strike?
Okay.
No.
That's deep.
Very
Very deep.
far. Yeah.
But you already see, like, this is the problem. Spirit Breaker can rotate anytime. Axe needs his Blink Dagger.
Yep.
And laning against the Morphling is not going to be easy. You can see he's already sitting at 16 denies. And it's only going to get harder.
Is he... He's got Vanguard. I'm wondering, we saw, what, Blade Mail first item for the Axe prior in the last game?
You kind of have to, but without Blink, the game is going to feel very difficult.
There's a lot of uncontrollable damage, right?
Yeah. What you really will have to make good use of is the Storm Silencer combination. You will have to kill the Quap a couple of times, maybe even the Morphling.
Spark of Courage for the TB. That seems just to be the go-to. With 18 damage above 50%, 5 armor below.
It's a good item.
And Terrorblade's already a hero that has a lot of armor innately. So you're going to feel very strong if you do get low.
A hero like that Willow, though, he can easily kill him at level 6. Oh, charge again. Coming from the bot lane. They have a ward there, though. That's a very nice defensive ward by the Radiant. So every charge towards the mid lane will be spotted with that one.
They ward themselves dire side. Gotta really wonder how much can Bach do this, though. He needs to start taking advantage of getting the farm in his lane as well, and every time he charges and doesn't get an outcome out of it, he falls behind.
Yeah, like Spirit Breaker can sometimes be a hero that kind of traps you and thinking, oh, I really gotta charge, gotta use my Nether Strike all the time, but he is not weak in lane. He can actually dominate his lane. And now he's gonna have a free one because Terrorblade is gonna be jungling. When are we gonna see that first Storm rotation? When are we gonna see him try to do much of anything.
Yeah, there hasn't been a rotation yet. Just trying to figure out when they're going to go. They'll go for the Dark Willow, and that will be Shadowrun into the TP, but they've got the call and the Culling Blade. Not only is that a stack there for the Axe, but that's +2 for the Silencer.
Yeah, they have almost infinitely scaling lineup. More armor, more int. What else can you ask for? Just need a punch and a Slark. And who else? Necrophos.
And Necro.
Yeah. The ultimate scaling lineup. Rune bottom, rune top actually. Double damage storm, that is very scary. Once the Silencer hits level 6, they might be able to get a sneaky kill on the Morphling. He's going Blink Dagger first on Axe. I like that quite a bit. They need that follow-up initiation with the Storm Spirit.
So Bach finally staying a little bit more stationary here over bottom, which I don't dislike.
Look at Storm's net worth though. That is a problem.
Yeah, he is really falling behind, and like you said, that's the big issue. You need to make sure that Storm's able to rotate, get something out of this, and really figure it out, because he's behind the Spirit Breaker. And Axe and Spirit Breaker are pretty close overall, but there's that opportunity for Axe to kind of spiral out of control, right? Especially once you get that Blink, you've got that Blade Mail, you get a couple of stacks going on, that armor high enough to play aggressively in the early game. So Bach charging, and
he has a global this time around.
He's going in for Silencer, but stops. Now goes to the Nether Strike, but there's the global silence to stop this. They're in the Bramble Maze, Ball Lightning away. A lot of damage being done to Bach, but is it going to be enough? The Sonic Wave, he's in the Bramble Maze again. They get the kill to Bach. They'll look over for Young PH, but now he's out of mana on the high ground, so he's able to escape. I mean, everybody's here from the side of the Philippines, and they don't get anything to show for it.
There was a massive overcommitment again. Like, playing so aggressively into the global silence, like we said it, it's a showstopper.
Yeah.
Once the Nether Strike was halfway through the animation, silence, and you're just dead. Can't follow up on the Storm Spirit. Blink Dagger picked up. Oh, that might be a full Agimorph catch.
Oh,
he did
call,
more.
stolen Sonic Wave.
Yep.
And there goes Akashi. 2,000 net worth lead here for Myanmar. A couple of mistakes by the Philippines, and all of a sudden, there's your advantage for this Radiant side.
If Storm was a little more farmed, this would be a massive advantage for Myanmar. Right now, they're sitting quite comfortable. They have the Axe Blink Dagger that was very important. With the next Global Silence, they're going to do it again. And again and again. Every time you have Global Silence up, got to make sure you use that cooldown straight away. I would love for them to be able to kill the Quap maybe once. And he's going for Yule Scepter, by the way.
He's already level 9. Will steal the screen. The charge comes in. It lands out of the Silencer as well as the Rubik, but they get the kill on a Boomy. That's going to be Young PH off your screen. Skill A ends up falling. So it will be a trade around the globe. And a 4-man smoke right off the bat to maybe jump in. Meta Blink call. This is the Blink debut with a Reflection as well as the Vortex and the Culling Blade to get the kill on Akashi. Back-to-back deaths for the Morphling. Bramble Maze locks up a couple, but now Young PH, he's out of mana. Fissure lands on a Zarain. They still got some time on this Metamorphosis for KSH. But the Philippines, they don't even have Echo Slam. Boomy's level 4, 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that is really the problem that I alluded to with the Earthshaker. It's very hit or miss. It's not strong in a laning presence. He hasn't really been able to do much of anything yet. And as the Morphling player, okay, the first time,
sure,
I'll allow it, you know, not morphing up, because it's a surprise blink, but don't die there around. But if you're hitting the tower so confidently, you just gotta be ready for it. Make him pay for that mistake. Now Global Silence is back up again.
This is crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen a hero, hopefully, Earthshaker gets 6 off this second Wisdom rune. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, a little bit of network issues, unfortunately.
It's going to be tough. It's 6-6 right now. 2,000 net worth lead right now for Myanmar, as they're starting to reconnect back into the game.
Right now, ball's in their court. They got
Yeah.
global. They got a decently farmed Storm.
And he's starting to jump off that line, right?
Yeah, he's definitely getting back into the game. Quap is even itemizing into a Yule Scepter, which, of course, against the Global Silence, you need that. But you might just be setting yourself up for like an Axe call. You get called, Terrorblade hits you for a while, you're gone.
And
Right
he's got,
now,
what, 2 stacks on that Culling Blade already, or 3?
2 stacks, I think. Maybe just one even. I don't think he got the Morphling.
But he got the one that was the Dark Willow, that call on the Shadow Realm, and then he got one over mid.
Oh, you got one
So
over
it's
mid?
at least two.
And it's 2, yeah. Honestly, Axe, if you get a lot of those stacks and the damage really starts stacking up on Battle Hunger, you put one of those on a support, he can actually start ticking down, maybe even die.
Right.
So, gotta be extremely careful with how much the Axe will be able to do in this game, but we'll have to see what item he goes for next. It's either going to be a BKB or a Blade Mail onto BKB. If he goes for the Blade Mail, that's of course the more aggressive route, the more solo kill, I want to do more damage. Or does he go for the BKB, which is just, I want to front them for my team, give more information for the Storm, as well as Terrorblade. Either way, it's going to be fine for them. It's really just a playstyle thing. So I think he's going for Blade Mail, just because.
Hey, he's
he
got
likes to be
Spark of
aggressive.
Courage, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting armor from the Culling Blade. You have the armor if you go under 50% for the Axe. He's hard to kill already.
Hard to kill.
With
Got
the
a Vanguard
Vanguard.
too.
Yeah. What do you do?
Pretty tanky. Got a Global Silence back up. Like this Shaker, remember, they picked this into Silencer. It's going to have a horrendous time. Let's say you get a 4-man Echo, right? Perfect case scenario. Silence. Combo broken. And then you end up dying.
Yeah, it's combo broken, so I think you have to be almost going two-pronged, right?
Yeah, it's very hard to full commit into a Silencer. That's why the hero is so popular, why it's so hard to play against it.
Charge Silencer and Echo at the same time. CML's in trouble. Call hits, and the Telekinesis, another Culling Blade. And that is as easy as it gets.
As easy as it gets.
And he's going Blade now, I think.
Yeah.
Did I see that right?
I think so. I mean, it just fits the playstyle of the team. It fits his playstyle. Quap finished the Yule Scepter, but again, is it really the item that you want? Like it feels bad to build a Yule Scepter this early. It really does. But he feels like he has to go for it, because otherwise you're just going to kill him. Meanwhile, Terrorblade is farming away in the jungle, top of the net worth.
You're going to need a Lotus on somebody, but who's farming in terms of supports? Look at how poor the two of them are.
Yeah. It's just,
And then Spirit Breaker doesn't want to get a Lotus. He wants to go Shadow Blade.
which he now finished.
Which, all right. So now Silencer may not see this charge coming. And that global doesn't happen. The Nether Strike, the control is there. That's how you start the jumping off point for the Philippines in this game.
You know how it's like, though. The Silencer's going to have buyback because
That's what
I want to cast my global either way.
All I do is press R.
That's right. Charging top
So
now.
they see this
Looking for
charge
fight.
coming, and maybe they can time it right with the global silence. But there's the Shadow Blade. This is all the way through to the Storm. They see it land. Nether Strike even comes through. Global's a little late, but young PH, he's going to be able to use that ball lightning. The blink, the call comes in. Lumi in trouble, thinking about the Terrorize bash. Terrorize again, thought about, but held. Arcane Curse in the Battle Hunger. This is a lot of damage.
No, he's fine. He's fine, he's fine.
Oh, yeah, he's fine. But there's Blade Mail now. So that fight, if he had Blade Mail, is a clean sweep.
That is just the thing, though, again. You cannot hard commit like this into a global silence.
Yeah.
There's the second time they've done that now, and they need to recognize this is not working. They need to play the in and out game. You go in, force a global out, disengage.
Even with a very patient global silence on that, because I was thinking immediately, and he waited until after the Nether Strike.
I
And
actually
the
thought
Echo.
Storm
I
was
can't believe
overplaying
it.
a bit. Like, if Storm gets bashed, then he's dead.
Yeah.
But he didn't get bashed, luckily.
Diffusal Terrorblade. Meanwhile, Blink Call, and are they going to chop him up?
Dust.
No,
Oh, he's dying.
not yet, but Arcane Curse, again, Battle Hunger, and that is going to be another kill here. So,
-2 again. No Culling Blade, though. And from now on, the Culling Blade is worth... Is it 1.5 armor or 2, actually?
Is it level 1 right now? So, we'll see. As, well, you get that kill. They get that kill, they get the +2. It's a scaling lineup constantly. Feels pretty good right now.
As a 5 silencer, though, you don't really care too much about the +2.
Do you? I've seen it.
Let's be real. Let's be real. He's going to sit in Fountain at some point with a refresher. He'll be like,
examples.
silence.
Milan,
Silence.
Div 2, Western Europe. You had like 24 stolen int.
Is he a 5 or 4?
He was a 5,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. He's the 5.
And what did he do with it?
Did a lot of damage. All of a sudden, he's got that shard. He's right-clicking pretty hard. Then he's stealing 4. I mean, that...
I'll be convinced, man. Like, in this game, if it happens, you know.
I think shard is super value on these teams.
It is.
Because they're so aggressive. They're so skirmishy. Kills are bound to happen. we've seen an average, with the top 3 teams, we've seen about an average of 80-something kills every game, which is insane. Because some of these games have been a little bit one-sided to the point where it's like, how is this other team even staying in it? The kills are there. The opportunities are available. And, you know, these teams are not shy in trying for it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the Philippines even. I feel the approach is a little stubborn. This is the second time now that happened. You really gotta start shifting that approach a little bit. Like, you gotta either bait out the global, disengage, re-engage, or you need to wait until you have your items like BKB that can get rid of the silence. Because now all Myanmar has to do, they wait again for the global to be up, rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
You don't have the answers yet. Morphling doesn't want to fight. Quap built into Yules first, so her damage potential is very limited. You want Kaya Sanj first, then into the Axe. It's a very slow build-up. Because again, Silencer just makes you cripple your item build. The hero is just really annoying, honestly, and should not be in the game, personal opinion. It's kind of toxic.
Well, wait.
It's kind of toxic.
Not be in the game like it should have been banned, or not be in the game like, hey, Ice Frog, can we remove this hero? Thanks. Talk to you later.
Okay, remove global silence. I'm on board with the hero.
What?
It's too
then
good.
Change his name.
It's too good.
That's like saying his name is Silencer, and his ulti is Global Silence. If we're going to start removing heroes where their name revolves around what they do, get rid of Doom.
I wouldn't mind that.
You're
really unfun.
No, Doom is fun. Silencer is fun.
For you, maybe.
Yes.
I'm the guy that gets globaled and then dies. I don't think it's fun.
I'm the 5 position who presses R, and then it feels like you did everything.
Exactly.
And then I collect all the int. I stand there, you guys are silenced, I look around, I go, oh, our King Curse, couple of glaives, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, boom. I'm that much smarter. In the game.
In the game, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But when you're getting 4, it just, don't get me started. It feels so good.
It feels good, but that's what I'm saying. Remove global silence, give him a fighting spell.
No.
So he can get
he's
more
a
force.
support.
Whatever, dude.
Wait,
Whatever.
See, that's like the opposite thought. I have the same thought for Ancient Apparition. Why is his Ags an upgrade for fighting when he's a support hero?
Not the way I play him.
You play supports.
You go mid AA.
I can't say wrong. Because you've got the higher MMR, I can't say wrong. But you play supports where your team, they load into that game and they go,
truth be told,
really?
half of my games just end because my team is like, what are you doing?
yeah. I mean, I saw your Bane game the other day.
Run down mid.
That stream of you Bane mid.
That is pretty toxic.
Yeah.
Like,
You're not allowed to be toxic and then also say, oh, these heroes are toxic. Get them out of the game. You're playing toxic heroes. You're not allowed to do that. You're actually, like, melting my brain right now.
I'm just having a good time. Every time I'm doing it, it's just super fun for me. Not for them.
For you.
Yeah, you're doing the same thing.
Me?
You picking Silence and Lich?
Lich is not toxic.
Oh, my heroes aren't toxic, but yours are.
No, they're not. The Lich is not toxic. Lich is such a friendly ally kind of hero. Oh, you want to take minimal damage? Here's Frost Shield. You want to win a team fight? Chain Frost. And if you're a Lich player, you know the feeling of throwing out Chain Frost. First of all, how many times does this happen to any Dota player out there? And you could say it in the chat. It's happened a million times because that's what I'm going to say. You're Lich. You see the 5 heroes right here, and you throw that Chain Frost, and the heroes are here, and a creep is here, and it bounces to the creep. And then the fight shifts, and then it doesn't bounce again, and your ult is wasted. How many times do you have to live through that? That's not a toxic hero. That's the hero thinking that dreams are a reality. Because if you get a good Chain Frost, maybe you go pro.
I mean, that's how my quote-unquote career started, right?
Yeah. Ultra Kill on Lich. How is that
with the Chain
toxic?
Frost. Okay. Fine. Okay.
Careers get started with this hero.
I cannot. Yeah, you're right. Lich is fine. You're right.
Okay, cool. Check that one box. Peacock 1, Black 0. It's the best of 3.
It's a rare victory.
It is a rare victory.
It's a rare victory.
I don't know.
I'll give it to you, though.
If you guys were a fly on the wall for most of our Dota conversations, they usually end with me going, all right, I'm wrong. You got it. It's fine. Anti-Mage is still good. Drow's viable. Bristle. Do you want to like give me something? Give me a hot take right now.
Bristle doesn't work.
Bristle doesn't work right now?
No.
But what's your like hot take in Dota?
My hot take in Dota is that Meepo can be first faced.
Is that hot?
I don't.
That feels
Nobody does it.
lukewarm.
Nobody does it.
Nobody does it, but that's not like a, you know, is that
Hey,
finger to the coals?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Hot take?
Let's just go into a fantasy world.
Okay. Wait.
I become Abed. You're talking to Abed right now.
Okay, I'm there.
I'm Abed.
I'm there.
I tell
I'm there.
Bulba, I want first pick Meeple.
And he gives you Storm.
No, you're Bulba now. What do
Yeah,
you do?
I give you Storm.
You give me Storm straight away.
Yeah.
Without thinking.
I mean, that's what he does.
Yes, but there's a hot take. He doesn't believe in the Meeple, but we believe that the game resumed. Let's go. Charge on a half HP Terrorblade. Will he be able to kill him, be gone?
I'm hoping he goes in with a Shadow Blade. They're going to go for KSH. He's got Sunder, so they need the extra lockdown. Sonic Wave, there's the kill onto the Terror Blade, back into the game, and with a kill. Oh, there's the Yules coming into an offensive little play right there, and they're going to get themselves a second, and that one goes to Akashi. And there, that net worth lead goes from 4K to 3K.
See, that's what happens when carries want to get involved. He leaves the bot lane for the first time in this game, straight away gets charged. He's like, I'm done with this. I'm going back bottom.
Yeah, he's definitely going back bottom after this.
I do not want to be involved with this game anymore until I have my Skadi, BKB, whatever else I'm going for. Axe is having a phenomenal game.
Skill A.
They're getting picked off one by one.
Gonna drop here.
We said that's the strength of the Filipino lineup.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker in general is so good at this. You have the Shadow Blade now. You're going to be all around the map. He's going to BKB next. Again, the lineup of Myanmar, they've been playing well, but the lineup, the winning conditions are much harder to meet and execute. So that little bit of a lead that you have, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Because honestly, it doesn't feel like it. They have a global silence. They need to be many heroes together to be able to make it work. The Philippines can just play around that.
Singular pickoffs, right?
Singular pickoffs all the way.
Charge again. Over mid.
There's a global this time. Or they smoked into the charge.
Yeah, so breaking the smoke, hitting 3 heroes. Ball Lightning aggressive and trying to get a kill. They've got the call, it's in, the Terrorize, it lands, but they'll get back. They'll take out the Queen of Pain, the Fissure lands, the Global Silence is out. Bach next on the target. As they look over the Dark Will, they should be able to get a kill here onto the Spirit Breaker. Ball Lightning in, Echo Slam committed. Can they get the kill on a Young PH? Yes, they can. So it's a 2-for-1 trade. Turns into the Rubik, gets the Telekinesis onto Skill A. Bramble Maze down, Fissure lands onto the Silencer and kills off Skill A. As CML, grab anything more on Zare? No, he can't. So 2 for 2, both mids drop, but you end up losing your offlaner on the Filipino side. However, Akashi's getting farm off this. He's getting a couple kills. He's level 13.
Already got the Mantis going to the Axe up the next. From that point on, it's going to get really, really difficult for the Terrorblade to even join fights. You just morph into the Terrorblade, which you want to do anyway. You get that reflection, you get the delusion, the metamorphosis bonus damage. It's they picked this Terrorblade into the Morphling, something I personally didn't like, and so far Terrorblade didn't really seem like he did much of anything.
Yeah, he died top.
Died top, gave free from the Spirit Breaker.
Silencer gets that Philosopher Stone, and that's usually meaning at some point he'll have Refresher.
And that means Fountain Time.
And Buyback.
And Buyback.
Yeah. Best support item in the game. Filet.
But yeah, you mentioned it briefly, the Diffusal Blade.
The TV. Such an interesting pick.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Can't link it to the hero, unfortunately.
Is he?
He built Diffusal to sort of counteract Morph, but if you build Diffusal, you need to fight. And he hasn't joined
Is he trying to get
fight
Shard?
Maybe.
Go for the seal?
I know Diffusal on Terrorblade is a thing, it's a build, but you really need to join early fights and make it count, because so far he hasn't really done that. He's been happily farming away. Gotta admit, he's still top 1 net worth.
Yeah.
But you gotta fight with the team soon. Because otherwise your 12k net worth might as well be 0.
So let's see how it goes. As now the net worth lead is just 2k.
Sanj Yasha on TB instead of
This is such
Mantis,
a different build.
Yeah, I mean Manta's so good against Dark Willow and Quap. Interesting.
I don't know if I like it.
I want to tell you, I don't like it.
This is like God King reincarnate.
Alright, Morphling, Scepter, done. I think
Who's
Dark
gonna
Willow's
get the
gonna
shard?
die. Please don't do this. Okay.
Somebody save me, thanks.
Alright.
Somebody save me, thanks. Oh my gosh. I'm going to hide here in the Shadow Realm.
Pocket the
Bach
shot.
gets it. So he's got
Planar
planar
rocket.
pocket.
It's good. They can block Culling Blade, can block a lift.
Got to activate it, though.
Well, hopefully he does.
Yeah. I've seen this ability get ignored so often. And Shard would be great here for the Rubik.
And
But it's for, you know what?
I'm not going to complain.
What was I just talking about? For it.
If you're there.
Yeah.
If you're
For
there.
on it.
You have to realize you're also the main target, though.
Dire are scanning.
True. True. But main target means your main character. Main character means you fight back.
Not all shows give the main character plot armor, though. Just most of them.
Name one.
Radiant are
I don't know.
Ags here for the Morph, and they're going into Roche. This is a smoke that's a little bit late here from the side of Myanmar.
Yeah, the row should fall. In time, give the Aegis to the Morphling, probably.
If they're close enough, I don't think you can fight this, though.
They might be looking
Aegis
for
is-
fight still.
If
There's
the
no
smoke
BKB
breaks,
Ags.
they're going to have the vision down, the charge. He's going towards top. Hey, really? Still? Bach? All right.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
you know what? That works.
They had a sentry ward
Chased
there.
him.
Yeah, he knew it. He knew he's running to mid. They had a
Wow.
sentry ward there.
That was kind of impressive.
Punish him for his insolence.
Dire's middle tower is
For sin.
under attack.
So Morph is going to his own shard, which means, of course, you can shape, shift, or morph during,
Lockdown, right?
during knockdown. That's right.
So,
Axe call,
yeah, telekinesis.
kinesis,
Vortex.
vortex, not silence.
Yeah. You'll still get this silence.
This is, well, no. No. I don't like the sound anymore.
No.
I'm of a meat merp guy now.
Yeah, we all are meat merp guys. Kaya Sanj for Storm. He's gotten the quad sword build. And I have Scuddy next for KSH. So back on the meta track for Terrorblade.
I really want him to pick up a BKB after that. I think he needs to just be able to stand his ground and fight. The problem is he's going to get morphed into. He's going to lose like 100 or more attack speed. You're going to feel pretty miserable about your own existence in this game. Lincoln's Sphere perhaps, but it's not really the greatest item on the Terrorblade. Lincoln's Sphere on a teammate. Maybe Storm can build it for you, but he wants to build the axe after the BKB. Not really a whole lot of ways to stop that.
Still a sentry there.
Yeah.
It's how they knew they could get you the first time. I'm surprised that that doesn't get dewarded, but it'll run out. And then this is no surprise, you said it, Ags after the Kaya Sanj for Queen of Pain. And with the way that these fights are kind of looking like they'll be pretty tight-knit, this Ags could do some work. Rambo Maze, good illusion rune used by Young PH as they kill off Boomy with a nice pick-off.
450 for that.
For, yeah. The gold for kills is insane. It truly is. This game is really kind of slowed down. They get Aegis, and now they're going to use it to farm for the most part,
I mean,
which
we
is
spoke about the
surprising with the
Philippines.
aggressive lineup that they want.
Nah, Philippines, they always do this. They split the map, they look for pickoffs, they play for the mid-late game. Myanmar,
Scary.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to force the issue a bit more with the Global Silence, because obviously the longer the game goes, the less effective Global Silence gets.
Blink call off the charge, Bach in trouble. Pops the BKB, gets the Nether Strike. They've got the Terrorize onto the Axe as well as this Storm Spirit. They get the kill on the Shoti, and they'll look over for another one. The TP out from the Rubik, not going to happen with the Yules used by Mac. So there's a second kill for the side of the Philippines, and they do use this Aegis to play aggressive, but more of a counterplay off the Blink call from Axe.
Yeah, that is the problem. Terrorblade is your biggest hero, but he hasn't really joined any fights yet. If you want to make any plays happen, Terrorblade needs to be there.
Right.
But so far, he hasn't really been the most active.
That should put Queen of Pain pretty close to the Axe.
Yeah, and you just see Spirit Breaker is so annoying.
Binding in. Fissure, though, and +4, -4 for Zarain. So that's always nice. Because he had 8 stolen intelligence. Now that goes right to 12. So 50% of what it was previously added on. And give him the hint. He's got so much farm, but of course that comes with the free shard. And he's top of the net worth when it comes to supports.
Yep, Philosopher's Stone helping out quite a lot as well.
There's the Lotus Orb I was talking about. You need somebody to build this, and that's for the Global Silence. You've got Yules already on the Queen of Pain, but maybe you want to hold that Yules. You throw the Lotus onto the Queen of Pain so they can jump in. Sonic Wave, Yules up somebody who's going to have, say, the Axe if he goes Blink Call.
Yeah, that's
and
possible.
then throw out some spells.
I mean, Lotus Orb is just a great item overall. You can use it on yourself, can use it on allies.
Yeah.
Perfect answer to Silence. Now the 4-man smoke. Storm can TP in. Let's see how effective Terrorblade is going to be. Because he's going to get morphed into, and he's going to lose a lot of damage.
Fissure, Blink Call, Dark Willow caught. Charge comes in with Blade Mail pop. They go to the Reflection. That's on to 2 with a Global Silence using the Ball Lightning onto the backlines. They look over at Boomy. They'll get the kill to the Earthshaker. They'll take out one for 44 seconds. Glimmer Cape used. Call again. Taunting a couple with a BKB popped by the Zax. So, Blink over to the side, has that AoE Shadow Strike thanks to the Axe that was just picked up on the Queen of Pain. Bot going in, but losing a lot of health. The Sonic Wave is used. Zarain and Shoti die. That's 2 units out of the side of Myanmar as well as the side of the Philippines. We'll give it the Terrorize with the Bramble Maze down. They'll take out Skill A and look for more. Used by Mac, puts the TV up into the air, but here comes young PH. He's got that Vortex pulling in the Morphling, but here's the damage. Akashi holding his ground, but the stolen Terrorize lands on 2. They use that Sunder, blink away from Mac. Akashi still going in, as Skille really helping to salvage this fight so they don't lose Storm or the TB.
Massive teamfight victory for the Philippines. They were 4K down before the fight, now they're up in net worth. Of course, the buyback expanded, and you can just see how difficult it now is to fight into the draft of the Philippines. Spirit Breaker causing all the trouble, morphing into the Terrorblade, stealing all his damage.
Yep.
And that's why I said I was very worried for the Myanmar side, because they didn't use Global Silence for a good 15 minutes, probably. They were just happy to sit back and farm, which is directly playing into the strength of the Philippines. You go for this really aggressive Terrorblade build, but you're not really utilizing it. He's going into the BKB next, which is something I really like, but you're still going to get morphed into, and you're still going to lose half your damage. And what are your solutions to this morphling now? Storm Spirit generally is a very good answer, but he'll need a couple more items. Maybe if he gets a good Aghanim's pull, that could really win them the fight.
I have a question for you. I saw a very animated Akashi after that fight. What do you think the conversation is for the Philippines? Because he was, you know, moving his hands. He was upset about something. What in that fight do you think maybe he's trying to explain to his team, hey, listen, this has to be better? Is it just the Terrorize being stolen? Is it maybe just that, we didn't kill the Storm?
I think keeping the Shaker alive is the most important. Because he got 0 spells off.
Yeah.
He got 0 spells off. There needs to be Lotus Orb on him. He needs to build his own like Glimmer Cape or something. You gotta keep the Shaker alive, because that is half your team fight. Again, they killed the Shaker during the Global Silence. If Shaker lives there, the fight goes completely different.
If he's able to get off his spells, of course, yeah. Octarine being built for the Spirit Breaker, and then another Yule. So another way to purge that silence, another way to control heroes if need be.
There we are, morphing into the Terrorblade again.
Charge.
Should just be to push out creep waves.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, and this time he's a little scared. He's like, oh, do they have it?
Is there a sentry there again? Please, no.
Not this time, Bok. Not this time.
I always think of that Aghanim's Labyrinth line with Bok.
Which one's that?
Bok, Bok, Bok. This is what you sound like. That was spammed for a year.
Yeah, it was.
After that came out.
It was getting so annoying after a while.
That was the start of every game
Dire's
during
middle
that TI.
tower is under attack.
Did you ever get that? Did you complete that level 4?
I think so.
Okay.
I got carried. I'm not.
It was super fun though. It was
I
super
won't
fun.
front.
I picked Broken Heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Roche up again in 24. They're starting to camp by this Twin Gate. And if
Roche
you're
is
Myanmar,
quick.
you can't give this away, I don't think.
No, there's Aegis Cheese.
At least not for free.
You gotta get a
Radiant's
couple
middle
of trade
tower is
kills.
under attack.
It's just very difficult for them to farm right now. They're actually moving away from Roche. And the Philippines, they're quite quicker than Roche.
Yeah.
Morph deals a lot of damage. Roche respawning in 1. Nobody in the pit, nobody scouting. Okay.
Good for...
I think it could have just been a free Roche,
Yeah, good for Myanmar.
truth be told.
If they are able to make this rotation.
Now they're slowly coming.
Zarain. Glimmer.
Oh, no.
He's not far enough back. Look at Boomy's positioning. Ready to be that ward.
Dire's middle
That's something you
tower
do
is
every
under
now and then when you're a support. You breathe
Dire's
in.
turret has been killed.
I am the ward. I am the vision.
And breathe out. And as soon as you see an enemy, you're like,
Echo Swarm. Help, help. Echo Swarm immediately. So yeah, they see that Roche is up. Nobody from the Radiant side coming towards this.
they're actually moving so far away from Roche. Are they willing to give this up for free?
They have the TP available, but
That's a long TP
yeah.
to the outpost.
I think this is already gone. Nobody coming this way. No TPs. This is Aegis for the
Now,
Philippines.
that's a question I should have for myself, and when I ask you, what could make you just give up a free Roche like that? What's the thought process?
Not knowing the timing.
It can't be. They know that they're all there. Like, they saw them under the ward. They saw them with the silencer. Do they really just think they can't fight them? Because if you can't fight them now, you definitely can't fight them in Aegis Keys.
Certainly not. But I guess they're looking for the next item, which for Storm, is that going to be Hex or Shiva's? Because just the ulti ward, right?
Might be Lincoln's first, maybe for the
Could
Terrorblade,
be,
try
yeah.
to bail them out. But
I don't know if I like Lincoln's, though, there. That's super
I
defensive.
don't either. I don't either.
They at least get the Tormentor. That gives Shard over for Axe. There's the Octarine Core finish for Bach.
Shot on Axe is pretty good, because if you call the Morph and you reduce his overall damage by like 80%, it's obviously very impactful. Because you got, what, like 350 right now.
I just have a question for everybody here and everybody in the chat. Are you thinking it now? Is the Ags Labyrinth line every time I say it?
No, I forgot it straight
It's
away.
so ingrained
Radiant's
for me.
middle
I don't know
tower is under
if other
attack.
people feel the same.
I forgot it straight away because I got really annoyed by it after a while, so I just tried to block it out of my
Radiant's
memory,
middle tower has
block it out of my vocabulary.
Get it out of the manifesto.
Only 1k lead.
Only, but it does feel as though it's a lot more, right? Just with the pressure of the game.
Yeah, and with the way Myanmar is respecting him as well.
It's almost a bit too much respect. Because if you're not, like you said, if you're not confident in fighting them, then when will you be ready? Because the later this game goes, you said it benefits the Philippines, and they know that. Both teams ought to know that.
Yeah, which makes me wonder why you give up a Roche like that for free. However, if they can't really get into much with this Roshan, like they're
Radiant's
looking to
top
push
tower
all the
is
outer
under
towers,
attack.
but if you can't like, get a tier 3 or a Rex with that, then maybe
Radiant
it's not too
structures are
much
fortified.
to come back from.
Right.
But
Radiant's top
certainly a
tower
very odd
is under
decision.
attack. Radiant's top
So
tower
it
is
ends up
fallen.
being Octarine, Fissure, as well as the Echo Slam and the Sonic Wave. If they don't get this kill, I mean, that feels
Wow.
pretty bad. All that for a Storm that doesn't die, but on the TP, they've got the Nether Strike. They'll take out this
Whoa.
Axe.
They didn't use the Nether Strike onto the Storm.
And now, Charge, it finds the Terrorblade.
No Nether Strike though.
Where does he go? Mac also got a kill there on Skill A, who bought back in that previous fight, so he's dead for 70
You can
seconds.
charge a creep,
turns
charge a
into
creep, charge a
the
creep.
Terrorblade,
Yep.
charges a creep, stops the TP. There's the BKB used, but truthfully, KSH, she's going to Sunder and not get a lot of life back or really survive this. Mac with a triple kill, and he's on a mega kill streak.
Well,
They don't get the Storm, but I mean, as consolation prizes go, that's pretty good.
they definitely cannot fight without the Storm. Like, he is the guy they need. The
he's
most.
an X for the Storm.
I'm really surprised that Terrorblade didn't just try to BKB TP out straight away. Like,
Yeah.
he waited quite a bit until Charge was ready again. But high pressure situations, it's easy for us to say. Omnivision.
Yep.
Again, game goes later, 6k lead now. Tried to kill the Morph, but
Radiant's top tower
not
is
enough
under
damage,
attack.
despite hexing him. Got a butterfly now too. He's hitting very hard and very fast, and he can become a demon himself. Demonic water is very scary, by the way.
Tower has fallen.
Yeah. That's pretty much what happens
Radiant's
when...
middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty much what you get if the movie The Exorcism went the other way.
Yeah. Also, don't watch that movie. It's pretty creepy.
Random fact of the day. Did you know when that movie was originally in theaters, they intertwined into the film pictures of the girl as the exorcist? So you just see flashes of it.
Yes.
But not everybody would catch it. There's your random fact for the day. 6,000 net worth lead here for the Philippines. And TB, he's still farming well, but you need that supporting cast. You don't win Emmys by yourself. And you don't win Dota games by yourself. At least not most of the time.
Sometimes you do, yeah. But this game, you're going to need a Storm. That's the problem, though. They have so many Octarine cores, so many disruptive spells. Now, double Yule, Shiva's Guard to lower the damage, the healing.
Setix cap.
There is, as you said, the support cast for the Morphling feels a lot more impactful at this point than it does for the Terrorblade.
Whoa, that's crazy to think. Axe only has 3 stacks on that Culling Blade. And we know when that last one came. That was like 12 minutes.
Yeah, they haven't done anything. That's what I said. Like, they haven't used Global Sounds offensively since then. Of course, other than those little skirmishes. But they were in the driver's seat, and what they were doing was working. And then they're just like, all right,
they took
their
foot
space.
A gift from the earth.
Spell Prism for the Silencer. That's always nice. Try to have
Yeah, he's into the refresher soon. So that double global could potentially turn the fights around.
That's that Philosopher's Stone. Charge in, there's the Hex. And they've got the Blink as well as the Call. Maybe they'll get another stack. Nope. Culling Blade is early, but they still get the kill in a Bach. And he's dead for 75 seconds.
And it's still the charge.
However, while that's going on, they all show up on him. They're smoked and potentially looking to just push top.
They're not actually looking for a kill. I think they probably just want to push to the lanes.
Yeah.
Make sure that they can't get any objective. Good pickoff, but if it doesn't lead to anything more, it's not too hurtful for the Philippines. But you got to be careful. Your Spirit Breaker is very important to your threat.
Oh! Fissure, Terrorize, Sonic Wave, Echo Slam, all in. Boomy with the double kill.
Yep.
Stack
hold
them up
your
and knock
caster.
them down.
Hold your damn tongue, he says. We don't need anything. That ward there is sick. They gave him all the information. They pump fake the ult twice to kind of see, oh, are they reacting? Don't react. So they know, nope, they don't see us.
Wow.
With the echo. That's where Shaker is really strong. Struggles in the landing phase, but then at long range initiation.
And he struggled. He was level 4 at 14 minutes into this game.
Live Storm.
Telekinesis on the Mac. They've got themselves the Fissure. That lands down. They've got the Shard on this Earthshaker, so they've got the continued control. She's available on Mac. He's going to eat it and blink away. They'll get the kill on Zarrain, taking out the Silencer, so now no more global, but it was already used. He doesn't have a way to refresh it, and he's dead for 45.
Yeah, and Morph is just battering down your Rex. What can you really do? Morph is up in 3 seconds, so he's going to morph to the Terrorblade again, next chance he gets.
Yeah, buyback from the Silencer, but he doesn't have much to give. This is pretty brutal for the Silencer. Fissure comes in and hits onto the Terrorblade, and now they're going to have the Yules and the Blink away from Mac. This Lotus Orb that's continued to be placed on him by CML means he's, for the most part, safe. Thinks about TPing out, but stops it.
It means they want to get the Rex, for sure. I think they can as well. They have a very strong foothold here.
Blinding in with the Hex once more. Charge coming through. It's onto the Silencer. Zarrain hit with the Fissure as well as the Axe. They've got another strike that lands onto Zarrain as well. There's the call. Global comes in. Zarrain about to die for the 2nd time in this skirmish. He's dead for 75.
Yeah. I mean, what can you really say? Like, the Philippines, they are just really, really good in the mid-late game portions of the game. The decision-making is very crisp. The way they split lanes is amazing. Itemization is great. I feel if you want to beat the Philippines, you got to do it pretty early on.
You got to starve them out early.
Yeah, you don't want to go to mid-late game against them, especially with a draft like this.
So that feels like Brood needs to be maybe a very popular pick for them coming into game 2 if this ends here the way it has. At least the way it has gone thus far. Ball lightning back in, back out. But there's 2 siege creeps there, and that means this center axe are going to be gone. They go to the Terrorblade. They've got themselves the charge. There's the blink call coming in from Shoti on a Bach. But he's got that bulldoze, so it only lasts for a second. They already used the BKB. There's the AoE Shadow Strike. Bounces over to Skill A. The Sonic Wave as well as the charge. Not going to be needed to get the kill there on the axe. But they've got the Vortex, and Bach is in too far. Yules, can he get away from this one? No, not likely. And they're going to buy back on axe. They need to have the control. They need to kill these heroes before it ends up being Megas. And, well, as quickly as I spoke, they still have 1 Rax over bottom. But it is looking very, very, very difficult for Myanmar to defend, but we've seen it before in this tournament. Defenses of 34,000 have happened once before.
There's still range racks left until your throne is down. There's always hope, especially with the Storm Spirit. You can always get like a massive axe vortex going, perhaps.
Yeah.
Terrorblade always deals a lot of damage. They have tools to potentially stage a comeback.
He's got Hex right now. He doesn't have the axe.
Yeah.
He needs that axe, though.
And that's the problem when you play against Spirit Breaker. He just uses his Planetar Rocket, is it called that? What?
Planar Pocket? Spirit Breaker?
Yeah.
The Shard?
Yeah.
Planar Pocket. They're going for Roche. This is
That
Axe
bucket.
Blessing.
Well, they've done it before.
Yeah, this is usually what gives them the opening to go into these later
If this
fights.
goes into Storm,
It's
will go
Stormy
into the
for,
Storm.
yeah, for free. That's going to be huge. And there's nobody here from the Philippines to stop this from happening. They picked too late. Axe Blessing, that's going to go here for the Storm, as well as the Aegis and the Cheese. So AoE Vortex is alive, and so are their hopes of winning this game. Giving that up for free with the amount of map control the Philippines has, that is insane.
I do think they might not have expected them to maybe go for this Roche as quickly as they
Also
have.
retreated far back to play super safe.
Yeah. He's just going? Oh, never mind.
Set a cap.
And
It's
just
gonna
seeing
pop. Spell Prism for Axe. Ninja Gear, and that's always a good one.
Just look how confident they still are though in fighting. Like, they have an Aegis, Cheese, and a free axe, and they're still like, yeah, let's take that fight, let's take that Rex.
Yeah, but they need to play it safe. They've got themselves the Vortex that's going to come through, as well as the Blink and the Call. Fissure, but the BKB is used. They look over to the other side. Terrorize is going to be thrown. That
Rex
lands
is
on the
gone.
Storm, as well as the Terrorblade. He needs to get the Sunder off, but as he goes into it, he's not able to get the kill. Or get it off, really. Look at the silences coming through, as well as the AoE Shadow Strike. They get the kill on the Storm. They'll take in the Aegis immediately with Zarain already dead. Buyback's been used by the Terrorblade, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis, and they're going to start to go for the Tier 4 towers here as they claim those Mega Creeps. The side of the Philippines can still play aggressive, and Storm's down to 1 life left. Doesn't have buyback. It was used 4 minutes ago. And another smoke coming in from the Filipino squad as they look to jump in once more and finish and cap off game number 1. Fissure lined up, blocking him out of the throne. They've got the follow-up. They'll take a Tier 4. They'll start this off. There's the Hex onto the Morphling, as well as the Bramble Maze down. Blink Echo coming through, as well as the charge. It's on to KSH. Finally, he gets the Sunder off, and they've got themselves another strike. Akashi with the BKB, going after the TB. Sonic Wave's going to be thrown out. They've got the Bramble Maze, as well as the Cursed Crown. They'll call GG, and this Filipino squad will get first half of revenge as they take game 1 over Myanmar.
First half of the wrench, indeed. Good draft, well executed mid-late game. If they wanna draft like this, which like the Terrorblade is always gonna be a bad matchup in the whole thing. You really gotta keep your foot on the gas pedal. I don't know why everything was going so well for them, but suddenly they just let Philippines have it their way. That's exactly what they love. Spoke about it in the draft already. They love their mid-game, late-game execution. They're just so good at it. And completely outplayed me up in the late game.
Yeah, smiles all around for the Philippines.
Rightfully
as you
so.
can see, thumbs up coming in towards the camera as well. And that's relief, because you lost to this team 2-0 in pretty quick fashion. You get the first win on game 1 under your belt. Exhale, right?
Honestly, I don't even know if they were too worried going into this series. They're all very seasoned veterans. They just had like a really nice win against Mongolia. Maybe it's more like, yeah, that's what we wanted. That's what we wanted in the upper bracket. Okay, maybe we struggled a little bit there, but now we're going to show them we got what it takes to be the champion here.
Yeah, 1 game away from doing it. And, you know, I kind of think about it. Obviously, super theory crafting over here. You lose 2-0
Do it.
on purpose, of course.
We've had that before, yeah. With
you
Mongolia.
see their best stuff, and then you come back and take the series, right?
Yeah.
And then you've learned enough.
Of course. Or
Definitely real theory crafting.
you just want to have more practice games.
Yeah. Yeah, you get yourself into everything you can. You get as many games under your belt. That game one going the way of the Philippines. You said it. They outlasted them. Because that early game did look good at times for Myanmar. But you still said there were holes in the game, and there were.
I'm going to say the biggest issue was the last pick. Again, Morphin comes out on the first pick, 0 answers. And you cannot let that happen. There's no excuse to let that happen. There were counters in the pool. You have the draw option. You have the anti-match option. You got to use them. You got to utilize them. Because the Terror Blade against Morph is just not a good matchup.
Did they have 4th pick?
They had last pick.
So, no, coming out of that first phase, did they have pick number 4?
No.
Because, I mean...
Yes.
I would say you know your matchup. It's Morph, right?
Yeah.
Why save the Terror Blade for last?
Don't
and
know.
not go for the counter pick at 4 and then ban to protect whatever you pick.
Yeah. I mean, I would have loved that. It's just, Terror Blade this game didn't feel like he did much of anything.
He fought.
Like,
And that last fight bottom, he metas and then can't get the Sunder off and dies.
yeah. It's just not a good hero here. And that makes me wonder, are they just not comfortable playing this anti-mage or the Drow Ranger? Because if you're not, you gotta get rid of this Morphling.
Yeah, you have to. You cannot let... But now that becomes the question, right? Is it worth the first phase ban? Because then you're giving up something else. Medusa.
It has to
Naga.
be worth it. Because, again, if you're not comfortable playing the heroes or the answers, other than like Meepo and Phantom Lancer, then, okay, what you could do, maybe you just first phase the Meepo, go all out. That's risky. I think it can work.
But yeah, you said there's not a lot of counters to it.
And honestly, against the Morphling, we have seen it, I think, twice already, where Morph was counter-picked by Meepo, and Meepo absolutely destroyed the Morphling. I like this one as well. Bok was like...
I'm out of here.
He was dumbfounded. He was like, oh, yeah.
Eat my dust.
I'm dead.
Oh, what? But you can see the first half of this game. 4K net worth lead. They're using the global silences. This is where it felt like you kind of felt the turn, right?
Yeah, but also between this highlight and the last one, almost 10 minutes passed. Well, there was just not a whole lot of action going on at all. Again, they didn't utilize the global silence advantage that they had early on. You get this Lotus Orb, multiple Eul Scepters, BKBs, Manta Styles. Suddenly, Silencer doesn't really feel that impactful anymore.
Yeah. They lose Boomy and Bach early in this fight, but they still get away with what seems to be a victory. 3 for 2.
Oh, that
and
was
you
game winning
recognize
right there.
too, right? Yeah, that fissure, that Echo Slam, that the ward, that's game winning. And then Storm getting caught, but
Didn't net a strike in
not
here,
dying.
surprisingly. But of course, they still die with 3 heroes. And from here on out, it was pretty much all Philippines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really, like, you morph into the Terrorblade, he just doesn't have anything. Like, this is the story of the game for the Terrorblade. Oh, I stunned that, now I'm dead. Happens every time. I really want to see in the screen after this how much damage the Terrorblade actually dealt. Can't be much.
I'm gonna say under 18,000.
18 was very specific. I was going to say under 20, but 18, okay.
I'm cutting it even more. I just don't think he did anything. And when he did fight, after a while, he was looking to fight.
Let's see it here.
20,000. 20 on the dot. Wow. I mean, the fights that he tried early, Morph already had X.
Yeah.
So your damage output's lower. You're then fighting like that last fight over in the bottom lane where you have meta for a second, you die, buy back, and do nothing.
Again, the idea, I think, was logical. It made sense. You go into this early diffu, you want to fight into the Morph where he's not as strong, but then he didn't fight.
Right.
And then he didn't build Mantle Style, which is there to dispel all the Willow spells. It was just a very tough Terrorblade game overall, and you have to remember, this was the overall last pick hero.
He doesn't even end with that Diffusal Blade. So when did...
He sold it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at when he sold it.
I think he
because
sold it for the Butterfly. Makes me wonder how often did you even use it in a fight, if ever.
I don't even remember the active of Diffusal being used in this matchup. Because the Inhibit's nice, just it's not a TB item normally.
Yeah,
and there's not really anybody here that, you know, really benefits from the Diffusal. And there's not anybody on the Philippines who really feels like they lose their game because of Diffusal.
Well, you know the saying, B-Cup, it is what it is. You messed up in the draft. Like, I still am going to say, skill-wise, they're dead even.
Yeah.
They both have their own strengths, which I still think Myanmar is much stronger in the early game, whereas Philippines, they really want to get to the mid-lane game. Like, you gotta build a strong enough lead in that early game that you can overpower their, well, strength, really, in the mid-game. Like, their game knowledge. All the knowledge in the world doesn't help if you just get overrun.
For sure. You can have all the knowledge you want, but you need to execute. You need to find the spots in this game where you feel confident and can make things happen. I just... It's a little bit disappointing coming off the run that Myanmar's had so far. And they really need to clean it up for game number 2. Because I think Meepo is very important to get in the second game because that's what they've been dominating with. And that means the draft kind of has to be very perfect from them. Because you can't allow this more if you need to find yourself in a position where you win the draft. Otherwise, I think this Filipino squad might be too strong for your early game prowess to break through.
Yeah. And for me, as I said, it's a draft loss, not a skill loss by any means. So game 2 is definitely going to be very different. They probably already thought about what they're going to do differently. Maybe they'll just ban them off. Maybe they'll pick an answer earlier. Again, like, you cannot give the enemy first pick if you're not willing to pick the counters to that hero. Early or at all.
Yeah, you need to be willing to go for your counters phase 1. And I think you can't, now down to your last. I think if they let that Morphling through, I'm scared already. So I'd like to see it first phase ban, but then you're giving up, like I said, potentially a Medusa. But again, that does kind of favor Myanmar and their strategy and the way they play early. Because Medusa's late, you want to play early, and then you pick a Diffusal counter to it. You can do that. There's so many options. Pango, Anti-Mage, PL, who can benefit from Diffusal, unlike Terrorblade. And I think you can get the counter and win. So I think step 1, ban Morph, right?
Yeah, it's probably a discussion for game 3, though, because it should change now, shift over. So they should be having the first pick. So maybe they'll go into the first pick Morph and do their own little water magic with that. But, yeah, once they reach game 3, they definitely... Maybe, you know, both teams want first pick, and there will be a coin flip, and maybe they win the coin flip. But first, they got to win game 2, which is already going to be a massive challenge, because the Philippines, they love having second pick. They love counter picking you in the later stages, especially with Mac. You know, we got a couple of cheese picks from the Philippine side as well. Like, they picked their Meepos and Tinkers as well, so haven't seen it much, but we know they got it in their pockets.
Yeah, Tinker, Prage, hopefully we can get this hero and see it for just one time. One time on the main stage. That's all I want. What's a hero we haven't seen that you want, other than Tinker?
Drow.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage.
I want to say I kind of knew the answer to that before I asked, but I still asked the question. I could have just said those heroes.
Of course, the third one.
Viper?
Nah, close though. It's Huskar.
Oh, yeah.
I think Huskar is very, very game-winning right now, and especially with those two mids that like to really play on the edge and eke out every little advantage they can. Like, Huskar just completely ruins that, because you just stand on the enemy high ground, he's like, hi. And you can watch me deny all your creeps for like 10 minutes until your supports try to rotate. Oh, never mind, I got an armlet already, I'm going to kill all of you.
That's definitely the way it could be. You know, I think back to the mid-matchup now that you're bringing up Huskar. Storm did really well. In a matchup that you're not supposed to do that well and or stay close in, he had a lead.
With Shaker rotations as well.
Yep, and that should never happen.
Yeah, young PH definitely outplayed Mac here. And again, Mac is one of the best, maybe even top 2 in the Philippines when it comes to the mid lane. So obviously, skill-wise, they're speaking for themselves. But if the strategy doesn't match up with the skill, not much you can do.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, I'm going to fix that statement, by the way. That was CS-wise. He had that advantage.
Yeah.
Because with those rotations from the Earthshaker, the Storm did fall behind. You talked about it a lot in that game. You need Storm to be up, ahead, to be active, and really turn on that lineup.
I really feel that's been the story a lot of times we've seen an early pick Storm. You reveal that hero very early, you are going to get countered in the draft, and you have to expect that the lane is going to be very tough. So if you're expecting the lane to be tough and you're still putting so much burden on your Storm throughout the game, like most of the time it just doesn't work because he needs to rotate around while also be the one that has to catch back up. Because Quap obviously dominates you. There's a Shaker rotating, taking all your runes away from you. What do you want him to do? Do you want him to catch up? Do you want him to roam around? Like, he can't do everything.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see how the Game 2 draft kind of comes into effect, because I think there are a lot of key parts to making this work. And I think if you give the Philippines the draft advantage, this might be a 2-0.
Yeah, I do still think that the cohesiveness of the Philippines outmatches Myanmar just a little bit. So if anybody needs to have a drafting advantage, I think it needs to be Myanmar. If you give it to the Philippines, could be a 2-0.
Yeah, get rid of Morph. That's eyes on the prize right here. Force it to a Game 3. We always want to see a full grand final. You never want to see it be a clean sweep. And
unless you're Philippine fans.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I almost feel like Filipino fans, they want the win, but also want the 3-game set, right?
Let me ask you, Miko. Let me ask you, if you're a fan of a team, you obviously want to see a great game. Whether it's like sports or esports, doesn't matter. But do you always want it to go all the way and win, or do you want to have a clean win?
It makes for better memories.
You mean the all the way win?
Yeah, go to 3 games.
Like go the distance?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I can understand that, but as a die-hard fan, I would say just get the 2-0 as fast as possible. Don't make me sweat.
So, into this Game 2 draft, no sweating yet.
Morphling's out.
Morphling's
they
out
banned the Morphling.
Yeah.
Because Myanmar has first pick. So nobody wants to deal with Morphling.
Nope. Peki's banned.
We got a
Medusa's open.
Technical pause, I believe. Maybe he wants him to do the draft for them. They're so confident.
That would be insane. Admin, can you come here? I'd like you to draft for us. Pick anything. Go for it.
Yeah. And then you still eke out the victory somehow.
That would be pretty cool. So.
Timer went back.
Timer went back to 30.
Face's Void is back.
Hey.
Did you watch the latest Flash movie?
No, not yet. Okay. I wouldn't suggest spoiling the movie.
Of course not.
But
I'm just asking.
Yeah. You could talk about the Flash and Flashpoint in general from the comics. If you're talking time
Different
travel.
question. It's a little bit of a hot topic sometimes. DC or Marvel?
I would say DC if it was made better.
Okay.
Because like I love the Green Lantern universe. I love all the lanterns. They never utilize any of the other lantern colors or any of the other lantern cores. And Marvel just feels saturated at this point, the market.
Okay.
So I'm kind of over it. But there's so many great
Production is with you, by the way. I think they said DC as well.
They said DC. And
I'm going to be honest with you. I love DC.
But their movies aren't good.
They got rid of Henry Cavill as the Man of Steel, and that tilted me. That tilted me so much.
It probably tilted him because he left The Witcher to go back to be Man of Steel, and then he lost both.
Let me tell you, Black Adam has been out for a long time. It's not a spoiler anymore. At the end of that movie, they literally reveal him as Superman, and he's not Superman anymore now.
Yeah.
You know how disappointed I was? When I saw it in the movie, I was so hyped. I'm a big Henry Cavill fan. I watch everything he does. And he's like, nope, you're not it anymore. So they contacted me. I'll be the next Superman.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I heard you on the phone earlier.
Yeah. I mean, you as my agent, you obviously haggled out a good deal for me.
I try. I do my best.
Okay, let's be honest here. I got a big chest. Do you think I could pull off Superman? A little bit. I don't have the chisel chin.
I'd have to see you with thick frame glasses on.
Thick frame glasses and probably the tight suit as well.
And the business suit to work at the Global.
But just like what you, like the image that you have of me, would I be able to pull it off? Like the fight scenes would be epic. We don't need to talk about that. But like outside of the fight scenes. Potentially, right?
I mean, that's why I pitched you, right?
Thank you.
Enchantress gets picked here for the sign of Myanmar. We're back into the draft, so you don't hear
First pick.
us mumble about DC anymore, but make some more Green Lantern movies.
Green Lantern, Green Enchantress.
I'd love to see Idris Elba as Jon Stewart. Green Lantern.
Sure. I don't know most of these names. Just saying. Like, I'm not very well versed in the movie topic. I just watch movies. Much like I just play video games, I don't actually know much about computers. Okay, do you know how to build your own computer?
Yeah.
Because I don't.
I built my own computer.
I don't. I'm super scared of the thermal paste.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
It always sounds really scary.
It's very easy.
Okay.
Just a pea-sized little drop, and then you...
Is it super glue? Or the thermal paste is different?
Just thermal paste.
What happens with it? Like it
Dissipates the thermal activity.
like it hardens, or
No. Just takes... It makes sure that the heat on the CPU can be dissipated so it doesn't overheat through your cooler. And it's spread so it doesn't fry out one core. There you go.
I thought you were just gonna talk about it for like 10 minutes. So
No.
Alright.
Alright, so Quap Earthshaker.
Quap Earthshaker again.
Yeah.
Very early Quap though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Quap first pick. With a fourth pick on the way. So, Filipino squad, they look pretty calm.
Medusa looks great. In fact, there we go. Let me go one step further.
Yeah.
Make it look even better, okay? You put Dusa mid lane, Dusa owns Quap. You don't worry about Dusa anymore,
Really?
about
Does
Quap
it?
anymore. You just worry about building strong safe.
Does it kill Quap with an Earthshaker roaming?
Well, you will have Enchantress be on the Earthshaker most of the time, so Shaker rotation shouldn't really be an issue. We're not gonna see it, by the way. Nobody does Medusa middle. I'm just saying, Medusa beats Quap. If you wanna beat the Philippines, it's a good way to go about it, in my humble opinion.
So bans probably Anti-Mage, Phantom Lancer, +1.
Yeah, could be
If
Slark,
not-
could be...
Yeah, there's the Phantom Lancer. And I would assume, I'm going to guess Pango.
Pango, Slark,
Oh, no. You don't need Pango ban because you've already got the Quap.
could be an offline Pango.
True, but that's not it's not really where it's played anymore.
And it's not that good also.
Yeah. So maybe just like a Shadow Demon.
Sniper, Drow. Okay. Talking about here's I wanna see Sniper. The new Sniper is wild. Like take aim giving you an additional 200 range while it's activated is
So stupid.
a total of plus 600 range, which puts you at 1150 range, which puts you at 1290 range with a Dragonlance, and 1390 with Grove Bow. And I hope there was too much information for you all to process. That was the goal.
Definitely was for me.
Too much information for you?
It was too much mana.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to educate and
Naga
get
Siren.
educated about computer parts. Naga Siren. Okay, so
Is it Myanmar next pick? They might go to Shadow Demon themselves.
Shadow Demon would be okay for them.
Because I thought they would ban it, but if you're not banning it, I assume you're going to pick it.
Honestly, like, every time I've seen Spirit Breaker here look absolutely absurdly strong. So I would love to actually see them pick up that Spirit Breaker, because you have a pretty slow lineup for now. You don't really have stuns on the Myanmar side. Spirit Breaker, Dusa, Ench sounds really strong.
Spirit Breaker, Dusa, Ench. Oh no, it's the Philippines who has the next pick. But it's a double pick for Myanmar.
Yeah. But what are we expecting? Enigma could work. They go for the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense
Hey,
against
I thought that should have been the ban. I'm proud of myself. But Naga's also a diffusal carrier. I guess, like, I just think the Shadow Demon's too good here.
It is, and now you can't pick the Spirit Breaker anymore also.
Yeah. So,
That's
I
annoying.
wonder maybe back to the Silencer? But then your support duo is not that great.
Silencer Ench, yeah, it's not that good.
Ench in the 4 is not awful, but you're 0 stuns. You need a stun.
They could do like a coddled spam lane. Shadow Demon hates playing against spam lanes. Tidehunter could work, just cookie cutter. Off lanes, Beastmaster is banned. Never mind.
Primal.
They go for Primal Beast again. That's pretty rough to a Shadow Demon as well, potentially.
Yeah, you just get disrupted. But I want to say it's going the old anti-Doom counter. Give too many targets.
Give too many targets?
If you disrupt the Primal Beast, you're not disrupting the Medusa.
But the Purge in general also ruins your Trample, though.
Yeah.
Which is most of your damage early on, at least. But, yeah. It's,
is that mid PB?
I hope
you
it's
get
mid PB. I really
right?
don't like offlane Primal.
But you just get Shadow Struck and you got a lot of life early, but is it good mid? Is it value mid?
The matchup against Quap, like, it's gonna be hard to win. But it might be possible to just go even. Shouldn't be much of an issue to just go even with the Quap. But again, it's a very confident Quap pick early. And
I don't know if I like this Willow.
I mean, Willow is just a strong hero though. Like
because Terrorize turns them away from your Stone Case.
Yeah, but you could also just run in front of him.
Anti-synergy.
Or blink in front of him.
Maybe. Okay. Just get farm. Support. Cool. You know how many times I've been told that in my life?
No,
you know,
I'm saying the Deuce can run in front of him while they're running
yeah,
away.
You're right. You know what? Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Primal Beast though.
I got a little upset quickly.
Yeah, I know. It happens sometimes.
Is this core Earthshaker, or you think they're going to go back to the
it's going to be a support Shaker again.
So what do you want offlane? Because they banned the Sky.
I want team fight offlane.
I don't think Legion's that great. I wouldn't mind a Tide here.
Juggernaut.
They go Jug. They pick their carry. That's a Diffusal carrier.
Probably not going to see the Diffusal though. Most of the time it's just Battle Fury and you go into this like anti-carry style.
Right.
Dusa, that's 6-slotted, will die to Jug that's 6-slotted.
Really?
Yeah, you just Omni Slash her and she will die.
And then you got Swift Slash because you're 6-slotted. That means you got Axe, right?
Yeah. It's amazing against Dark Willow. Primal Beast doesn't really deal any damage to you. You kill Eng, no problem. It's a very good Jug game. I like it. I like that pick. It leaves the offlane open for last.
Yeah, I gave you the sound effect on that Omni Slash, but that was my trample sound effect. It's more of a cutting.
Yeah.
You know. Right?
Or 6-slotted.
Yeah, exactly. You never want to be close to that trample.
Darkseer banner makes a lot of sense.
Legion, Darkseer.
I'm just going to tell you though, I don't like the Primal Beast too much. If it's off lane, it's not going to be great. If it's mid lane, it's going to be mediocre.
It just seems like it gets dominated,
It seems pretty random, like out there.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Reminds me of the KSA game where they just picked Primal Beast and it didn't really like make too much sense. I hope the outcome won't be the same, but it might just happen.
Yeah.
Because Shaker, what he lacks in laning capabilities, he really makes up with roaming capabilities. So he will be camping those water runes, making sure that Quap has a great game. And we've seen Mac on the Quap multiple times. He's just a beast on that hero. Not a Primal Beast though.
Yeah. Enigma man.
Yeah, but a good
I
rid of
think
the
Tide
offlanes.
just kind of works here.
Tide's good. What else is good?
Axe, good to get that out of the way. Puck. So it's offlane Primal Beast.
Primal. Huh.
I still think Ravage is great.
It's a great draft though. Like that Puck last pick solves a lot of their problems. It synergizes amazingly with Dark Willow and Dusa.
Is there an offlaner you could pick that's got an instant silence for Puck?
Not any that's in the meta right now.
Underlord, I don't
root against the Puck and the damage reduction aura.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
It's very cookie cutter, but it's good. Like the draft of the Philippines is as standard as it can get, probably. And then Myanmar has this offlane Primal Beast, which yet has to show any sort of power. I don't think we have seen it win on the main stage yet. 2 losses. And you don't do anything to Jug in the laning phase, like literally nothing.
You don't really do anything to Underlord either.
Yeah, the only thing you're really good at is pulverizing. But there's a long range fissure to cancel you. There is a potential quap shot to cancel you, a disruption to cancel you. There's lots of annoyances from a long distance.
Percentages. What are you thinking?
I like the draft of Myanmar. I'm gonna go really hot take here, completely leaning out of the window. I want to say 50-50.
You just said, I really like the draft. It's 50-50.
Yeah.
You understand what you just said?
I'm gonna tell you, I think their draft is a late game draft, but the Philippines are amazing in the late game.
Yeah.
So, amazing draft, yes, but you're playing against the Philippines with a late game draft. They have Shadow Demon, Quap, and Juggernaut
For the late game.
for the late game. And Juggernaut is known as the anti-carry.
Prepare for
Let me re-emphasize again.
It feels
The anti-carry.
Actually, though?
Yeah. Omnislash is literally the single best damage that you have on a single target. Facts. Hashtag facts. Check it on Twitter.
Oh, let me check. Ooh, it's trending.
Crazy.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, the things you say. So, that'll catch the vision out.
Yeah.
You think they should change the way that area of the map is to make that not possible?
I just hate what happens in the mid lane all the time. It's just like 5 heroes just walk back and forth all the time. Oh, ward here.
Ward here, ward here.
I don't even put my ward down until the lane
30
starts,
seconds
honestly,
to
because it's just so...
There's no reason to. I don't
Yeah,
think.
it's just so annoying. Oh, look at those two wards looking at each other, though. Did they sniff out each other's ward? Show TI, show T.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any fight.
Nah, teams nowadays are very content with just trading runes.
I'm not, though.
I mean, Juggernaut looks like he wants to go in and just
the
grab it.
battle
Grab it.
begins.
Right click
he's
duel.
got Blade Fury. He could.
I would have ran in there and...
Died.
No. I would have shown my superior right-click skills. Like, my right-clicking is insanely fast.
I just used the auto.
That's slow.
It's not.
There's actually much slower than right-clicking fast. I did the test. I think the auto right-click is 5 right-clicks per second. If you do it super fast, you can go up to 11. Depending on your finger speed.
Yeah.
I know you're like 2 months older than me or something like that. But it can make all the difference sometimes.
I remember. Back in my day.
I tried to click fast, it didn't work.
Basically. So let's see how these lanes kind of turn out. Because bot should feel pretty stationary, right?
Yeah, Underlord. I mean, once he's level 60, he can move
That
to the Fiend's
career's
Gate,
dead.
come back
Radiant's
whenever he wishes. But again, how do you pressure this Juggernaut with 2 magic damage
I'm toying with you. You
heroes?
understand that, right?
They should never be able to kill him, unless they catch him without a Blade Fury.
They catch somebody in a bad part of the trees, they could always disrupt and leave some illusions to block them in there, and then Blade Fury on top. That could be an issue.
But of course, they know that. That's why they keep 2 tangos at all times. I'd be like, no. You outplay me, I outplay you. Mid lane is always a very interesting matchup. Shouldn't lead to any kills.
Boomy, making sure they can't pull. Or, well,
Shaker again.
making sure, trying, and not being successful.
Yep, that's a pull. Push out the lane though. Pulls like these are very scary because they might just end up farming the camp for themselves.
Yeah.
And then the Underlord is very happy.
And
Gets a big stature.
Firestorm, once it's level 2, right? You're pretty much farming exclusively, and at what point, I think it's what? Vanguard, and then your Earthshaker can leave?
Yeah. That sounds about right.
You're pretty much unneeded, right? There's nothing to be scared of.
Now, I don't want to put it that way, but yeah, you have the freedom to move away. Because feeling unneeded always interesting little golf pin.
It's in. So
Golf is
Akashi,
getting pretty popular here, right? Do you like golf at all?
Two, I do.
been killed.
People always say it's boring. I quite like it.
I think it's great. I used to golf with my dad. Won some parent-child tournaments. It was pretty great. carried me, just like the rest of my tournaments of anything.
Of course. But it always feels special to get carried, honestly. It just feels good.
Yeah. Maybe I'll join the Live Tour. We'll see.
Let me know when you do. I'll be your caddy.
So 3 minutes into the game. This is important with the Lotus spawning.
Yeah.
Which will be skill A's. Always important. Control the Lotus feels like it's control the lane.
Yeah, it's,
or at least if you're not able to kill, it's sustain.
It's a big fairy fire. Usually you have a stick on top of that. So it's double sustain.
Yeah, Bach. Just going under the tower. And, I mean, Earthshaker isn't really nearby. He doesn't need to be, but he's going to try and pull that wave. Did he do so? I think he did. I would assume he did.
Try to, at least. The good news, at least, for the Primal Beast is he can't really die to Juggernaut either.
Nope.
You can't aggress on him, but he can't really aggress on you. But that's not really what you want from your offlaner. You really want to try to pressure that farm. So far, it's not really working out too well for him.
Snare was used, Underlord low, trying to survive
Tower is under attack.
top lane, and they're diving this tower
One more impetus.
to get this kill onto Bach. But they get the trade on the Medusa. That's
good for the Shaker.
It's good for the Shaker. Is that worth for Medusa?
I mean, it's first blood. It's quite a bit of bounty, but I think in that lane you just kind of want to sit back, dominate lanes via denies, because you're double range. So trading like this never really feels good. I like what the Shaker did as well. He just pulled the entire wave away from the tower.
Right.
So he can just receive it on the Underlord. But something like this is really good for Shaker. That can mean his blink comes a couple of minutes faster, his level 6 is going to be faster.
Yeah, he's not level 4 14 minutes into the game.
That's right, yep. You got to be careful. You get blocked.
This, well,
not quite blocked.
used to block
Old
in the old lane.
Yeah.
Back in my
days.
We looked at each other. Oh, young
One
PH.
more.
He might just die if he commits to the dive. It's a little bit dangerous, though, with the lack of health.
Is he going to blink in, random? He has a raindrop, so he's not going to die from the scream.
Yeah.
He might actually bait Mac into a bad position. Then Mac ends up
Inch
dying.
is here, too.
Shaker's
Here
here
comes
too.
Boomy. He doesn't have a lot of mana, though.
Fissure into scream is dead. Fissure into scream. Fissure into scream. Where is it?
Really going in. Maze down. Mac has to run away from this this Hellbear.
No Fissure into scream.
Yeah.
If Puck gets a region rune now, Quap is going to get angry.
They do have control of the bottom rune, though. Sort of.
For now.
Kinda.
Oh.
You could just disrupt, right?
Quap is the ping, Quap is the ping.
Ooh, Illusion Rune.
Oh, Puck
Picked
got
up
it.
by the Puck. Rambo Maze comes out.
Oh.
Sonic Wave is used, and young PH still dies. Illusion
Good
Rune
play
or
with the
not.
rune,
Can't. Yeah. Can't sustain it. Level 5 here for this Primal Beast. Blade Fury used by Akashi to run away.
That was a level 4 Blade Fury, so it will have a long cooldown. Trample will be off before it.
Yep.
It will be a slight window of opportunity, perhaps.
But a 1K lead for the Filipino squad.
Yeah, the laning is a little bit easier for them. Especially Mac on the Quap is doing super well this game. Storm, young PH, outperformed last game, but this game Mac is having the better of him for sure. Mana boost this time picked up pretty early into the game. Wisdom Rune's about to spawn in 10. Should be. I say 1-1 split, but Shadow Demon is right there. They're gonna get both.
That's always big, especially, like you said, Earthshaker trying to get that quick 6.
They're dropping the ball on this one for sure.
Yeah, double Wisdom Rune. One picked up by Boomy, the other CML. CML's level 5, and so is Boomy with a quarter of the level needed to get to 6. Early Echo.
It's very early.
Early Shadow Demon ult.
It's almost the same level as the Underlord.
Sonic Wave down for another 30.
So there's Coil available now.
They have Boomy, though. Fissure lands, and that's all you really need to throw to deter young PH from thinking he can play aggressive on this.
Oh, we saw Fiends get down there, but didn't really do much of anything.
All right, go back top.
Bye.
See you later.
Radiant's top tower
And then
is
clean up
under
that top creep wave. It's helping Jug kind of just sustain an open lane, though, too, right?
It does, but Medusa's also free farming, so both carries are very
Beast is
happy.
coming
Coil.
over. They've got Pulverize. And there's the Hurricane to snap the coil. Pulverize in the kill on a Mac. That's well done. This Fissure's just too late. TP attempt out. And will escape, but that was perfect.
That was a great combination with the Hurricane. Push him out of the coil, get the initial stun and the initial damage. Nice rotation as well from the Primal Beast, but again, they will leave Juggernaut to have complete free farm. And generally, you wanna like giving Jug complete free farm is very scary. If you get into this like minute 12 Battle Fury, he scales with the Sanj. Yasha gets into level 20 relatively fast.
You start to get worried as the Medusa just continues to farm. We talked about how passive Myanmar was. How passive is too passive for the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, Myanmar has their own fair share of late game experiences in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think they had the longest game of the tournament. So they're no strangers to late games. I just feel like the Philippines so far are just unmatched in late game decision making. Their buybacks, like they use them when they have to, they hold them when they have to. It's pretty spot on.
Pretty perfect.
But Dusa's Dusa, we have seen many teams go absolutely crazy with their hero.
Radiant are scanning.
Treads picked up for the Queen of Pain. 79 CS there for Medusa. A couple stacks made in that ancient triangle.
A prize.
Is it still a triangle? Because there's only two camps.
Yeah.
I've always been wondering.
I've been wondering for a name change, but not yet. Bach is going to use that Fiend's Gate.
That doesn't cancel it. Yeah, he's out.
He's out. Yeah. And he's actually going bottom. They get the kill into the Primal Beast. He snapped the coil, gets to come down for free, and now probably get a tower. How do you stop this?
That play was pre-planned, by the way. Like, he didn't do it as a reaction to getting coiled. Like, he had it down before the play, and they just had no answer to it. I'm actually surprised they didn't try to all go through there, too.
And go back?
No, the Dire Heroes all go through, and they're like, let's have a party.
I guess they don't have coil. Is it
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
really something you could do?
There's always a question. That's why it's called party time. You don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be 4 heroes each side. Which side's going to win? Royal Rumble style.
So, CML, you gotta think he caught vision of that stack.
Looking good.
They
Maybe
can't
they
farm
could
it though
steal it?
until Blade Fury. Sorry, until Battle Fury. Once Battle Fury's up,
almost
definite
got it.
opportunity. He's almost there. He's very farmed.
He's stacking himself, actually.
Swap is very farmed as well.
Kaya Sanj next on the menu. No surprise for the Queen of Pain. So, KSH, Manta, Scotty, Butterfly. That's the
Scotty first again. Interesting.
Doesn't necessarily need to be.
I feel like Butterfly just makes more sense because you're playing as a Juggernaut.
Right.
And we've seen a Scotty build up before. It just leads to you not really having any sort of damage. You're not the winning condition that you're meant to be. They're looking for Bok again, but if they're not too careful, he's just gonna Fiends get out again.
Echo's on cooldown.
It's only level 5 on the Dark Willow. They don't have Terrorize. There's gonna be a Fiends Gate TP out again? No, right?
It could be. Dream Coil and Firestorm with the
He put out the Fiends Gate. Where did he put it?
Malice
Oh,
and
to the
Bach.
He put it into the.
Gonna die.
Yeah, he put it into the pit, but didn't try to TP.
Weird. That kill, I want to say, didn't need to happen.
Yeah, I overstayed his welcome a little bit, but it's not
Radiant's
too
top
important.
tower
Doesn't lead
is
to an
under
objective. So they're still decently happy. They might be looking at steal the stack with the Battle Fury.
Yeah.
But obviously, Mama also is aware of that, so they're not going to let it happen for free. Medusa, though, should be shifting over here relatively soon.
I think if you're the Philippines, you've got Echo Slam, you have Sonic Wave, go fight.
I very much agree. Like, if you can pull that camp out somehow and get a big Echo off there.
No way he gets a stack.
That's a lot of damage.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they're scanning, they're preparing for it.
Ooh, that courier too.
Yeah, it's in a good
Snipe
position,
that.
though.
They see the stack now, they gotta go.
They're under Watcher.
Echo.
It's gone.
Sonic Wave stack's gone. That's an interesting way to do it. Shield Rune is gonna soak all this damage up. Jung's rooted, Jung's dead.
Coil missed on the Quap. Cast
Whoa.
too late. He just blinked out.
Yeah, Akashi comes into this and just dies.
Yeah, he just walked in and died.
No Omni, no nothing.
And he says sorry in chat.
Onslaught, Boomy, he's in trouble. TP attempt, trample on the damage, more than enough to get the kill. They get the stack, but they lose two.
If Juggernaut doesn't die there, it's very much worth it, I'd say. But because he did die there, it's definitely not worth it. No Onslaught and Pit.
Yep. Bramble.
CML, wow, very aggressive.
Yeah, Curse Crown's gonna pop. Pit of Malice is gonna disappear in a second.
Can't punish him there with the Pit. The Pit is super annoying to play against for the Primal Beasts as well. They have so many good answers to the hero.
Who's the Rain losing Drums Courier?
That's always a rough one. Couriers are dead for so long. Do you feel like it's a little too long?
No. Take better care of it.
I feel like Courier deaths are very punishing.
Take better care of it. Kashi. It's Battle Fury. Bramble. Blade Fury. His Courier.
There was like such a delayed Blade Fury, I was like, should I spin? Yep. Better be safe than sorry. So he's going to the butterfly first, very good choice. You really want to be that right clicker. Then you don't even need to go into a Skadi, to be honest. You can go into a Silver Edge we've seen oftentimes. Skadi is obviously the best damage, or the best tank item that you can get. It's very good against the healing ward as well. But butterfly first is the way to go.
So this isn't the bloodbath of a game we've expected.
No, pretty defensive, but given the draft, I guess it's not too surprising. Shaker Blink.
It does feel like a game that could turn on at any time, though, right?
Yeah. And can turn around easily as well. You got huge abilities like Coil, Terrorize, as well as Stone Gaze. On the other side, you have Wave and Echo Slam. And Shaker is Smoke alone. Oh, Echo missed. I don't know if you got Orb.
Was that the Blink reveal?
Yes.
Huh.
Truth be told, I don't know if he actually blinked.
Yeah, I don't think he did either, but the reveal is still there. You see him. Fissure lands and...
That's unfortunate.
In what could have been a jump start for your net worth lead, and now is nothing.
Yeah, the puck should have died there.
Yeah.
For sure. Dusa is slowly... We have seen so many of those Dusa games where she has a great lane, and then she just keeps farming, and she just farms so much faster than you. Jug is a great counter to Dusa in late game, but that's only if you're even.
Boomy in trouble. Bramble Maze and Curse Crown pretty much dead on his screen already. Kaya Sanj for Mac.
I always feel like Young PH is a Filipino player.
Because of the PH?
Because of the PH, yeah. It makes so much sense. But he's not.
So this tier 1 mid is dead, and they're thinking about onslaughting in. There's a Fiend's Gate down. Mac comes in with Bach. They have themselves the Pit of Malice. But the Bramble Maze locks up Bach. They have no follow-up to get anything more out onto the puck.
Yeah. Shaker is alive now. No Echo for about a minute. They have a pipe, though, so magic damage is not really going to be an issue for them at all.
Yeah.
But who starts the plays? Shaker is your man to do it, but he needs Echo. And hopefully this time it will actually transition to a kill.
Malice, CML in trouble.
Ow!
Impetus, he ran too far away.
He did not expect that impetus. But the impetus does not care for your expectations.
Slowly bleeding kills, because didn't the Philippines have like a 2-1 lead?
Look at the edge damage. She's just solo killing the offlane almost.
I don't know about almost.
Just edge things.
Blink, Totem, Echo, and a Sonic Wave. That's a lot for an inch.
Yeah, well, she's been punished for her sins. Stop hitting my Underlord.
But still, that feels...
Now there's definitely a window of opportunity. You could coil.
Yeah, leaves you super vulnerable. They get a kill on a CML, that's how it starts. I mean, that's exactly what you're hoping for. They've gotten the vision down, they see exactly where KSH is standing. Early Firestorm. Onslaught in, young PH, Stream Coil on the backline, Fissure lands on 2. Snaps the coil, has the pipe, retreats from the tower, but it's gone.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, turning on the heat now. Medusa is hitting her timings. Juggernaut still needs quite a bit of time to go. Don't think we've seen an Omni Slash yet. Would love to see him try to use it a little bit offensively. And Kaya Sanj into BKB. That is
Hex.
Very defensive. Butterfly done. Timing online. Next tier 2 tower is going to be in danger.
Is Ags worth it here?
For Quap?
Yeah.
Quap always wants to build into an axe eventually. But he's going for the Hex because they don't have a lot of stuns, so yeah, this game he can't really get away with it too easily. They need that Hex initiation, set up for the Juggernaut, and hopefully get to use it Omni Slash at some point because we haven't seen it yet.
No, not yet. And it's what? Battle Fury. Blind Battle Fury Yasha at this point in the game?
Yeah, he's going to have his Manta relatively soon, so he'll be very much more survivable, but you still have the Stone Gaze to freeze him in place, so Spin TP is not really an option. You also have the Primal Beast Pulverize against that. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough game for him.
Yeah, Butterfly's already finished. Like, I'm nervous. Because this game, with the farm that Medusa has, it can go from even real quick to one team just having everything going their way. They're taking towers with not much resistance. That was a tier 2 with what? Killing the Enchantress? That's it.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll take all your towers for just an Enchantress dying.
Yeah, and once all the tattoos are gone, they're going to transition to the Roche Pit. You get that Aegis on Medusa, start sieging high ground, and at that point, you're forced to fight. And if you're not strong enough to fight the Medusa at that point, you're just going to lose the game. We have seen Medusa win games in this fashion just time and time again. It's also a reason why he gets first 2 picked and first 2 banned many, many times.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes when we return to it. But thinking about it right now, I think Filipino team or the Philippines is on the back foot for sure.
Yeah, but again, the draft is a super late game draft, and Myanmar, I mean, they have shown definitely that they know how to finish games. So I don't doubt their ability to do that. There is a lot of comeback potential over the Shaker Echo, maybe in the pit or something when they're doing Roshan. So there's a small lead for Myanmar right now, but until they really get that Aegis and that Dusa high ground threat, it's still manageable.
Yeah, but the Roches, at least in game 1, they were not contested. You need to have the bravery to fight back. Right?
Well, the Philippines, as we said, very seasoned players. I don't think they're faced by the situation they're in right now. Probably happened many, many times to them. And got to remember, they still have 1 life to go. Whereas Myanmar might be under a little bit more pressure. Grand final, you lose this game, you're out. Any mistake counts just that much more. But so far, they've been playing a pretty flawless game.
Yeah, I think you have to. Especially with 1 life left. You need to make sure that you're playing a flawless game. It's certainly tough. It's about knowing your advantage and not overplaying your hand. Because if you find yourself with this lead as a Medusa, you do feel like you kind of want to fight and go and push. But that could lead to what you said. Blink Echo, maybe a perfectly placed Sonic Wave. We have not seen Omni yet. There's damage to be had.
It can go the other way very easily.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Juggernaut wins that fight. Suddenly, he just goes to Roche with the healing ward, which is pretty much makes Roshan free. Then he gets the Aegis, and then Juggernaut counters Dusa, and you're like, well, all the lead we just built up is gone. And it, of course, doesn't mean that you can't win. You will always have that Stone Gaze threat into the coil. There's always combination plays to be had. But it is not going to be easy if this Juggernaut goes out of control. If he gets level 20, his life leech could cause a lot of problems.
If. And then that is a if and when.
If wishes were wishes, the world would be an ocean.
Do you mean if wishes were wells?
I don't know, I got that line from some WWE game back then. It was,
Which one? No Mercy on the N64?
Dude, there were a couple of wild ones. They were pretty fun.
Yeah, they were. It was a very fun game back in the day. This is a very fun game in front of us. 20 minutes in, and there's Roche going towards bottom, scurrying. Yeah. It's almost like he runs there.
Radiant structures
Did you ever do this as a kid?
Radiant are scanning.
You're supposed to be sleeping, and you go downstairs to get a snack, and then you hear the crack of the door, your parents' door, and you have to waddle back. Oh, Fissure hit him Alice, BKB. Still running, but look at this. He's just slowed up. The ulti was used there by this Shadow Demon. Bramble Maze down.
Damage?
None of it. Really didn't do much.
Oh, there's an
Right
ulti
clicks
potential.
now. Looking over at KSH, thinking about the Terrorize. They've got this Shadow Demon disruption on Ashodi. They get the kill on the Queen of Pain. Mac off screen is dead. Omni used on this Primal Beast, but now Echo, that got used and Boomy died. So did Mac, no Sonic Wave, and Omni used. I think the Aegis is Dire's.
Yeah, off screen, he tried to save the Quap with the Echo Slam, but instead jumped into a puck and got massacred. But as you said, looks like Aegis advantage going through that Medusa.
Is there any way to jump into this? Not really, right?
Not really. And
Unless
if you get now
Fiend's
+1
Gate
item,
right in.
that'd be tough.
He doesn't have the mana for it anymore.
If they get that Aegis now and the Skadi, you can really easily threaten high ground. The only counterplay at that point is disruption on the Dusa, perhaps. But that's not too easy because there's a puck waiting for you to do that.
I think they're getting Tormentor while this is going on. Earthshaker. Save. CML gets that, so Demonic Purge. Or Demonic Cleanse, sorry.
Yeah. Purge can be used as cleanse.
Yeah, synonyms. Purging, cleansing.
Honestly, isn't super impactful this game. It's alright, but not great. They don't really have any debuffs in purging.
I don't think this can be a farming Aegis for Myanmar. Or it's not the way I want to see it get used. Because you've got an advantage. There's no Omni at this moment, no Echo Slam. Obviously, that's not lasting for much longer, but I think you could take one more fight, potentially pressure the high ground, and break the high ground.
Yeah, I think if you get the Skadi, there's definite potential to just start sieging the high ground and keep hitting it without a real way to answer it. Because again, only way at that point would be Fissure into Disruption maybe, but there's always the threat of a puck jumping onto the Shadow Demon.
So there's the smoke.
Looking for Bok.
Blink. They're looking for Blink Pulverize.
Bok showing himself. He's the tankiest target that can possibly go on.
Yeah, he's got Pipe available.
But how tanky are you really
Blink,
in the face of End?
Silence, Onslaught, Pulverize. The damage is there. Pipe, Pit of Malice, and a Firestorm. Fissure. So here's the turnaround to start. They didn't get the kill yet onto Bok. They'll get the kill onto this Primal Beast and end up trading the Underlord. Curse Crown and another kill on a young PH. Mac blinks in, gets the kill. Zarain trying to TP out, and will do so, but they've got this shard on Mac. So the silence is there, the Echo Slam lands. This might just be the Aegis gone. Blink in, silence once more, Curse Crown, but no more mana. KSH is in trouble. Fissure lands on the Dark Willow, and now starting to fight back. Akashi trying to right-click his way through this. Disruption used on the Medusa. That's going to be a lot of damage, but there's the Bramble Maze down. Blink Fury on top of the Medusa. There goes life one. Mac forcing these heroes away. Scream, Totem, Shadow Realm, TP out, attempt from the Dark Willow, and the impetus damage pushes the Queen of Pain away, but back in and in some trouble. He's forced to blink in TP2, so they don't get the Medusa a second time.
If Omni Slash was of cooldown there, maybe, but it was still a very good fight. The way they killed Puck was very impressive. They don't have many stunts at all.
Yeah, they lined up the blink silence with the shard on Quap.
Yeah, they just managed to kill him. Very, very good pickoff. Like, if Puck doesn't die there, the fight goes completely the other way.
Oh, 100%.
He's gonna keep throwing in those silences, those orbs, lots of damage coming out from him. But you can see, the Dusa dies quite quickly when Jack is on top of her. And Jack doesn't have the counter item. He doesn't have the MKB, he doesn't have his own butterfly. Once his damage items comes in, you can really see how one Omni Slash can just completely destroy her.
Do you think that that fight was a little too early from this Dire squad with them not having the Scotty on the Medusa, now obviously acquired, but...
It was just weirdly executed because they tried to kill the Underlord for so long. He had a greater Lotus, so healed up quite a bit through that, and they just committed in very deeply. Lost 2 cores straight off the bat.
Going for that, yeah.
Yeah, like you don't need to dive so deep. The entire idea with the Dusa draft is that she stands there and hits tower.
Yep.
Then if the enemy aggresses, you go in.
MKB soon for Jug.
Yeah, and once that's up, one Omni Slash could probably kill the Medusa.
Uh-oh.
Probably needs another damage item for that, like a butterfly, but...
PB.
Ooh.
So there it is, flying out, I believe.
Attack speed, lots of damage, perfect Jug item. Proper BKB. Didn't have the last fight, going into the Hex next. Oh, Shield
Rune.
Got it.
Swipes it, needs to pop it after this Pulverize, and will. But pops the BKB, Terrorize comes through, not gonna matter, and Queen of Pain is alive. And looking pretty glowy. Ooh, Echo Slam right down onto the puck. Lotus Orb surviving. Young PH, though, he's gonna fall. He went in with the Waning Rift. Zarain on the run. Bach moving forward, has the Pit of Malice. They've got Boomy with a follow-up. When the Fissure is available, he'll throw it and land it onto the Enchantress. But they don't quite have the damage to get the kill on Zarain. Oh, the kill, though, onto Puck feels more than enough.
Has to be careful on the Dusa, too. Like, you don't want to just get Omni Slash by this
There
level.
still is
Omni
Blink
Slash here.
Pulverize.
They got Stone Gaze as well. That's a potential play, but really Coil is your biggest playmaking ability. You don't want to be fighting without it.
Yeah.
So he's going Butterfly next on the Juggernaut. Pure damage, that's exactly what I like. That's how you transition to this anti-carry sort of playstyle, but he is quite squishy. If he gets pulverized on, can die very quickly. Bog. Be careful, it's going to be a repeat.
He's fine. Quickening Charm for PB. Elven Tunic now for the Jug, and Vindicator's Axe for the Queen of Pain.
Something we don't see too much, but gives you attack speed, gives you good armor.
Makes you feel vindicated.
Yeah.
It's the truth. So 28 minutes in. Wisdom Rune spawning in 10.
From here on out, it should be Philippines in an advantage when it comes to experience and just execution in general.
You know, they looked at where the Wisdom Rune was on screen, and I did say 28-minute Wisdom Rune spawning, but I thought I did my math wrong. I lacked the confidence to be like,
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah.
7, 14, 21,
Every 7
28,
minutes, that's right, yeah.
All right, cool, math's right.
You got it.
It showed up, I was happy.
Prevailed.
Silver Edge for KSH next has that Crystallis.
And potentially DD as well.
Ooh.
And Silver Edge is very potent against the Underlord, of course. This aura is just very annoying. With a talent, I think it reduced 50% of your damage.
Gives the bottle over to KSH to bottle up this double damage. And there's that 50% Blade Dance lifesteal. Is that still bugged? That 20 talent?
Bugged how?
Wasn't it like giving the 50% before the right click or something like that?
Before reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I don't know if there
attack.
was a bug or intended. It's still like that.
They're all going through the twin gate. Whoa, and a Fiend's gate. They're trying to gatekeep this Roche.
Man's been popped. Just to scout a little bit, which also leaves Jug vulnerable. But both teams obviously have to be quite careful. They don't know when Roche is going to spawn. Can spawn in 30. 5-man smoke. Mantis pop for Dusa as well. So no real answer to Omni Slash.
They're smoked.
So yeah, it's Dusa illusion. Gotta be careful. They did a lot of damage.
I love those illusions fighting each other, doing nothing.
Yeah. They see the Jug under the ward.
Jug in trouble. Blink pulverized coming through as well as the terrorize. They go to the Sonic Wave that's going to push them back. Mouse is down around the Jug. They've got the onslaught, but do they have the damage? Akashi in some trouble. Needs to get out with an Omni Slash, but he ends up dead first. He's got buyback. Bedlam was used by Skillay, but nobody under the Bedlam. They don't buy back yet. Fissure lands. Totem used for the control. Onslaught. Blink away. Looking for Boomy, and they're going to spot him. TP attempt. He gets out, and it's only the Jug who dies.
And a 3-minute respawn on Roche. If it was a super fast one,
that
goes
works.
to Myanmar. Dead feels really bad. Dead feels very, very bad. And Jug, we spoke about it. You might be an anti-carry, but you're very squishy. Got a lot of damage.
My sprites are with us.
Not a lot of health to back it up.
Zarian's going to be sitting here for...
Yeah, I think
a
at some
while.
point they probably just want to put in the creep.
Chant and throw something in there.
Yeah. Lasts for 2 minutes anyway.
They have the vision. They didn't take away this vision on the high ground near the twin gate.
Gotta stop walking in and out. You're just making yourself nervous.
Ooh, mid. It's Puck and Underlord kind of fighting, and Dream Coil's on cooldown. Onslaught used, and now Fissure, he's on the other side. Fiend's Gate comes in. Lotus, Bach, Pinamalice, BKB out of mana here on Bach. But the right click damage from Mac. Shadow Strike comes in. Blink in with the screen, the silence. And they get the Primal Beast. 50 seconds without him. Roche still not up for 80. Now they're the ones who have control of the pit and will be waiting on this respawn.
Yeah, but they'll also be waiting for a while here if they really wanted to. This is one of the longest spawns possible. And both teams are like, could spawn any second. Did it spawn yet? No. Every 5 seconds they're just going in and out.
Great
What about
power
now?
of casting. 59, 58. I know this information. 55.
Do you think Dota would be less interesting or more interesting if teams could see the timer?
No, I like the guessing. I like the guessing more.
Okay, you're an RNG boy.
Yeah, on a couple things, right?
I hate RNG.
I know you do, but on like that, I think it's fun.
Okay.
So now they'll come down with a smoke, and then they'll try it. Boomy, blink away. Shiva's blink on him. Fissure, Totem. Malice with an illusory orb, trying to get out. Max hiding in the pit. Disruption on CML, blink forward, looking for something. They've got the disarm on the Medusa already low on mana. Zarane's out forward.
Stone Gaze
Primal
popped already.
Beast trying to back away. No Stone Gaze available with the BKBB popped here by the Primal Beast. He's forced to go back. No Stone Gaze, they have Dream Coil, but the puck is caught, the puck is killed. Sonic Wave used, and that's no puck for 75.
And that's Roche response.
Roche
just
is up.
now. Dusa, no mana, no Stone Gaze. That's a free one. What happened to the Dusa? How did she have 0 mana? Did you get disrupted?
The jump in. No, the disruption was on CML himself.
But that was because of the loaded door.
No, he disrupted himself, right? Was it Lotus Orb? Yeah, because that's why the glitched animation, right? That happens with
Everybody
Lotus.
goes back home and back into the pit.
In, refill
Gem.
that bottle.
Gem picked up, so no more Invis shenanigans for the Dusa. HSG's advantage, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, the mid-game prowess is just there for the Philippines.
They never gave up an advantage.
Yeah, they're just making the better choices overall. And in case something goes wrong, they usually have a backup. Like, yeah, Jack got picked off there, but worst case, he's going to buy them.
Yeah. They, to be fair, they got kind of lucky with the timing of Roche.
Yeah, I guess you could see it either way because they also got a pick off and then Roche didn't spawn. It's like a back and forth, but for sure. RNG is a great part of the game.
Hex picked up by the Queen of Pain. It is a great part of the game.
He's got a lot of gold from that last fight. Now they got a real disable. Not just Shaker, but the Quap can actually blink in and make things happen herself. It's a half lag.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's like the pole's not big enough, so you have to like strap the other half of the flag around it.
Yeah.
Want to see the whole thing with a
This tower
take a 180.
Dire's
They're going to take the Tormentor too.
Yeah, Jug's damage output at this point is quite ridiculous. And he's also going into the
top tower is under
MKB, but of course, Omni Slash is a pretty ridiculous ability at this point in the game.
We've seen in the past, Enchantresses do damage. Now has that Hurricane Pike.
Are they threatening high?
Yeah, they are.
They are.
They have Aegis, they have Cheese. What's stopping them?
Puck can snipe the healing ward. He has to. He's looking for it. Got it. And that's a disengage right there.
Cleanse onto Jug. He got the shard from the last one. Earthshaker picked up his. So Shadow Demon had it from the first Tormentor.
The game is quite uncomfortable now for Myanmar. Until that Aegis drops, you probably won't really feel comfortable.
I think the Jug got that last shard right from Tormentor.
Fighting very much. I actually didn't see. I'm not sure. Probably.
Yeah, I believe so, because Underlord doesn't have his, and the other Quap bought theirs.
Yeah,
they
well,
got
only
the Shadow
Underlord,
Demon, and the Earthshaker bought his. Has to be.
So Heaven's Halberd now also on the Underlord. So Dusa's damage will be heavily mitigated.
Has
Finish the
MKB now.
She's fast.
Yeah.
She's strong. She hits hard. But if you get Omni, you're dead. And you don't want to die. But if you die now, game over. Shiva's got almost done on Underlord as well. There's going to be a lot of mitigation. He has the level 20 talent, so there's minus 50% damage. That's a lot of damage, Doc. Yeah.
BKB looking for the Pulverize.
Like that.
He's in too deep. He has to onslaught on the high ground, but he can't. Gets stopped from doing so, and now he's in trouble. Hexed up, killed off, and gone. There was the Fiend's Gate used to get back over bottom, take the tier 3. They've got the Firestorm down on top of the racks. Can they just take it and go? Akashi can try with the Blade Fury and the right clicks. The backdoor kicks in. Fissure lands, Totem's there. Young PH jumps in, has the Dream Coil. That's going to be on a 3. Shadow Demon in trouble, but there's the disruption. Hurricane Pike coming out from the Enchantress on a Mac. Terrorize lands. Now they go. Blink Echo Slam. It's going to be on the Young PH, but do they have the control? There's the Hex as well as the Shadow Strike coming through into the puck, but the damage from Zarain eats the cheese on Mac, and they've got the Bramble Maze around on Bach and Boomy. They take the Aegis out of the hands of the Jug. The Pit of Malice lands onto the Dark Willow with the Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill on a Skillet. So the bottom set of racks exposed, but glyphed.
Should be an easy Rex. Again, Omni Slash is still at the ready, so
Blink in
Dusa's
once
never going
more.
to feel safe.
The Waning Rift. A lot of supporters for the Philippines. I can hear them up here in the booth.
Yeah, they have been for the MLBB as well, yeah.
I'm hoping they get loud enough we can hear them in the microphone. Fissure lands, Pulverize onto the Shadow Demon. There's the blink to silence him up. That's from Mac with the shard. And this is Primal Beast dead. They bob back on the Dark Willow. And there you go. Now you can hear him a little bit more.
Knockout of man again. They can feel, they can smell the victory.
Yeah.
2-0. I mean, Philippines at this point, it's gonna be hard for them to lose this game. They
There's the
are
axe.
exactly where they want to be in this game. That's where they shine. Late game Dota, it's all theirs. It has been all tournament long. Both the games they lost, I think they were 35 minutes or less.
And they're back with this Fiend's Gate. I'm going to say it right now. I want to hear everybody go wild. If we're not hearing you cheering for your team, I mean, I'm going to be disappointed, right?
Yeah.
Young PH, he goes in, gets the healing ward. They've got themselves the Fissure as well as the Totem that's going to be stunning up KSH. Zarain on the run has the heal with the Nature's Attendance. They'll attend to this Enchantress's wounds with the buyback being committed from this Primal Beast.
And from the Dark Willow as well, for nothing.
Yeah.
They just disengage. Bye-bye. What hopes does Myanmar have here? They need a massive combo. They need a Stone Gaze, Coil, Terrorize, or like 5 heroes, or 3, or 4. More than 2.
KSH doesn't have that blink, but I'm still thinking of that idea that you brought up in the draft where he's on the other side of the Terrorize. Swift slash dead.
Swift slash, indeed dead. There wasn't even there's a 12-second cooldown right there. Who cares?
Really is nothing.
He has no buyback on him.
Blink gain, Waning Rift has the
Or it could
silence,
be an
pops the
Omni-Slash
Manta.
opportunity here.
Now they've got the disruption. It's on the Medusa. They go to the pin balance. They have the Echo Slam. It's all on the Medusa. They're looking to finish him off. They've got the Terrorize. Oh, the Totem.
Gets out.
He gets out just barely. This is the Primal Beast in deep. Oh, the Sonic Wave even committed. They'll get the kill onto the Primal Beast. The Curse Crown lands on the Queen of Pain. And they've got Young PH trying to put out the damage onto these heroes, but now
they can
when the
smell it.
Enchantress is up, it's only going to be a 4v5, and they're still holding on to Omni Slash. They're committing into a Dagon 3. They need the burst damage.
They're looking at
That's
Mac.
giving up the buyback.
Ooh,
they go
he's
and get
gone.
the kill on the Mac. Ooh, that's one. They're looking for more. They're going onto the back lines. That's a Swift Slash to get away. Still has the Omni. Stone Gaze used by KSH. The chase is on. Young PH doesn't have a Dream Coil, but they've got the Waning Rift. There's the Manta, the Purge, the Silence. But Zarain coming back in once again. He enchants Akashi. They'll go through the Fiend's Gate to get the mana back, but Akashi was left, and he's dead. The damage is in, the Dagon is used, the right clicks are there, and CML will fall as well.
The Dusa disruptions actually killed the Dark Bull on the back line as well, but very good hold. There was actually a little bit of a missed micro with the healing ward. It wasn't on the Quap. If Quap has full health there, no way she dies.
Yeah.
And nice hold by Myanmar. They're
they're
doing
pushing
everything
through
they can
mid.
to hold it.
They're just going.
They have to go. They have to go. They have something, but it won't be enough to get a set of
But
Rex.
Roche is in 40. If it spawns instantly, Jug's not going to be there immediately. Maybe they can get something. Dagon once again, silence through on a Bach with the Waning Rift. Fissure out onto the mid lane. So they want to
Dusa, by the way, just picked up.
take out these creeps.
DD still on. They have a glyph, and they will have one more glyph
After the tier 3.
Yep, so delaying power is quite high. Halberd as well.
So
Fissure.
no buybacks available for the dead heroes of the Philippines.
Small pokes. There's the glyph. Creep wave dead. Next creeps are going to arrive in about 10 seconds, and they can't. They're going to go.
There's the glyph. They'll start to retreat.
What we really need right now is a Blink Dagger on the Jug. Jump on the Dusa. Give her your full Omni Slash. Game is over.
Roche, 2.5 minutes away. Brutal. They can't set for it.
Nope.
I mean,
Jug is back up.
They're
Lanes
only
are
down
pushing in.
not only 2 sets of racks. I thought it was just 1, but it is in fact 2.
Yeah, so your
So
lanes are always going to be
innately,
pushing
those
in.
lanes are pushing. Pucks are good at cutting the creep wave. And we saw in Myanmar's game against Mongolia using creeps to defend. Or using couriers to defend. Sorry, creeps always defend.
But the Philippines don't want to let that happen. They're smoked out. They want to maybe find an initiation with the Hex here. They're all here. All 10 heroes. This might be the climax fight. 5v5
Medusa has
smoke. Let's go.
buyback. The only ones who have buyback are the Underlord as well as the Earshaker on the
Medusa's half
side of
mana
the
already.
Philippines. Half
Ooh,
mana
this is bad,
disruption.
this is bad.
Young PH going in with the silence. The BKB is going to be popped by back.
Medusa's
The Blink in, he's got the
trouble.
silence onto the Medusa as well as the Hex. The Sonic Wave comes in. They look for the Terrorize. They landed onto a couple. They've got the damage coming in. They'll take out this Primal Beast. Now looking on the other side with the Blade Fear used. The Dream Coils around on 3. The damage on the CML. They'll get the kill to the Shadow Demon. That's 70 seconds on the sideline. Blink in. Silence once again. No more mana on the
Medusa is
Medusa.
gone.
And Medusa's gone. Has buyback, uses it immediately. They get the kill to Boomy. They'll take the Earshaker. There's the buyback from that Boomy Earthshaker
Good
as
edge
well.
damage.
They take out Skill 8. Dark Willow is gone for 65. Fissure lands on the Enchantress. Their attention is on to Young PH. They use that Fiend's Gate to get back into the fight. As they've got these buybacks from their supports now down. They're trying to chase. They're trying to go for more, but the TP out. That's an escape for the Ench. However, Roche, 35 seconds, and it will be up, and the Philippines are there.
Pinging Roche. Waiting for Roche. There's no need to risk anything here. There's going to be an Aghanim Scepter up for grabs.
You need that.
Why risk anything, honestly? This is your ticket to the trophy, which apparently I heard is pretty heavy. I wanna see some of them curled up a bit.
I'd like to see you lift it.
Same, honestly. Like I should just go down there. Like, you guys want a trophy? Let me lift it though.
Do
Thank
some
you.
skull crushers.
Yeah.
Some curls. Why not?
Hey, I lived in the Philippines for 6 months for Dota. I think they would let me do it.
You gotta ask.
They'll be like, yeah,
Honorary
you
member.
played in our team.
Roche
Going to the shadow team saying
out of the
hello
pit.
and bye.
All right, Swift Slash, great job. There you go. Disruption used, and they're going to go for this Roche, and Mimar have no business. They've got all 5 heroes up, but they're not even going to try.
Yeah.
So this is Ag's Blessing, presumably going for the Queen of Pain. But honestly, you give it a Shadow Demon.
Shadow
I think that's
Demon is
just as
insane.
good. Yeah.
You cast that on the Dusa, Split Shot is gone for the entirety of the fight. Without Split Shot, Dusa is nothing. Just a glorified creep at that point.
Radiant's middle tower
Dusa dies
is
one more
under
time. One more Omni Slash on the Dusa is all it
Radiant's
takes for
middle
this game to
tower
end.
has fallen.
So they did give it to the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's good, very good decision. You break the Dusa, you break the Enchantress maybe even because she's starting to put out a lot of damage.
Okay.
They can smell it, B-Cop. One more fight. One more Omni Slash is all it takes.
You definitely want to end it before, and this is 15 minutes away, but you do want to end it before tier 5s.
You don't want to give Dusa also time to farm up like a Rapier or something where the game can become really scary suddenly. You definitely want to end it while you can.
Because there's only one set of racks left. You know where they're coming from, and that is the benefit of being behind like this. But there's not much other than that.
Very true. 30k behind. All they can do now is wait.
Now, that's a big roundup. It's 23.
What did I say?
30?
Did I?
You're almost at 100k.
Well, close enough. This kind of has like the Lord of the Rings feeling. They're all waiting on top of the wall, and the orcs are coming. The Urukai.
Oh, I thought you meant this felt like Lord of the Rings, where there was 4 endings in that last movie. Okay, back to the game.
What last movie? Huh? Doesn't matter. High ground push is about to come. Disruption on the Dusa illusions. They're gonna walk high ground.
Illusions via illusions. Fissure lands. Totem there on a Zarain. So
He
immediately
went out.
popping the Nature's Attendants. And
oh,
there
oh,
is the Swift
Oh,
with the
here's
Lotus
Omni
on
for
the
that.
Omni! That's Omni for nothing! The Lotus is still there. They've got the Pin of Malice down. Ogre Seal Totem to try and get away. The buyback's going to be committed here. Akashi's got to be careful. He does have an Aegis. But now, Dream Coil down onto 3. Stone Gaze used. Here comes the Primal Beast with the Pulverize, but the Echo Slam down. They get the kill onto Skillay. They'll take out the Edge. They've got the Primal Beast, but they'll lose the Shadow Demon. Zarain trying to run back, but he's dead again. Can KSH hold? Trying to hold his ground. Gets the mana back. Right clicks in. Akashi's going to lose the Aegis. Back fighting away. Has the Hex. But they've got the Lotus Orb. It's on the Medusa. The Onslaught lands with the Silence on the Blink out. Bach. Got a lot of mana to work with, but KSH continuing to get Lotus and continuing to survive.
Ooh, it's an unfortunate timing here. Probably gonna see a quick pause. What's gonna happen? Everybody's dead. Oh my god! The game is a draw.
So, getting a freeze. Wonder if there's a pause in there. Disconnect.
Probably.
You could all guess how that fight went.
Yeah.
If it happened, I don't know if there's a pause,
Okay.
but
Theoretically, if everybody
close your
stood there,
eyes.
if everybody stood there just auto-attacking, who won? I would almost say Medusa actually won that.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. But I haven't really seen that happen, but if you lose a fight because of that, what happened?
I don't know.
You can't do anything. You can't go back in time.
No, you can't. There's no. There used to be back in the day.
Saves?
There was save states to games.
Man, and Dota 1, every team fight, every 2 minutes, admin save game, please. Okay.
/ save marker.
Yeah, and we had like 20 save files per game. And everybody loads back in. It's like, oh, unfair advantage. Reload last save. Okay. We got you. But unfortunate timing. What can you do? I do believe, though, in an actual lobby, if anyone disconnects, it's an instant pause by the server.
Is it?
I believe so. So nothing crazy should have happened.
Should just be paused. So for us, we're just this, right? Then we'll get back into it when we get back into the game, and then we'll continue, give the the analysis.
Let's be real, though. It's 2023. Technology's there. There's no way.
Save states shouldn't be in the game.
Yeah. And there's
Yeah,
also
I
no
agree.
way that this caused too much of a problem. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope.
Fingers
I
crossed.
I don't want to go back into the game and see like a dead Medusa, because then the game is just over, and you're like,
Yeah.
Replay the game? Question mark?
Why not? I'll do it again. And then you got to play the Medusa, everybody over once more.
Nah, saying different draft.
No. Same draft. You can't just be going to different drafts over here. You got 53 seconds on Zalrain and 52 there on CML, the Shadow Demon. And
State of the game right now, though.
Yeah,
all
Medusa
buybacks
was
committed.
winning the fight.
Yes, but all buybacks committed. They still have all the buybacks on the Radiant side, on the important cores.
No Aegis on Jug. Omni down.
Yeah. I think the safest play, honestly, is go back, wait for Omni, push again. Because that Omni slash was nothing.
Yeah, Lotus. The Lotus was big in that fight. I think they have, how many Lotuses do they have? I'm going to look at the screen over here. They've got 1, 2. I'm looking behind you guys. Well, actually in front of you guys. You guys are looking with me. So I'm looking at the screen on the left. That's Lotus for Skill A and Skill TI. They were basically putting them down Lotus, and constantly Lotusing the Medusa, and that's what kept them alive. And that's what kept the Omni from doing too much. So, these Lotuses feel pretty strong in the game state, right?
They do, but Juggernaut, just in the middle of that fight, picked up a Blink Dagger. So, kiting him is going to be a much bigger challenge from now on out.
Could be, yeah.
But, yeah, it's we're still uncertain where the game state is at. We have no update yet. It's dude, I'm just thinking about, like, if that happened to me when I'm in the booth, like, am I?
How do you breathe?
Yeah. Like,
How do you
imagine every player's disconnected. Nobody actually knows what's happening right now. Like, what's up?
Yeah.
Because in the pub game, actually, I don't know how it works in the lobby. If every player is disconnected for a certain amount of time, does the server just?
I've never had that happen to me.
Same. We learned together today.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Spell Prism for the Medusa. Is that what you want? I guess Mystic Snake as often as possible.
Yeah, Stone
Not a
Gaze
bad
cooldown,
idea.
item cooldown maybe, but there's definitely better choices. Like Ninja Gear would be really good. But we don't know what they had. You know, maybe she had like terrible options.
True.
We never know. What does Jug have?
That's one of the things
Jug
I
has the
really
Ninja
want to
Gear.
see is us being able to see the options.
Yeah, well,
That would be great.
I heard they didn't want to have that in the game, so you can't like
Criticize
more.
forget that.
You know we can't be very critical. Like, you know, I can be very critical.
Yeah, of course.
So I would be going through everyone's list. Like, I don't really agree with that. I don't agree with that either.
It definitely gives more of a glimpse into the eyes of what they want, right? Like,
Yeah.
knowing those options, I think it's like, oh, well, you had this and this, but you want a cooldown. Like, it does force conversation. I would have liked that to be in the game pretty much overall. By the way, Ags and Shard, I didn't realize, for KSH.
Yeah.
So, spells directed, Mystic Snake back, turns them to stone with the Ags.
It's super potent, especially against Quap.
Yeah.
Because the snake flies her way, you get like 1,000 mana back.
Well, what does it fly on? It's AoE Shadow Strike, right? Technically not
it's AoE
targeted.
Shadow Strike, it's
Blink,
it's Hex.
Scream. I guess Hex, yeah.
Hex, which is always on her pretty much. So every time that's on you, they will fly the other way. Unless Shadow Demon casts a Disruption, will fly at him, which is also a ton of mana, though. He has got a pretty good mana pool. But these fights, in theory, should just be impossible for Myanmar at this point, because you got the double Purge, which also breaks the Dusa. Split Shot is gone, and Split Shot is the only real damage. The puck on the backline is actually doing fantastic work, dealing with the supports every time. We didn't really talk about that too much, but Shadow Demon doesn't have much impact in these fights because he's just running away from the puck the entire time.
Yeah. One thing I want to ask you about is Disseminate. Do you feel the effects of this spell?
Honestly, it's a spell that kind of flies under the radar, but if it's on a hero, it also just amplifies the damage on that hero. Like, everybody around the hero takes the damage, but the hero itself also takes the damage. So even though it doesn't look like massive, it's just a 35% damage increase on whoever you're targeting.
Right.
It's definitely a spell that doesn't look very flashy. No.
Here we go.
Go
Go back into it, and the
what's
throne's
up?
exposed.
Oh, what happened to the throne? Okay, let's go. Throne almost down. Topic
Ooh,
under
they're
pressure.
going in.
Dusa in
On the
trouble.
Medusa, there's the Hex. They've got the Lotus on him once again. And
Full
getting that
mana.
mana back. Look into the jug. Akashi's in some trouble. Pops the Manta. Blade Fury getting it away. Bach on the run. Young PH doesn't have Dream Coil. No Enchantress for 30. No Shadow Demon for the same amount of time.
How surprising. Jug went for the Healing Ward talent, not the Omni Slash talent. Very interesting, because 1 second of Omni Slash can be 1 second closer to victory. If you get that whole Omni Slash on Medusa, she is going to be seeing the grass on the other side. A little bit more of a team player here. Game is still alive.
Swift Blink finished for Jug.
Yeah, gold lead is now 30k, as I previously said. And
Right on.
Omni Slash, back off cooldown. Time to go again.
Let's see. KSH.
Remember, all the big buybacks are still there for the Radiant.
Is KSH going Divine? You would assume that has to be
You almost
next,
have
right?
to at this point, yeah.
Bull down.
Slow and steady.
Swift
Throne
Blink
is
in.
exposed.
Blade Fury to try and secure this Mega Creeps,
And out.
and they've got the Fissure, the Pit of Malice, the Firestorm onto the Enchantress. Ogre Seal Totem away.
Throne is exposed. Creeps are hitting the throne again.
He's in. Waning Rift. Thinking about the Terrorize. They've got the Fissure. There's Bach turning to stone. Dagon. Blade Fury.
Well, the damage
back,
to Medusa's
going
massive.
forward and force staff back. KSH trying to survive. Echo Slam committed. They don't get the kill yet. There's the blink as well as the silence, and now backing away. Pulverize
Jarr's
on the
dying.
Jug. Jug's low. He's turned to stone. The right clicks are in. They've got the disruption to get the save. They look over the Primal Beast. He's got a Lotus Orb on him, and he's going back towards the racks. Blade Fury, Primal Beast gone for 105, and they'll look for the rest. Young PH, Waning Rift in. They look at the Medusa
Omni
once more.
Slash.
They've got the
Let's
Hex.
go.
Bach going in. There's the Omni Slash. There's the
Gone.
kill on the Medusa. And with no Medusa for 2 minutes, with Mega Creep secured, it's looking all Philippines here. There's the GG
GG.
call. And your IESF Asian Championship winners are the Philippines as they take the 2-0 over Myanmar.
Coming through strong. We predicted they were going to be the winners from the beginning. They admittedly don't look super excited. They probably also expected the result after the extended pause that we had. But well deserved. Their mid-lane game prowess just unmatched in this tournament. Good draft. Well done, Bog.
Look good.
Yeah, overall, just outmatched Myanmar here in this game. Again, we said maybe they did better strategizing because of that loss. Some weaknesses were exposed that they managed to fix. Well done. Good adjustments made. What else?
Great revenge 2-0, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You said it, their mid to late game decision making is what has brought them here and given them this victory. It looked perfect in both games 1 and 2.
Yeah, again, both games they lost. The only 2 games they lost were pre-minute 35, which is still considered quite early to the game nowadays. In these late game scenarios, it's all about experience, it's all about knowledge, it's all about bravery, and they got plenty of all of that.
Yeah, so they get the victory, they shake hands, always nice. Obviously, all these players pretty much know each other.
Yeah.
Playing pubs together, maybe playing on teams together in the past, and or seeing each other at your local LAN cafe.
Possibly sometimes. Yeah, but Myanmar, dark horses coming through second place, nothing to be ashamed of. Still taking home quite a bit of prize money themselves as well.
And the good thing is they're all going to Yash.
All going to Yash. 5 teams from here.
Going to Romania. It's going to be fun. That is, when it really gets international. Obviously, everybody representing their countries, and it is international already, but it's the grand international stage that they're going to be going to in Romania. And, it's about a month plus away. End of August, it comes around, and, well, if you're the Philippines, you're hoping to still play like this, right?
Yeah, time to get your visas ready, which is oftentimes the true end boss. I actually don't even know if you need visas. I'm not very experienced with this kind of stuff. But once that's all settled, yeah,
You're
the
in?
Philippines, to be fair, the competition will be way fiercer. They're coming from all over the world, and you will not have to just play regionally, but you'll have to play internationally, and it's going to get really, really tough.
Yeah, the European teams are going to be pretty strong, and I believe almost all of Nouns is coming from NA. Like that's going to be tough. It's a massive LAN. It's a lot of teams. It's going to be a lot of Dota. But for right now, I mean, they look good. The Philippines team showing the great decision making in that last series. You got to think they're one of the favorites going into that big Yash event.
Yeah, the last big national event that I can remember, they also won. And
That was TNC back in the day.
they performed really well at the time, far and above beyond any other team in that competition. It was, I think, Denmark that came in second, maybe third. I can't quite remember, but there's a lot of strong teams and a lot of strong players from many different countries, and it's always very nice to see. Like you won't just see teams versus teams, but you will actually have to see different players from different teams coming together and seeing how it all shapes up.
So taking a look back at this replay, you're going to see, there were moments of where I thought Myanmar had themselves a good lead, but again, they needed to secure the mid to late game, and you'll watch this game shift. It's because of the decision making, and I know we've said it 100 times already, but it really is probably the biggest selling point for this roster.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I think the reason why Myanmar lost, in the first game, it was a draft loss. I'm not going to talk about that. But the second game, they played, they want to go mid-late game. That's what they always want in every game. And Myanmar, with the draft, they don't really have an option but to do so. They tried to pressure quite early, as you could see, but it really just turned the other way. They win one team of the Juggernaut, get the Aegis, suddenly it's all Philippines from there. There were a couple of unlucky moments as well for Myanmar, of course, with a couple of Roshan spawns. Yeah, like this fight was so forced. You don't need to do this. Dusa can just hit the tower. Instead, you're diving really deep, you're losing your puck, you're losing your Primal Beast, just to kill an Underlord. That was, like, that's the sort of decision making I'm talking about. You can't be doing this.
No, not at all. The usage of Fiend's Gate, by the way, from Bach was picture perfect.
It was really good. Here, Jug gets picked off, but he has buyback in case any further fighting breaks out.
And that's just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for Myanmar there, right?
Yeah, Roche was about to spawn, or could have spawned. Maybe they get that Aegis, maybe the game goes a bit differently. But great itemization from Jug as well. Deals a ton of damage.
Crazy how hard it is to defend the high ground against this team too. And again, Fiend's Gate to come back.
Yep.
They fill up on everything they need, and then they just come back to getting racks.
I mean, you have Healing Ward, you have Fiend's Gate. There's so many ways to just go back to base, heal, sustain yourselves. Makes it very simple to breach high ground, even against the Dusa. And Dusa never felt safe.
No.
You get disrupted, it then gets purged. Shadow Demon Illusions do more than Dusa herself.
Yeah, it was very funny seeing Illusions via Illusions, though. Fight each other and not do any damage. And there were some times of potential hold, but eventually, you see a fight like this, long, drawn out, going the way of the Philippines. Medusa caught no mana and gone, and buying back immediately. Trying to get back into this one, actually, stuck at the tier 3, has to walk all the way over, but at that time, there was no way back in, and you can see the final few defenses here for them as the Philippines just, clean up. And the disruption, CML, under the radar MVP.
Spot on every time. When the puck isn't making his life hell on the back lines, perfect spell usage. Here again, the Healing Ward is healing everybody to full. And there's the Omni Slash on the Dusa, and bye-bye.
And that's the victory right there. The Philippines take it 2-0. They claim first place, claim it all, and they only had one series loss.
Claim the glory of being the best in the region. Taking a look at the end screen real quick. Not a lot of kills.
Jug actually third in the damage. First in the damage is the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, his illusions killed the supports of Myanmar multiple times in the backlines.
Such a damage discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean, Disruption is an insane spell on these illusion heroes. Mac, though, I think played phenomenally. He was always in the middle of the fight, throwing out his silences, always blinking on top of heroes. Great itemization with the AC to empower his Juggernaut as well. Counter the Shiva's Guard a little bit. Overall, it's again the itemization in the mid-late game portion. It's always good. It's always spot on. That's why they're so fearsome.
Yeah, definitely. The Philippines, despite having 35,000 less damage, have 9 more kills and way more net worth.
They've all
win the game.
Look at the healing difference though. That Healing Ward healed 29,000 health.
Yeah, that is an insane number. And that's even all that healing, despite the fact that Young Peach was trying to blink in Waning Rift and get that healing ward out of the fights as early as possible.
Yeah, he succeeded in doing so most of the time, But then when Jug reached 25, he actually went for the Healing Ward talent, so couldn't destroy the Healing Ward anymore. You have the other Healing Ward cooldown talent, so its uptime is like almost 80% or so. It's a crazy spell in late game, truth be told, and it was always just sustaining them. Go back a little bit, wait 10 seconds, we're back to full health, push again, rinse and repeat. It was pretty easy at that point.
Yeah, so that was pretty amazing there from the Philippines. They are your champions here at IESF
Well done.
Asian Championship, and that's going to be it from us as we're closing the show here. Oh, not closing the show. I'm getting mixed messages. You know, we want to stay.
Yeah.
Stay, talk a little bit more Dota, talk about the Philippines' victory a little bit more, as it just it feels as though that looked easy, right?
Yeah.
2-0. Jug, making it look simple. How many times can we talk about the decision-making?
I feel game 1 even more so than game 2. Like, just overall, the preparation felt a lot better for the Philippines team. Myanmar, sure, they were probably a little bit better rested, but again, I personally am not a believer in a winner bracket advantage unless you actually start with an advantage. Like you can pick your draft, you can you start 1-0 or something.
I don't like 1-0 on the winner bracket
well,
advantage.
but that's the thing. If it starts 0-0 and you have no advantage at all, then do you actually have an advantage? Because the other team is warmed up, you're not.
I guess, I mean,
What's the advantage?
a one-game advantage in a BO3? That
No, not BO3. It would have to be a BO5. But that's what I'm saying. You need like some sort of advantage. Give him like a
permanent
draft
sticking
advantage
bans.
or something.
Permanent sticking bans.
Permanent sticking bans.
Well, you know, we'll have more of this conversation
We'll have some
maybe
ideas. Yeah.
away from the IESF stage. But for now, that is it from us here at IESF. So we're going to say goodbye, leave you with, you know, just a hug. And that's pretty much going to be it from us, right?
Yeah.
A
Much
nice
love,
win for the Philippines.
much hearts.
Some love to you guys. And that is looking like it's going to be it. We'll see you guys another time. Take it.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Hello, my name is Badr. My in-game nickname is Ayla.
Hello, I'm Mac Nicholson M. Villanova, also known as Mac.
Hello guys, my name is Krish. My nickname is also Krish.
Hi, my name is Ayman, also known as Heyman95.
Hello, I'm Alevran. My nickname is Sunsets.
My name is Tuxter. My nickname is SC.
Hi, my name is Tian, Tian-Yuen. My nickname is Omjuice.
Hello, my name is Kauntahe, I also know as Gage.
It feels great to have the chance to represent my country for the first time. We've been struggling to go for the past events, but yeah, it feels really good.
I feel really happy and proud because I was able to represent for my people and they really like to watch esports.
I'm really proud to be representing my country here, and yeah, we're all here to have fun and win.
Honestly, it feels awesome. I'm really honored to represent my country, especially not a lot of people can say it. not a lot of people can say that they represent Saudi Arabia in any certain way. And for me to do it in something that I love doing, which is like playing games, it's something awesome. It's great.
To be honest, it could be many other players, but for me it's an honor to represent my country because I guess every player who playing esports, he wants to represent his country, and it's really honoring.
It feels amazing. It's an honor to represent my country. I'm super happy about it.
It's an honor representing Australia. I'm glad my team and I made it through the qualifiers in Australia. Yeah, it's just a huge honor, and I hope we do well and make the country proud.
I feel very great to represent my country. It's an honor to represent my country. I feel very happy about it.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, wow, mind-blowing. Such a good day for the Philippines. إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
يوم ممتع، يوم مليء بالأحداث، يوم عبارة عن مفاجآت. شفنا أشياء كثيرة في هذا اليوم، ولكن أعزائي المشاهدين قبل نرحب معانا بالثلاث منتخبات، حيوا معانا بالأستاذة هند محمد حامد مسؤولة لجنة اللاعبين.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to present to you for the crowning ceremony. Let's hear it for Hind Mohammed Hamid, the IESF Athletes Committee's member. As right now she's coming in, joining us in this crowning ceremony, a time of pride, a time of beauty and majesty, as we're going to right now be together here for the moment of truth and making history. All right, Waji.
جاهزين.
Hind, you're ready, right? It is time right now to bring together all the champions that fought so hard and competed to earn their places, and only the ones who qualified will be going to Romania. So now, coming in third place, ladies and gentlemen, happening here for the Dota 2 competitions of the Gamers Day IESF Asian Championship. Let's hear it for Mongolia!
تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا.
Pride, beauty, perseverance, determination, all that happening right here. وجيه شاهدنا العجائب في هالبطولة دي.
أكيد، وبالذات إنه ما كان في أي فقدان للأمل من جميع المنتخبات من بداية البطولة إلى آخرها، ومثل ما احنا شايفين منتخب منغوليا قدر إنه ياخذ المركز الثالث وقدر إنه ينافس رغم الصعوبات اللي قدر يواجهها، ولكن قدر يتخطاها وحصل على المركز الثالث.
بالضبط. And especially seeing them flying for more than 10 hours just to be here in Saudi Arabia, to compete, to represent their country. Such a history in the making moment taking place right here. And we can't wait to see them even persevering more in future competitions. So that was third place, Mongolia.
أعزائي المشاهدين، مثل ما شفنا المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثالث منتخب منغوليا، ولكن ما نستبعد عن منتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثاني، قدر انه ينافس في دوري المجموعات وقدر انه يتأهل للنهائيات الكبيرة، ووصل للنهائي الكبير بخسارة واحدة فقط. ودنا نتعرف على هذا المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الثاني عفوا. تحية قوية لمنتخب ماينمار.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming in second place right here in the Dota 2 competition. Let's hear it for Myanmar! And here they come. A showcase of talent, skill, strategy, and sheer determination and adrenaline all taking place. All these long hours, non-stop, and they're here today, right here.
مثل ما سمعنا منهم في المقابلات في الأيام الماضية، كل جيم وكل مباراة وكل جولة نلاحظ أن في تغييرات كثيرة من ناحية الاستراتيجيات بين الفريق وبين التعاون أيضا بين اللاعبين، وشفنا برضو كيف قدروا يثبتون أنفسهم وقدروا بعد ما كافحوا وقاتلوا. وشفنا الآن منتخب ماينمار يحصل على المركز الثاني. صراحة أخوي براء شعور جدا رهيب أنك تشوف القتال من بداية البطولة إلى الآن. ذكرنا لكم والجمهور واللي خلف الشاشات جاهزين نشوف المنتخب اللي حصل على المركز الأول.
You got that right, Wajih, and now we'll be announcing your champions. Such a good day for this country as they've been raising that flag high and proud. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines!
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your champions, standing high and pride, showcasing great talent, showcasing determination, and here they are standing, representing the Philippines.
شعور ما يوصف من منتخب فلبين. أكيد فرحتهم هذه ما راح تنسى. مثل ما ذكرنا المكافحة من بداية البطولة إلى الآن، ومثل ما شفنا رغم الصعوبات ورغم التعب اللي شفنا منهم، ولكن صمدوا وحصلوا على المركز الأول، ونقدر نقول لهم ألف مبروك وهارد لك للمنتخب الباقي. شفنا صراحة مستوى جدا أسطوري من منتخب فلبين. شفنا أخوي براء كيف قدروا أنهم يحاولون كل ما شافوا أخطاء بسيطة يعدلونها بشكل سريع، وأكيد كانوا حاطين أعينهم على المركز الأول من بداية البطولة.
You got that right. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, congratulations to the Philippines!
ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلبين!
And now, for the national anthem of the Philippines. And again, congratulations to the Philippines.
نقدر نقول أعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين ألف مبروك للمرة الثانية، وتحية قوية أيضا لمنتخب فلبين على حصولهم للجائزة الكبيرة بعد حصولهم للمركز الأول.
And now, here they go, claiming their trophy, your champions here for Dota 2 with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship.
للمرة الثانية ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلبين بعد حصولهم للمركز الأول في جيمرز 8 بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية. صراحة مجهود كان فعلا مستحق، وشفنا في الأخير قدروا يحصلون على المركز الأول بكل ما أوتوا من قوة، وشفنا في الختام رفعوا الكأس مع بعض، والآن كلهم فرحانين ومبسوطين أكيد في هذه الجائزة، وأكيد بتكون لحظات ما راح تنسى.
صح كلامك يا وجيه. Look at those smiles. Such a great day for the Philippines here, as this is the second time they get on stage and the second time they hold the trophy up there as a proud country.
أكيد الفرحة والبهجة بوجيههم وفرحتهم بعد حصولهم على الكاس ورفعهم على الكاس، وما ننسى أيضا أنهم تأهلوا لبطولة كاس العالم في رومانيا.
There you go. That is absolutely right. As right now, their next stop is gonna be the IESF 15th World Esports Championship in Romania, Yash. This has been a great moment, but they're not done yet. A journey is ahead, embarking the spirit of esports.
نشوف فرحة اللاعبين برفعهم للكاس، ونرجع ونقول ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلبين، وحارت لك لباقي المنتخبات. صراحة بعيدا عن فوز منتخب فلبين، صراحة كل المنتخبات ما قصروا وأثبتوا أنفسهم. نقدر نقول ماينمار حصلوا على المركز الثاني، ومنغوليا أيضا حصلوا على المركز الثالث، صراحة أداء ولا أروع من جميع المنتخبات.
صح كلامك يا وجه ويعطيك ألف عافية. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely every team, they've done their best right here in Saudi Arabia to prove that it happens. Unity under the blanket, under the name of esports right here in the International Esports Federation's very own Asian Championship. A lot is happening here, ladies and gentlemen. A lot that took place. But وجيه وش رايك في اللي شفته اليوم؟
صراحة بعد اللي شفناها اليوم كانت مباريات جدا حماسية، ونرجع ونقول ألف مبروك لمنتخب الفلبين وهارد لك أيضا لباقي المنتخبات. صراحة بطولة كانت جدا ممتعة في بطولة جيمر زيت، بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية. بإذن الله ما راح تكون آخر مرة معانا في البطولات القادمة أكثر وأكثر. فكنت معكم أخوكم وجيه وأخوي براء في التقديم. نشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير. في أمان الله.
يعطيك العافية يا وجيه. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it for today as the Philippines won both in Mobile Legends and in Dota 2. But we're not done with the entire Asian Championship. There's more coming up. So we'll be seeing tomorrow with more things. But before that, big shout out goes to our amazing casters and every member behind the scenes making this happen. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Keep your game on and God bless.